To glory!
Salut frère. I should apologize, but I won't. Because if you're wrong, you get smoked.
I don't think so.
Now your apologies, but you get yourself out of the way.
The most ridiculous scams in history. Scams suck. While many are painfully obvious, like trying to get Meemaw to pay her taxes with Apple gift cards, some are extremely elaborate and require years of investment before seeing any kind of payoff. Others, however, it's like, come on, really fell for that? And that's where our first story starts. Way back in the year of 1925, Europe was dealing with a rather sleazy and shady Austro-Hungarian man, one by the name of Viktor Lustig. Which one did you think I was talking about? Anyway, Victor was one of those types of people who were always destined to become a professional scumbag. He was born in 1890 to a loving and successful tobacco salesman dad who gave Victor many loving and successful smackaroos. But a little tough love wasn't going to get Victor down, so he pulled himself up by his Das bootstraps, went through boarding school, learned several languages, and turned to a life of degeneracy. He started out with petty theft and cheating in card games as a teen, but once he cut all ties with his family and moved out to Paris at the age of 19, that's when the little con boy became a con man. Side note, did you know that the term con artist is actually short for confidence artist? Yeah, it's because they have a knack for building up your confidence and trust before completely fleecing you. Thought that was a neat little fact. Alright, so throughout the 1910s and 1920s, Victor faced dozens of arrests for various scams, but never served any major time. He scammed luxury travelers by posing as a Broadway producer, defrauded banks, and even made his own magical money duplicator he called the Romanian box. Yeah, he would have potential customers load the machine with a special bill and a blank piece of paper, turn a few knobs, spin a few wheels, tweak a few nips, and bippy boppy, a perfect copy. He even had the duplicate verified by a local bank as proof. The trick was that these were two planted, genuine bills. They just had their serial numbers altered to look identical. After giving the A-OK from the bank, Victor would then sell the box at an insane markup. The genius though was that even when some stupid assholes bought it, they couldn't report Victor to the police once they realized they were scams. I mean, what are they gonna do? Tell them that their counterfeit money printer wasn't working right? Funny enough, he actually sold one to a sheriff in Texas. Once the sheriff caught on, however, he tracked Victor down and cornered him. Of course, Victor charismaed his way out of being arrested by bribing the upstanding lawman with thousands of dollars. They were all counterfeit. Pretty embarrassing. Oh. But sales of his money machines happened few and far in between, so he needed to think bigger. And being positioned in Paris in 1925, the answer was right in front of him. No, to the left a little bit. There you go. You see, the Eiffel Tower, as iconic as it is today, was never actually supposed to be a permanent thing. It was built for the 1889 World's Fair and was planned to be dismantled by 1909. So, by 1925, some local Parisians thought the rusty and weathered tower had overstayed its welcome. Victor had spotted a headline in the paper discussing the financial burden that the tower was, with expensive maintenance costs and such, but a particular line caught his eye, talking about how the government should look into selling the tower for scrap. This gave Victor an idea. He was going to sell the Eiffel Tower for scrap. Not actually, but he would trick people into thinking he was. Posing as a government official, Victor invited a group of scrap metal dealers and gave a whole elaborate spiel about how the government wanted to scrap the tower. The deconstruction deal was to be done in secret so as not to freak out the French.
Oh, c'est bon.
They bought it, literally. Although it sounded a bit fishy, dealer André Poisson agreed to buy the rights to the monument for 70,000 francs, which, oddly enough, is only about $64,000 in today's money, which seems crazy cheap, but whatever. It was free money. Victor took the check and immediately fled to his homeland of Austria. Just like those scammed by the Romanian box, Poisson was embarrassed about being catfished, so he kept things under wraps. With no publicity surrounding the scam, Victor tried his luck again. Just a month later, he attempted to sell the tower a second time. But during this attempt, these scrap dealers weren't dealing with his scrap, so they called the cops. Victor managed to escape and fled to the United States. But that's where his luck ran out. He was eventually arrested in a massive counterfeiting scheme in 1935 and was sentenced to 15 years on Alcatraz Island. He died of pneumonia in 1947, finally putting an end to the professional con man. If someone ever waltzes up to you with a bunch of cool looking lotions and potions, save yourself the trouble and do a 360 and walk away. It's never a good time. But some more desperate people looking for a bit of a pick-me-up may instead get to chugging. First introduced into the market in 1925, Radithor was touted about as a panacea. Panacea, for any non-JRPG players, is a universal medical cure-all originating from Greek mythology. Fixes any and all ailments: depression, bad cough, high blood pressure, backwards knees, even turning men's sad floppers into hardened showstoppers.
Well, hey there, little guy.
But Radithor was no such miracle. The mind behind this medical wonder was William John Aloysius Bailey, a Harvard University dropout who claimed that he was a licensed medical doctor. He was not. So what was Radithor? Well, I'm sure you smart fellas and fellettes can piece it together by the name. Radithor was a small dose of radium salts dissolved in water. That's right, radioactive water. Now, what you have to understand is, at the time, the science surrounding radium was not well understood, with the unstable element having only been discovered a few decades prior by Madame Marie Curie and her empty-bladdered husband, Pierre. While there had been some research showing promise for radium as a medical treatment, mainly its ability to shrink cancerous tumors, it still required extensive testing to potentially use radium in a safe and practical way. But that didn't stop enthusiastic and money-hungry doctors from prescribing the stuff like crazy. In the early 1900s, radium products were the hottest thing since commercially sliced bread, which actually wouldn't be invented until 1928. You had pills, syrups, powders, and foods, even radium underwear for the flaccid dudes. But the only thing worse than a radium gut were the radium suppositories that go in your butt. Yep, they're all real products, all real merch. You can see for yourself with a Google search. William Bailey over here, who was 0% doctor but 100% greedy, hopped aboard the Radium Express to Moneybag Junction. He produced Arium, radium tablets aimed at providing instant energy and strength, Linarium, a radium cream for aches and pains, Dentarium, a radium tooth powder, and finally Caparium for restoring hair loss. He wasn't very creative on the names. These products did not work well, but they sold really well, which is what mattered. So with all of the funding and momentum, he just kind of kept producing more and more radium-based products, which leads us to Radithor, William Bailey's magnum opus. As I said before, this was a small concentration of radium isotopes dissolved in water, guaranteed to give you approximately 1 microcurie of radiation straight to your system. It was essentially like lobbing a small radioactive grenade into your body. Radiation, by definition, is traveling energy, and that traveling energy just blasts through your tissues, your bones, your cells, and just wreaks havoc. 1 microcurie is equivalent to 37,000 radioactive decays per second. Think of it as 37,000 little razors going around and just fucking everything up. Every single second. Slicing and dicing chemical bonds, breaking apart your DNA, and just causing so much irreparable damage. Not good. Pretty far from the positive attributes that were promised, right? Well, turns out it didn't even friggin' matter. According to the Museum of Radiation and Radioactivity, over 400,000 bottles of Radithor were sold between 1925 and 1930. This high number was due to the fact that Bailey gave direct financial kickbacks to doctors for prescribing the stuff. Sell a bottle and get a little bit of cash for yourself. This is technically illegal nowadays, but yeah, right. But didn't people get sick? Yep. The most high-profile consumer of Radithor was Ebenezer McBurney Byers, an amateur US golf champion and son of a wealthy industrialist. In 1927, at the age of 46, he was prescribed Radithor as a pain reliever after getting a boo-boo on his arm. But Bayer ended up going a bit overboard. Over the next 3 years, he would consume 1,400 bottles of Radithor. Initially, he claimed that it made him feel better, relieved the pain, and gave him a, quote, toned up feeling, but as time went on, this supposed placebo effect wore off, and the real effects of radiation poisoning started to become apparent. He lost weight, suffered pounding headaches, and began to lose his teeth. He stopped taking it altogether in 1930, but it was way too late. Just a year later, in 1931, he was beyond help. Bayer's lawyer reported that his entire upper and lower jaws had been removed, save for 2 teeth. His bones had become brittle and holes formed in his skull. Tragically, he died on March 31st, 1932, with his now radioactive body being buried in a lead-lined coffin. Now, this is probably where you hope I talk about how Bailey got arrested, fined, convicted, yada yada yada. no such luck. The US Federal Trade Commission did issue a cease and desist for the production of Radithor, but could not legally force Bailey to stop. The Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, also did not have the power to pull the plug. They could only advise that people not drink the radioactive water. Bailey faced no legal consequence whatsoever. Facing public backlash after Bayer's death, his reputation was tarnished and he was forced to move on. He continued to sell radium-based products for years up until 1949, because that's when he died. In some form of poetic justice, William Bailey died a painful death from bladder cancer as a result of his radium exposure over the years. Sometimes karma is a beautiful thing. This sad-looking sack of sideburns is the silly-named Scottish soldier Gregor MacGregor, and he's a bad boy. Already an accomplished military tactician, MacGregor achieved the rank of major in the British Army while serving during the Peninsular War. However, after an argument with a senior officer over, I don't know, British things, old Greg was discharged from service in 1810. Now disgraced and poor, he angrily sailed to South America to seek his fortune as a mercenary for hire. There, he used his military expertise to fight back the smelly Spanish during Venezuela's war for independence, ranking himself up to a brigadier general in the process. He even wiped up a very lovely cousin of the great liberator himself, Simón Bolívar. Nice work, Greg.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
But of course, the revolutionary effort started hitting a rough patch. Greg began losing ground in various Spanish counterattacks. By 1820, General MacGregor was forced to retreat into the Mosquito Coast. There, he met the anglicized Mosquito King himself, George Frederick. In case you were curious, he was not an actual mosquito, just king of the mosquito people. Anyway, the Wingless King, having a pre-existing cooperative agreement with MacGregor, granted him tactical authority over a sizable district of land positioned smack dab on Honduras' Bulge. The area, dubbed Poye, was a very real land grant to Greg, but his position put him at a disadvantage. After a string of military failures, he was effectively isolated, and being a mercenary, some of his allies had turned on him. So, while others saw success in their own revolutionary campaigns, Greg was forced to carve his own path to wealth and status. Now the proud owner of huge tracts of land, Greg got to work with a plan. Whether his intent was malicious or not is debatable, but what is known for certain is that Greg made several attempts to rub weenuses with some of the big financial bros of the age, the most notable being rich bald boy Nathan Rothschild.
Inconceivable!
Greg was looking for a direct cash injection to develop the area of Poye into a thriving town. But like a retirement home that lost its denture fund, no one was biting. So he traveled to London looking for more investors. At the same time, the newly independent countries of Peru, Chile, and Colombia were also looking for some moolah to tap into the region's potentials. They were able to secure funding through various bond issues on the London Stock Exchange. Now, here's a Financial Friday lesson for you. Learn about money, learn about cash. It's Financial Friday. The purpose behind a bond issue is to raise money for a larger project, like, say, developing a whole-ass country. Bonds are issued out by the owner, in this case, Gregor MacGregor. These bonds are then purchased by eager investors at a guaranteed interest rate that is set to mature at a later date, meaning that no more interest is paid out, and that bond can be cashed out for the original amount plus the interest. Essentially, you're tying up money in a project, but you're guaranteed money back and then some for your troubles. Selling money to make more money. Rich people things. So with a bunch of rich folk finger blasts in South America with oodles of cash, there was a real craze going on. I mean, every investor believed that these countries housed untapped resources, so it was basically free money. And if there's something that any person drips their drawers at, it's free money. So with all this momentum, Greg saw his opportunity, but he needed to sweeten the deal a bit. He needed to have his land seem just as attractive, put together, and potentially profitable as the others. To do so, he donned a false name and authored an extremely detailed and overly embellished pamphlet advertising the wonders of Poye. The pamphlets boasted all kinds of features like overly abundant resources, rivers flowing with gold, endless sugar and tobacco, and a thriving colony with all the fixins. A full-blown cathedral, opera house, theater, royal palace, bank, a wawa or two, all the right things for a developing nation. So after gathering a small financial team and showing his formal land grant from the Mosquito King, Alongside very little verification work from the London Stock Exchange, Greg was granted a £200,000 loan, a modern-day equivalent of nearly $44 million. Now, it's no surprise that some of his sleazy financial partners skimmed some of that money and skipped town, not wanting to stick around for the lie to unfold. But Greg was about to be forced to put his money where his mouth was. An eager group of about 250 settlers, including doctors, lawyers, and teachers, actually set sail for the supposed paradise that was Poitiers, hoping to reap the rewards of their investment. And with Greg needing to keep up the ruse, he was all, But arriving in spring of 1823, the settlers were disappointed. There was no opera house, there was no bank or palace or cathedral, there sure as shit were no gosh damn Wawas. There was nothing. Nothing but thick-ass jungle. What the fuck? More than half of them died from exposure and starvation. Any survivors made their way back to London and exposed the whole scheme. With the illusion falling apart, Greg fled to Paris where, get this, he pulled the same scam, except, with Frenchier investors. He raised £300,000 with that stunt, but word got out and Gregor McGregor was formally arrested in 1825. Now, you'd think after defrauding a bunch of investors and getting over 100 people killed, that would get him thrown in the slammer, right? Now, because of his military reputation, he was actually acquitted and deported back to London. After his little slap on the wrist, he attempted the same scheme again on a much smaller scale, but luckily found no success. After 13 years of trying to get people to continue to invest in his spit of land, he gave up, packed up, and returned to South America. Now, despite all of his wrongdoings and his military losses and disgraces, he was actually welcomed back to Venezuela as a renowned war hero and prominent figure of the revolution. He was given back pay and a general's full military pension. He died peacefully and happily in Caracas at the age of 58, buried with full military honors. As for the region of Poitiers, it remains largely an undeveloped stretch of jungle to this day, ready to give any would-be adventurer a hefty case of swamp ass. In today's day and age, robots are all around us. They make our products, serve our food, save our lives, and even deliver our most discreet packages. That's my new leaf blower that vibrates. But back in the days of yore, robots, or automatons, were something of a novelty. Created as far back as the 4th or 5th centuries BC, automatons performed simple, repeated actions in a mechanical loop. They were a wonder to look at, physical embodiments of engineering genius. All the cogs, gears, whistles, and wheels could captivate audiences who marveled at their complexity. Jump to the 1700s and automatons were getting a ton of attention. A bunch of master craftsmen were churning out stunning masterpieces. Swiss watchmaker Pierre-Jacques Dreux meticulously manufactured the musician, which played an organ, the draftsman, which drew one of 4 different images, and the writer, which wrote out custom messages using its cold mechanical fingers holding a quill. You also had obviously French and rather droopy looking fella Jacques de Vaucanson that created the digesting duck, which would eat pellets and subsequently shit out a poop a little bit later. Real compelling stuff. While absolutely impressive for the time, they still had their limits. They could only perform a small amount of pre-programmed tasks, unable to operate outside of their rather strict mechanical boundaries. But what if automatons could do more, like, say, interact with humans or directly respond to their environments? Hey, I got an organ you could play. Well, it turns out Hungarian engineer Wolfgang von Kempelen wanted to create such a machine. Not for the general advancement of technology, mind you. Now, he wanted to do it to impress an empress, the debatably beautiful Empress Maria Theresa of Austria. Already in her good graces by being a successful advisor, Wolfgang wanted to go the extra mile, maybe even get close enough to tongue punch her chin folds. After witnessing the Empress react favorably towards a fancy pants magician in court one day, Wolfgang made an outburst, pledging that he could outdo the illusionist. Using his engineering expertise, he spent months developing and constructing the Mechanical Turk. Invented in 1770, the Mechanical Turk was an automaton that could play real games of chess against real human players. The Automan was clad in Ottoman robes, complete with a silky smooth mustache and a turban to boot. The entire android was attached to a large desk which housed the seemingly complex mechanics within and a simple chessboard above. When a player challenged the Turk, the Mechanical Man was capable of reacting to any move in real time, picking up and moving its own pieces in response. This was something that was never seen before, an automaton that could think and react to its environment, which is cool and all, but this machine wasn't just playing chess, it was beating all of the top players within the Hungarian aristocracy. Naturally, everyone was astounded and Wolfgang succeeded in wowing the Empress, receiving cash monies and a political thumbs up, but no lickety of her split. However, as you'd expect, the Mechanical Turk was too good to be true. Although many audiences applauded, they had all been defrauded. It was all fake. So let's take a look at how this illusion actually worked. Before a performance, the mechanical cabinet would be opened and presented to viewers, one door at a time. One side housed those impressive-looking cogs and gears, but in reality they didn't really do anything. They more or less made illusory mechanical whirring and grinding sounds to add to the show. The other side appeared comparatively empty. But what spectators didn't see was a human chess master housed in a cabinet. Since it was only opened at one side at a time, the chess master would contort himself to opposite sides, remaining out of view. When the cabinet was closed, he would assume the position and begin the game. When it was time to make his move, the chess master below utilized a complex pantograph, which was able to translate his finger and hand movements to that of the Turks, picking up pieces on an identical board within the cabinet below and placing them back down to complete a turn. But how did the chess master know exactly where his opponent's pieces were? Fucking magnets. That's how that works. The live chessboard was positioned directly above the chess master's head. Attached to each space was a small magnet on a copper wire. Dimly lit with just a single candle, the chess master tracked movements of each piece as the opponent made their move. When a piece was lifted, that magnet dropped. The piece then picked up a new magnet in the new space where it was placed. The chess master would then copy this move onto his second chessboard in front of him to keep track of the whole game. Rinse and repeat until checkmate and you've got yourself a chess-playing robot. But you don't really. It's just a dude remotely playing chess. Still impressive, mind you, but not truthful to what was being claimed. Although pressured to continue showing the Turk around in many venues, Kempelen didn't want to keep up the illusion, so he dismantled it. But after the Empress bit the dust and her son Joseph II took over, Kempelen was ordered to reconstruct the machine and take it on a tour across Europe. There, it played and defeated some of the greatest chess players of the time. He even beat Benjamin Franklin, though it's gotta be said that some famous figures figured the feature to be fraudulent. The weak and weary Edgar Allan Poe voiced his opinion of human players being concealed within the cabinet, which there were. The truth is, several different chess masters played the part of the Turk over the years. Why? Money. What, you think playing chess for a living put food on the table back in the day? No. After the European tour between 1783 and 1784, the Turk went back into storage. Kempelen also went into storage 6 feet underground because he died. The Turk was then purchased in 1804 by German engineer Johann Maisel, who improved upon the design and continued public demonstrations for a nominal fee, defeating even higher profile people like Napoleon Bonaparte, who actually attempted to cheat twice, only to be met with the Turk swiping off the board's pieces in retaliation. The tours continued until Maisel's death in 1838, where the Turk was put on display in a museum in Philadelphia in the United States, only for said museum to catch fire in 1854, taking the Turk with it. It was only then, after nearly 85 years of fooling the public, that the secret of the Mechanical Turk was finally revealed in a chess magazine. But to be honest, by that time, no one really cared. They'd already moved on with their lives. What? I wasn't lying. Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video. Horrible medical cures. Yep, we're hitting hard and heavy with this one. Back in the day when you had any sorts of pains or bruises, ouches or oozes, you had the freedom to tween off screen to your local drugstore and get yourself a healthy and unrestricted dosage of opium-derived morphine slammed right down your gullet. The obvious problem with having such an addictive substance readily available is, well, people got addicted. So bad, in fact, that towards the end of the 1800s, nearly 1 in 200 people in the United States were suffering from morphine addiction, many of which were injured veterans of that uncivil Civil civil war that had just ended a few decades prior. The market was in demand for something less addictive while still packing a punch at minimizing pain, and that's where a certain German pharmaceutical company came into play. Bayer, or more commonly pronounced Bayer or Bayer, decided to take a stab in the lab to produce something fab. Now, to his credit, English chemist Charles Romley Alder Wright did the heavy lifting for this research back in 1874, but Bayer would be the one to bring it across the finish line as a medical product. Using morphine itself, German chemist and Bayer employee Felix Hoffmann worked his chemical magic, acetylating the morphine compound into diacetylmorphine. Remember acetylation. That'll be important in a bit. So what does all of that mumbo-jumbo jargon mean? Well, I'll tell you. You see these two acetyl groups right here? They allow for better lipid solubility, meaning that this stuff is able to be absorbed into your bloodstream more quickly than regular morphine, allowing it to take effect that much faster. Early experiments boasted phenomenal results, with patients praising its intense effects. Thus, Felix dubbed his creation Heroisch, German for heroic or strong. But in 1898, Bayer would sell the wonder drug under a slightly different name, heroin. The product was advertised as a safer, non-addictive alternative to morphine, with the Boston Medical and Surgical Journal explicitly stating the quote, absence of danger of acquiring the habit. Well, ain't that just a big bulging ballsack of irony? I say that because morphine was originally introduced to the consumer market under the same premise. It was to be a safer, non-addictive alternative to opium. But instead of actually being safer alternatives, these subsequent products were just more and more potent forms of the same drug with heavier addictive qualities. Crazy, right? So now in the market, the Big H was sold in many forms: tablets, lozenges, elixirs, and of course, syrups. In addition to general pain relief, this syrup was claimed to be a suitable treatment for tuberculosis and pneumonia, which were very common at the time. It was even touted towards children as an effective cough and cold remedy, giving relief to not only sick kids, but their exhausted parents too. Well, he's not coughing anymore, is he? So for years, Bayer was producing and distributing these products worldwide, creating the next generation of addicts. But what Bayer scientists failed to realize was that the human body was actually breaking down the supposed medicine back into its original form. Remember acetylation? Well, through biological deacetylation, the heroin molecules were just being metabolized back into morphine molecules. So in truth, patients were just getting more powerful, faster acting morphine disguised as medicine. As for the innocent consumers, their quality of life was drastically altered from the supposed cure. While short-term effects seemed promising, mainly that addictive euphoric feeling, the long-term effects were horrifying. Doctors who prescribed stronger versions of the product reported an overwhelming number of requests to up their dosages, a clear-cut sign of tolerance and addiction. Even if the initial affliction had passed, consumers still demanded their doses. Those unable to be prescribed any additional amounts experienced terrible withdrawal symptoms. These included restlessness, bone and muscle pain, insomnia, nausea, and chills. In the extreme cases, heavy use of the stuff often resulted in complete respiratory failure, which of course means full system shutdown. Due to severe backlash, Bayer put a cap on all heroin production in 1913. Coincidentally, right before a little thing called the Harrison Narcotics Act was passed into law the following year. This effectively removed any and all diacetylmorphine-based remedies from the shelves, restricting them to only being available via prescription from a licensed medical doctor. It remained prescribable for a bit, but was ultimately banned in 1924. It took until 1970 to be officially recognized as a Schedule I drug under the Controlled Substances Act, determined to have no acceptable medical use, regardless of the initial claims, upon release. Mental illness has always been a problem throughout human history, with our knowledge around the subject still evolving to this day. Although research on the topic dates all the way back to ancient times, it wasn't until the mid to late 1800s when things really started to rev up. But like any field of research, the preliminary phase is where all of the majority of the errors are made. You gotta fail a lot to learn from mistakes. Unfortunately though, some mistakes aren't initially recognized as such. Take one Dr. Manfred Sackel. A simple accident on his part was misconstrued as a success, and many inadvertently paid the price for it. Trained as a psychiatrist at the University of Vienna in Austria, you know, the place that isn't Australia, Dr. Sackel skipped across the pond to the US in the late 1920s to tackle the psychological disorder of substance addiction. You know, like morphine addiction. But instead of just prescribing a simple syrup, Dr. Sackel instead used insulin injections. The insulin was used as a metabolic sedative, basically calmed down the achy and shaky addicts, making them super sleepy instead. Much more manageable, but not exactly cured. They'll just get shaky again later. Well, unfortunately, Dr. Sackel must have drunk a tall ice-cold glass of dumb bitch juice one morning because he accidentally pumped too much insulin into a patient, forcing them to go lights out, induced into a hypoglycemic coma.
Shoot! Don't go dying on me!
He managed to bring the patient back to consciousness through a delicate jab of glucose. But what happened next was actually astonishing. The patient, normally all fidgety and whatnot, showed no visible withdrawal symptoms and even improved mental clarity. It appeared that simply turning the brain off and on again gave the patient a much needed mental reset. Well, one success means it works, said no good doctor ever. With this supposed breakthrough, Dr. Sackel had written up his discovery and decided to go for gold. Now standardizing the process, he tested his new treatment, dubbed insulin shock therapy, on patients with schizophrenia, a severe mental disorder which, at the time, had no treatments whatsoever. Under insulin shock therapy, patients were put through rigorous coma induction and wake cycles. This occurred 5 to 6 times a week, with each coma lasting about an hour before regaining consciousness. This process lasted for multiple weeks, with patients being subjected to as many as 60 comas over the course of a few months. Some worst cases even lasted more than a year. Patients, when they actually had a light on upstairs, often experienced excessive perspiration, salivation, and agitation, with many also experiencing violent convulsions. Despite these very obvious adverse effects, Dr. Sackel published his findings, claiming that up to 70% of patients had full remission, completely cured of their medical condition. This jump-started the craze for doctors to start jump-starting their schizophrenic patients. But the repetitious hypoglycemic comas did little to benefit the body. Long-term effects from insulin shock therapy included severe memory loss, reduced attention span, and slower brain activity. These people had much more difficulty learning or even thinking. On the extreme end, of course, were the deaths. According to institutional clinical data from across the United States, mortality rates from the treatment reached as high as 5% in some facilities. Sure, that doesn't sound like much on paper, but when thousands and thousands of patients were having their brains forcibly rebooted, the numbers add up. Hundreds of unnecessary deaths thanks to shoddy research. Insulin shock therapy continued to be practiced up until the 1950s, where it eventually fell out of favor once antipsychotic medications entered the market. These medications were cheaper and safer for the patient. By the 1960s, the therapy was completely abandoned. As for Dr. Manfred Sackel, his heart abandoned him in 1957 when he died of heart failure at the age of 57. This delicious looking rock is called calomel, and it's responsible for thousands and thousands of deaths throughout human history. Although a simple compound, calomel, also known as mercurous chloride, was widely used as a treatment for centuries, with Arabian alchemists first documenting its use back in the medieval times to treat syphilis. But Swiss physician and double chin enthusiast Paracelsus pushed the research further in the 1500s. He noted the compound's astounding ability to rid the human body of black bile. Made you vomit and shit yourself. You see, for millennia, the prevailing medical theory was that of the Hippocratic Four Humors. I know I've discussed this before, but as a refresher, the theory suggested that the human body contains 4 main fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. If you're healthy, it means that all 4 of these fluids were in equilibrium. But even if one was just slightly off, it could cause you to get sick, so you had to bring things back into balance. You had to let out some blood, cough up a green glob, or learn how to drain your dragon, each a valid method for getting things back in order. Although Paracelsus could see a potential benefit with calomel's purgative properties, he actually advised against it, recommending it only as a last resort. This was because, from what he observed, the risks far outweighed the potential rewards. Even by the 16th century, the problematic nature of mercury as a treatment was already well known. Pure mercury had been used medicinally since the days of old, and the smarter science people had documented its less than desirable effects on the human body. Hair loss, tooth loss, fatigue, dementia, and death were all on the menu from heavy mercury usage, with death most likely being the worst one. But who needs warnings and research when you can make them dollar bills, y'all? Jump forward tens of decades into the 18th and 19th centuries, and American and English physicians were handing out calomel like caramels. Refined calomel is a tasteless, odorless white powder, which makes it a perfect oral medication. It remained marketed as a purgative and a potential cure for diseases or conditions such as syphilis, gout, bronchitis, cholera, constipation, or even ingrown toenails. But wouldn't you know it, calomel as a medical treatment wasn't the best idea. The violent bodily expulsions led patients to suffer severe dehydration. Not only that, but some patients were prescribed bloodletting sessions alongside their mercurial cure. So in an attempt to balance their humors, some patients way overcorrected to the point of dangerously low levels of bodily fluids. This resulted in the little shriveled up raisins to suffer what is called hypovolemic shock, meaning that their bodies couldn't provide enough healthy blood to their organs, leading to rapid heart rate, extreme weakness, and complete organ failure. But to some of the most brilliant medical minds at the time, this simply meant that the treatment was working. Scottish fellow William Cullen, a leading medical authority in the 18th century, saw these symptoms simply as, quote, nervous energy leaving the body, which, according to his logic, would eventually lead to a cure of the underlying disease. Any death that had occurred was not the fault of the calomel, but the disease itself. Regardless of his positive thoughts on the matter, he still cautioned excessive use of calomel and only recommended minimal effective doses. After all, like any substance, it is the dose that makes the poison. Well, one Scottish physician wasn't going to discourage the brave heart of this Scottish physician, Benjamin Rush. Not only a successful and world-renowned physician and philosopher at the time, Benny Rush also signed the American Declaration of Independence, so technically, he's a founding father. But that, of course, doesn't absolve him of his mistakes, and there were many. Take, for instance, the use of calomel to treat yellow fever in the 1790s. He took Cullen's recommendation for minimum doses and painted it with one of his own four humors, cranking everything into maximum overdrive. Benjamin Rush instead overprescribed calomel in, quote, heroic doses, combined with excessive bloodletting to put patients through what he called depletion therapy. Can't have any bad fluids in your body if you have none at all. His treatments, if you could even call them that, are estimated to have resulted in thousands and thousands of unnecessary deaths throughout the 18th century. But aside from egotistical doctors, calomel still remained in the medical spotlight. Luckily, its fate would be sealed in the 20th century, just at a terrible cost. Instead of being prescribed outright on its own, calomel began to be used as an ingredient for several consumer products throughout the 1900s. This included cosmetics and baby products, particularly teething powders for fussy babies growing their first set of chompers. The teething powder would be applied directly to the little future taxpayers' aching gums to soothe the pain and calm them down. But then mercury did its thing and produced a terrible side effect: acridemia. This is a deadly form of mercury poisoning that causes the skin to turn pink and painfully swell and peel. According to the Western Journal of Medicine, the death toll from calomel-sourced acridemia reached as high as 585 from 1939 up to calomel's formal ban in 1948. Those lucky enough to have survived still suffered lifelong neurological damage as well as devastating developmental deformities. Calomel is still used to this day, but only as a scientific tool in electroanalysis rather than putting Tiny Tim into a tiny tomb. God bless us, everyone. Ever copy someone else's notes from class only to realize too late that you've made an error and subsequently taught yourself the wrong thing and now you look like a complete and utter dumbass? Well, that's what a bunch of European fellas did in the 12th century. Ancient Greek and Arabic texts pointed to a substance used as an effective cure-all for many ailments. The Arabic text referred to the substance as mumia. Derived from the Persian word mum, meaning wax, mumia is a naturally occurring black tar that is found around the Dead Sea in the Middle East. Also known as pitch or bitumen, the sable slop was often applied directly to wounds to stop excessive bleeding and promote healing thanks to its natural antiseptic properties. Powdered bitumen could be diluted in wine or vinegar to supposedly cure other conditions such as headaches, fever, or a grumbly gut. That's all well and good, but when 12th century European scholars were translating Arabic texts into Latin, some incorrect pieces of the puzzle were being forced into place. This was the case for the translation of mumia. The way the text described the substance wasn't exactly direct, with some context clues pointing towards embalmed bodies from ancient Egypt. Just as an aside, towards the end of the New Kingdom and into the late period of ancient Egyptian history, embalming of corpses did in fact use pitch in the process. But instead of the pitch, translators instead mistook mumia to be referring to a known black tar-like substance within the corpses and even the embalmed bodies themselves. Fun fact, this is why we call mummies mummies. A simple mistranslation. Well, when translators saw human corpse and cure-all in the same medical text, that's where things kind of went off the rails. You see, the idea of consuming remains for health benefits was not new. As a matter of fact, medical cannibalism has been around since the days of old, with one example being the ancient Roman practice of consuming gladiator blood with the intention of curing epilepsy. Even Imperial China had Emperor Wuzong of the Tang Dynasty munching down on some human flesh to extend his life. So even though it sounds kind of ridiculous, it wasn't out of the realm of possibilities. But this error sparked quite the lucrative craze. Once the mistranslation was published, European apothecaries began bombarding Egyptian traders with orders for genuine ancient remains. Thus began the mummy trade of the 12th century. Tombs were exhumed and graves were robbed to dig up cold hard bodies for cold hard cash. But for every market, a submarket grows. With such high demand and limited mummies to be extracted, fake corpses were being created using the recently deceased, being sold as authentic remains. But we'll circle back on that in a minute. For use as a medicine, the mummies were busted up and broken down, ground into a fine powder. The powder itself could be popped onto your palate to treat anything from internal bleeding to full-blown depression. But if munching on the mummy wasn't your thing, the powder could be snorted into your schnoz. Ironically enough, this was used to treat nosebleeds. Of course, if powder wasn't the play, then it could be incorporated into various ointments and balms. Just slather that shit all over yourself to heal any open wounds. The problem, as you could imagine, was that it did jack shit. French Renaissance surgeon Ambroise Paré found the practice to be barbaric and appalling, noting that the treatment, quote, could do much more harm than help, as it was nothing but, quote, flesh of dead, stinking, cadaverous bodies. Having seen patients ingest the powder firsthand, he directly observed their violent vomiting and immense stomach pains. And it was all true. Medical experts had noticed severe reactions to the powder. Now, circling back to the counterfeit corpses, this only added insult to injury. These corpses were often freshly deceased from disease, embalmed and made up to resemble a real dusty-busty corpse. So instead of snapping into an ancient Egyptian Slim Jim, people might have been munching on a malarial amalgamation of Monty the Mischievous Mooner. Thankfully though, scholars during the Renaissance decided to revisit the original Arabic text and realize the mistranslation, decrying mummy powder as a medicine and putting the final nail in the coffin for the terrible treatment. Oh man, lobotomies. Probably the poster child for horrible medical treatments. These were absolutely brutal and will definitely make you squint and pucker a hole or two. Now I hope you didn't blank out too much with this video, because we're gonna go back to tackling mental health. And who better to receive the pointy short end of this stick than schizophrenics. Per our insulin shock therapy section, schizophrenia was a huge problem in the early 1900s. Besides Dr. Sackel's super sleepy sit-up setup, nothing was being proposed as a possible treatment. Well, one Portuguese fellow was determined to change all that in 1935. Antonio Egas Moniz, a fancy-sounding name for a freaky-looking dude. Looking like a melted Lego figurine with his snap-on hair and lack of skin pores, Egas Moniz catapulted himself into the forefront of modern psychosurgery. He theorized that mental illness was simply the result of abnormal neural connections in the frontal lobe of the human brain, basically the human equivalent of poor cable management. He developed this theory by researching other works in the field. For example, physiologists John Fulton and Carlisle Jacobson ripped out the frontal lobes of an aggressive chimpanzee, making it much more docile and agreeable. albeit a bit more drooly. Neurologist Richard Brickner noted the complete personality shift of a man whose frontal lobe was surgically removed following the discovery of a tumor. Alongside other evidence, Moniz made his case and was granted permission to test his theory. He took 20 patients with disorders ranging from anxiety, depression, and of course, schizophrenia. Maybe even all three. Because of physical complications, Moniz couldn't actually perform the surgeries himself, so he had neurosurgeon amigo Pedro Lima deal with the matter. White matter, to be precise. White matter fibers, in case you didn't know, are a critical component of our brains. They're the main avenues for information sharing across the different parts of the brain. Their existence is what allows us to learn, think, express emotion, breathe, and move. So let's just fuck all them things up with a sharp scrambling needle and blasts of pure alcohol. That should do the trick. And according to Moniz, it did. Of the first 20 poor unfortunate souls who went under the needle, 7 were considered cured, with another 7 classified as improved, and the remaining 6 deemed unaffected. One patient, a 63-year-old woman diagnosed with paranoia, hallucinations, depression, insomnia, and anxiety, had most of her symptoms washed away with a few alcoholic sprays to the brain. For this discovery, Moniz was eventually granted the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1949. But just a couple 100 million inches across the Atlantic were a few American neurologists eager to bring Moniz's technique stateside in 1936. James Watts and Walter Freeman Jr. thought that this medical marvel was the coolest thing since sliced bread. While they were successful in recreating the procedure, they opted for optimizing the route, setting records in the 80% category by creating the transorbital lobotomy. Why create a hole in the skull when we have 2 perfectly penetrable eye sockets built right in? Gripping a sharp ice pick shaped surgical tool called an orbitoclast in one hand and a fucking hammer in the other, you can already feel the cringe. The orbitoclast was tapped into place behind the eye socket, breaking through a thin layer of bone and creating a shortcut to the frontal lobe. The sharp tool would then be delicately wiggled from side to side, severing the majority of the frontal lobe connections before being removed. Freeman and Watts' method was cheaper, faster, and, if you believe it, safer for the patient. The initial results were astounding. Patients appeared to have reduced psychotic symptoms, calmer demeanors, and overall diminished suffering. Sounds good, but looking at this with what we know now after decades of medical advancement, this was to be expected. You see, when you destroy many of the avenues for information that regulates mood, emotion, and cognition, you're going to create dull, emotionless, and cognitively void humans. That's exactly what happened. Follow-up reports on patients, if they survived the surgery, showed that many of them became apathetic, had noticeable reduction in motor skills, lacked any form of creativity, or any sense of personal identity. They weren't people anymore. They just simply existed. Although psychological symptoms heavily declined, so did their quality of life. But of course, that didn't stop neurosurgeons from jamming ice picks into brains. To them, sedentary potato humans were the better alternative to the majority of mental hospital patients. Between the late 1930s until falling out of favor in the 1970s, it's estimated that over 50,000 lobotomies were performed in the United States, with Dr. Freeman personally performing nearly 3,500 with his own bare hands. Although never formally banned, transorbital lobotomies are only performed nowadays for extremely rare cases, so you shouldn't have to worry about your keg getting tapped. It's near the end of 1938, and deep in the confines of Berlin, Germany, a couple of nerds are about to discover a discovery that will change the world forever. Chemists Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann were enjoying the traditional German pastime of bombarding uranium with neutrons in hope of something interesting to happen. After a few sauerkraut sandwiches, Hahn and Strassmann checked the results of their experiments and discovered that they had performed nuclear fission, which is the act of splitting a larger atom into smaller atoms, releasing a ton of energy in the process, kind of like a bomb. But there's a bit of a problem. You see, this isn't just Germany, this is 1939 Germany. You know, Nazi Germany. and nuclear fission sounds like it would make a pretty effective weapon. German-American physicist and local Nazi hater Leo Szilard was worried Strassman and Hahn's discovery would fall into the wrong hands, so he knew he needed to warn the Allied nations. So he wrote a letter to United States President Franklin D. Roosevelt that basically said, the letter was even signed by famous scientist Albert Einstein so that Roosevelt knew to take it very seriously, which he did. With some prodding from British scientists, Roosevelt approved a program on October 9, 1941 to assess the feasibility of an atomic bomb using uranium. So sometime later, the committee of the program came back to FDR and said, "We might be able to do it, but we need like $50 to $100 million maybe?" Roosevelt scratched his chin and contemplated moving forward, but was ultimately convinced when a bunch of very American boats were blown up by very Japanese planes. On August 13, 1942, theory would be engineered into reality with the start of the Manhattan Project, which pushed forward the physical development of the world's first nuclear weapons. Such an ambitious project certainly needed an equally ambitious leader, and there was only one man for the job. That's right, the Manhattan Project was under the direction of none other than Leslie Groves Jr., a decorated and well-respected United States Army Corps of Engineers Lieutenant General. But he also needed someone to lead the secret weapons laboratory. So here enters the star of our story, theoretical physicist J. Robert Oppenheimer, a strictly conservative, Nobel Prize-winning scientific leader. Except he wasn't. To the United States government, Oppenheimer was a filthy commie sympathizer. He had never won any notable awards, nor had he led any major scientific breakthrough projects. But like a shonen anime main character, he had drive and ambition like no other, and Lieutenant General Groves knew that that determination would guarantee the success of this project, so Oppenheimer got the job. Great, but now they had to actually build the lab, and what's more remote and secure for a secret base than in the middle of fuckbuck nowhere, New Mexico? Now set with a location, Oppenheimer then assembled his own Avenger squad of some of the most brilliant physicists at the time in the spring of 1943, placing himself as the Captain America of the group. To keep everyone living together harmoniously during the project, the town of Los Alamos was erected practically overnight. Now, the race was on to beat the smelly Nazis to the finish. With such a high-pressure project, it wasn't uncommon for everyone on staff to frequently worry that Germany was going to beat them to the punch. But Oppenheimer was a natural leader. He was constantly present in every meeting, discussion, and critical moment during the project, ensuring that morale was always maxed out. By July 1945, 3 bombs were successfully developed. Little Boy, a gun-type fission bomb that worked by firing one chunk of uranium into another, Fat Man, an implosion-type bomb that worked by compressing a plutonium core to critical mass, and Gadget, a Fat Man duplicate used as an initial test run. And boy, was it a test. An official test site, codenamed Trinity, had been constructed 200 miles away from Los Alamos to serve as ground zero for the world's first detonation of a nuclear weapon. On July 16, 1945, Gadget was positioned up a 100-foot tall tower to be detonated. Bunkered a hop, skip, jumping away from the tower were 425 spectators, including Oppenheimer. While excited, everyone was still pretty freaking nervous. The scientists weren't exactly certain of what would happen once the bomb was detonated. Would it explode as planned? Would it fizzle out and do nothing? Or would it cause a chain reaction that would obliterate the Earth's atmosphere and allow the sun to burn humanity to a crisp? There was only one way to find out. At 5:29 a.m., Gadget was detonated and immediately exploded with the force of 25,000 tons of TNT. Almost instantly, the explosion turned the desert sand into a 1,000-foot wide glass crater, generated a shockwave that was felt over 100 miles away, and created a mushroom cloud that stretched 7.5 miles into the sky. He had done it. Oppenheimer and his team successfully created a nuclear weapon, an achievement equally exciting and horrifying. If you're familiar with historical timelines, you might realize that by July of 1945, Nazi Germany had already surrendered, with Japan being the last man standing. Once news of the successful nuclear test reached President Bro Harry Truman, he quickly used it as an open threat to Japan. On July 26, 1945, the US, Great Britain, and China issued the Potsdam Declaration, a document calling for the immediate and unconditional surrender of the Empire of Japan, lest they face prompt and utter destruction. Japan, of course, responded rather quickly, saying, so the US was all,
You sure about that? You sure about that?
and proceeded to deliver on the threat. On August 6, 1945, the first atomic bomb, Little Boy, was dropped on the city of Hiroshima, Japan, a major port and military headquarters. Because it was largely untouched by bombing raids, it allowed for a clear measurement of the before and after destruction of the atomic bomb. The blast directly killed 70,000 people, with almost 90% of those deaths being innocent civilians. Despite the immense destruction, the detonation was actually determined to be extremely inefficient, fissioning only 1.7% of its total material. Japan continued to ignore the Allies' demands for surrender, essentially stating that they didn't hear no bell, but they were about to hear something a bit louder. 3 days later, on August 9th, the second atomic bomb, Fat Man, was dropped on Nagasaki after the primary target of Kokura was unable to be seen through the clouds. The blast killed 35,000 people instantly. Truman made the tough decision to drop 2 atomic bombs on Japan, but you, on the other hand, have an easy decision: to drop 1 like on this video. Truman did have several more atomic bombs lined up if Japan continued to resist, but on August 15th, 1945, Japanese Emperor Hirohito announced his intention to surrender.
そもそも帝国市民の法寧を図り、しかれとも金は自分の赴くところ、耐え難きを耐え。
World War II was over. Following the war, Oppenheimer was deemed the father of the atomic bomb and was hailed a national hero, becoming the face of nuclear energy. That is, until Truman wanted him to develop a much more deadly hydrogen bomb to use against the Soviets. Oppenheimer was like, no. To which Truman responded, "You're fired, Bob!" and immediately had Oppenheimer's security clearance revoked. After being politically blacklisted, Oppenheimer hosted scientific lectures around the world and warned others of the destruction science can have when mixed with politics. Being a heavy chain smoker, he was unsurprisingly diagnosed with throat cancer in 1965 and bit the dust just 2 years later on February 18, 1967 at the age of 62. Oppenheimer's legacy shows the true power of scientific innovation, but how terrifying it can be when weaponized. The bombings of Nagasaki and Hiroshima mark the only time in history that atomic weapons were used against fellow humans. And for all of our sake, let's hope that it stays that way. Or at least until I can max out my old school RuneScape account. Deadly medieval jobs. Like a low IQ fella who just ravaged a Viagra bottle, alchemy was simple, yet very hard. Simple in the fact that it had 3 main goals: turn metal into gold, discover a universal cure for all diseases, and achieve immortality. Simple on paper, but very hard in the reality that no one knew what they were doing. The vast majority of natural science at the time was still a mystery, and it was up to these alchemists to fill in the blanks. But on the path to reaching those improbable goals, many critical discoveries were made. Distillation allowed you to purify poopy brown water by boiling it and cooling the vapor to make less poopy brown water. Many plants could be mashed into festering wounds to make them feel less like you're about to die. And sprinkling some sulfur and charcoal over your non-suspicious pile of potassium nitrate could create something called black powder that may or may not be useful in some sort of gun-like device in the future. But every new discovery was the result of thousands of failures. Sure, alchemy would eventually shed away a lot of the primitive theoretical slag and refine itself into modern-day chemistry, but it took millennia of trial and error, and many died in the pursuit of eternal health and infinite wealth. The extent of the alchemical process boiled down to purification, isolating crude elements into their purest forms. And how do you purify things? Fire. Just heat stuff up until something happens. And that was the main problem. You see, alchemists had a rudimentary approach to their own safety when it came to faffing about with toxic substances. Their main form of protection was wearing long robes, or at the bare minimum, a durable leather apron. This would, at the very least, give +5 defense against any spontaneous splishes and splashes of any would-be lotions and potions. But if you've ever been chewed out by your chemistry professor, you know that's often the least of your worries. Now, getting a drop of salty water in your eye at school may seem trivial, but if that harmless sodium chloride enriched dihydrogen monoxide were instead something more spicy like, say, boiling hot mercury, and then things get a little bit more life-threatening-y. Alchemists didn't really use face or eye protection outside of just squinting a little bit and hoping for the best. But when that plugged beaker of boiling broth decides it wants to overcome a pressure differential, you're gonna wish that something was there between you and it. Now, if you were careful enough to uncork your cooking concoctions, you still had to deal with its byproducts. One of the most mysterious and thus often studied materials was liquid mercury. Since it looked like a metal yet flowed like a liquid, the element was often mistaken for the highly sought-after elixir of life itself, bringing many to an untimely end. But that didn't stop alchemists from trying to unlock its potential secrets. In any case, the last place that you would want to be burning toxic metals is somewhere cramped and poorly ventilated. Well, it's a good thing that many of the alchemical labs in medieval times were cramped and poorly ventilated, filled with lots of flammable books and papers to boot. So when putting toxic elements to the flame, like mercury or arsenic, you're gonna form some nasty fumes. Historical texts allude to these dangers, stating that the vapors, quote, injured the spirit and body. Trying to unlock the phenomenal cosmic powers in your itty-bitty living space is going to mean trading breathable air for some that is deadly. The high concentration will almost certainly make your temporary life even more temporary. Your last feelings as you migrate to regions beyond will be that of you coughing up your burning lungs while your pounding brain feels like it's going to burst out of your skull. Fun stuff. But even if you managed to dodge death in the short term, he was going to win the long game. Memory loss, hallucinations, or even paralysis are all possible side effects from long-term mercury and arsenic exposure. Sometimes, though, the most dangerous beast is ourselves. Unless directly employed by a higher power, alchemists often practice their craft in secret, not only to protect any possible discoveries, but to avoid accusations. Many of the more feeble-minded people at the time mistook the scientific aspects of alchemy for witchcraft and sorcery with all that conjuring of flames and whatnot. So if the explosions, fires, or fumes didn't get you, Ned the nosy neighbor might. You can already see how this one's gonna go. Listen, royalty has always been a world of extravagance and bragging rights. Get conquered, and you can bet that all of your treats and treasures were on full display to boast to other royals.
Look how big my shiny rod is.
Aye, take a gander at me family jewels.
Very nice.
But not all wealth was silver and gold, as King Henry III of England would soon come to realize in 1235. Arriving on the front doorstep one morning was a gift. 3 gifts, actually. As a present in good faith to maintain political relationships, Emperor Frederick II of the Holy Roman Empire dumped 3 adult lions on Henry's doorstep. King Henry absolutely adored the giant cats and set them up in a less than suitable habitat within the Tower of London, opening up the royal menagerie to royal guests as a royal flex. The menagerie eventually expanded with elephants, a polar bear, non-polar bears, and several monkeys all taking residence within the walls. Now, each and every one of these exotic animals required special care, so in order to provide said care, specially trained animal experts were hired to do the job, right? No. It was, of course, cheap, uneducated, and expendable laborers that were the prime candidates. Poor, unfortunate souls sent to clean, feed, and care for the beasts. And it was all easier said than done. No matter how friend-shaped wild animals may seem, they're still wild animals, and they will murder you at a moment's notice. Once you stepped into the literal lion's den, you were at their mercy. Without extensive knowledge on how to meet their most basic needs, these animals were often feral and malnourished, and thus a very real threat, especially when you're looking like a tasty treat. Habitats at the time, if you could even really call them that, were often poorly constructed and weren't any more complex than a simple cage. Some historical records allude to incidents of collapsing cages or animals managing to break free from their chains and ripping apart caretakers limb from limb. It wasn't uncommon to catch a claw from time to time or witness your buddy get converted into a PNG under an elephant's tree trunk of a foot. If you did manage to survive the animals unscathed, you might not survive your employer. Like I said before, the animals were royal property, so failing to keep them healthy may as well be a slap in the face of the king himself. Any keepers responsible for a premature death of an animal were in for severe punishment. The lucky ones were simply fired. The less than lucky ones were also fired. The profession of plague rat catcher is pretty self-explanatory. bunch of plague-infested rats carrying plague-infested fleas running amok needed to be dealt with. Humanely, of course. Although rat catching or vermin extermination itself has been a profession for as long as rats have been around, they were especially in high demand during the time of the Black Plague. European cities like Paris or London were chock full of the little beasts. The spreading of the disease wasn't exactly well understood at the time, and instead of placing the blame on microscopic corn dogs, the usual go-to scapegoats were the devil, poisonous air, or the classic Jews. But some pattern-recognizing fellows realized that filthy rats usually carry filthy diseases. And it was true. Black rats, as they're known, very much did carry debilitating diseases. You got your leptospirosis to ruin your day, muscles always aching, fever never breaking, your liver dies, stinging red eyes, and a rash that never goes away. You also had salmonella, which causes you to frequently force out fluids from front to back, but also makes you solid in your daily crosswords. When you don't want a mass infestation to evolve into a mass infection, rat catchers were hired to help minimize the spread as best they could. Rat catchers would hunt, trap, and kill the vermin, but in doing so, they put themselves at severe risk. The thing is, rats don't exactly like being caught, so they're gonna go into a full-fledged survival panic, gnashing and gnawing at anything nearby, which would most likely be fingers, hands, an arm, or a face. The obvious problem with that is the contraction of the aforementioned diseases as well as the Black Plague itself. Of course, there were many other hazards. Remember them fleas I mentioned? Well, they would do a little emigration to a new host. You. Once you were infected, all of your own personal fleas and lice, since you're a dirt poor medieval peasant, would then further spread diseases like wildfire. But bites and bugs weren't the only threats. Rat catchers often had to venture into enemy territory, squeezing through holes and swimming through cesspits to find rat nests to kill them at the source. Rummaging around in all of that danky and stanky meant a lot of environmental exposure. Sustaining a simple scrape against a stone slab that's subsequently slathered in shit leads to a nasty, potentially life-threatening infection. Similar to the gong farmers or night soilmen from my previous Worst Jobs video, these rat catchers could also succumb to suffocating in sewer slop. Not only that, but the frequent use of arsenic-based rat poison could do a number on the lungs. The good news, though, is that all of the success of the medieval rat catchers helped severely limit the spread of the Black Plague, bringing the total death count to only tens of millions of people. You did your best, rat catchers, and it makes for a nice tale. Now, if you think that grave robbing wasn't a job, think again. Although highly illegal, grave robbers still performed work with the goal of getting paid based on whatever they could yoink from defenseless corpses. Compensation for work sounds like a job to me. And it was way more common than you'd think. According to archaeological studies by the University of Cambridge, it's estimated that over 20% of graves in northern and western medieval Europe showed evidence of tampering between the 5th and 6th centuries. Graves were robbed for two main reasons. The first, and most obvious, was stealing valuables. This could be anything from grandma's bracelets, rings, or even her iconic red jewel. If you were brave, you could even rip out Gam Gam's golden teeth. The other reason was stealing the bodies themselves. Much more difficult, but potentially more lucrative. In the late medieval period, a medical revolution was underway, meaning that practicing physicians were in need of cadavers to poke and prod to figure out how humans worked. The fresh ones were preferred, but beggars couldn't be choosers. But they could be grave robbers. The dangers of the infamous side hustle were plentiful. For one, just digging 6 feet into the earth is not easy. If you've ever woken up to a few tons of gravel dumped into your driveway with your dad enthusiastically standing there with a shovel, you have an idea of how much it would suck. But besides the ergonomic injuries, digging that deep in fresh soil was very dangerous. By definition, loose soil isn't very stable, and there have been multiple reports throughout history of grave robbers being discovered buried in the very graves they attempted to rob. Robbers were also running the risk of digging up the diseased deceased. Victims of the plague, tuberculosis, leprosy, and smallpox can have their afflictions live on far after their own deaths. If life was like a box of chocolates, then death was simply a sack of farts. You knew exactly what you were getting, you just didn't know how bad. Cracking open a coffin could leave you coughing instead, but it was a known risk. If falling dirt and disease failed to cut your life short, then someone else would. Grave robbing was a crime, a very serious crime. Graveyards were holy property, and as such, any guards patrolling could act as your judge, jury, and executioner. Guards were granted special permission to deal with any disturbances any way they saw fit, like fitting a spear through your skull. Luckily, you've already done all the heavy lifting of digging a grave, The guards just had to tidy up. If the guards were more merciful, you would simply be arrested and your fate left to the courts. But you would most likely end up 6 feet over the ground before you ended up 6 feet under it. Bell ringers actually had a pretty important job for the everyday person. They were the timekeepers. Yeah, sure, there was that big glowing ball in the sky to tell you dawn and dusk, but all the other hours were approximations. It was up to bell ringers to mark the important times of the day, call people to service, or chime special occasions. But doing so was extremely physically taxing. A standard tower bell could weigh anywhere between a few hundred pounds all the way up to several tons. Granted, the big-ass bells required multiple people, but each man pulled his own weight, and then some. Having a tug-of-war match with a several-ton hunk of metal isn't the best wager to make. The sheer momentum of these bells as they swung back and forth was something to be reckoned with, and it demanded respect. Or else. A survey conducted in 1990 asked several thousand London bell ringers about any injuries sustained during their ringing duties, and the answers didn't leave much to the imagination. Ripped fingernails, crushed limbs, falls from the tower, and even accidental hangings had occurred. Ringing ropes became a death trap if the ringers became too complacent. Now keep in mind, this was in the 1990s, well into the modern age with considerations for safety. So imagine how much more frequent these types of injuries must have occurred back in medieval times. If you weren't snagged by the rope, you certainly had your bones rattled by the deafening sound of the bells themselves. Many of the large city towers were equipped with multiple bells, each one producing different pitches or rung under different circumstances. Being right in the middle of all that crippling cacophony meant the risk of blowing out your eardrums. Each separate ring could emit a head-splitting 120 decibels, well into the deafening range of sound, even if only momentarily. For comparison, 120 decibels is like being right next to T-Swift's private jet as it takes off to cross the street. Each of those bursts of sounds were enough to cause permanent damage to hearing unless protection was used. And you know damn well medieval bell ringers didn't use no protection. They simply took the method of, you'll get used to it. The biggest threat to a ringer's life, however, wasn't the bells or the ropes, but something a bit more flashy. Lightning. You see, back in the God-fearing, superstitious times of old, thunderstorms were believed to be moments of divine rage. But don't worry, when God's mad, you can just soothe them with the sweet clang of tuned metal. Or, at least, that was the belief. Many medieval fellas instructed the poor ring-a-dingers to bang their bells in an attempt to chase away thunderstorms. And wouldn't you know it, didn't work. Some reports from the 1700s claim that over 100 bell ringers gained first-hand experience of the human body's ability to conduct electricity. Lightning could either strike the tower or the bell directly, delivering a death jolt down the rain-soaked line and through the poor soul attempting to single-handedly banish an entire fucking thunderstorm with a series of Taco Bell bongs. The number of deaths got so bad that some countries, like France, surrendered to the heavens and banned thunderstorm bell ringing until the invention of the lightning rod in the mid-1700s. Although it seemed like a relatively safe and simple job, working high in the tower had plenty of ways to get dinged in your dong. Alright, hear me out. The medieval scribe was by no means an adrenaline-charged, fast-paced profession, but that's kind of the point. The life of a medieval scribe was the most bland, boring, and mind-numbing jobs in all of human history. Before Papa Gutenberg invented his famous printing press, entire books were written by hand. This process was physically exhausting, mentally taxing, and extremely slow, resulting in books being expensive, which is why books were for rich people. But the requirement for a personal touch did allow for creative freedom, creating unique works of art with each copy. Sweet. But there's only so many times you can generate artistic flourishes around the word "the" before your creative juices start drying up. As a medieval scribe, your job was to write. All day, every day. Except Sundays. Those are for Jesus. But all of that writing, especially in the same position day in and day out, puts a very real toll on the human body. We simply weren't designed to sit for most hours of the day. So stop slouching. Scribes worked in specialized rooms called scriptoriums, which held all of the cutting-edge equipment needed for efficient scribbling. a writing desk, ink, paper, and feathers for quills. As for content, scribes copied a wide variety of topics: science, history, cultural literature, and of course, religious texts. This ensured that tradition and know-how could be passed down across the generations, binding knowledge in paper and leather. But them's a lot of words to read and write. Scanning hundreds of thousands of words with your eyeballs took a toll on them. The constant nearsighted strain often resulted in scribes fucking up their vision and developing chronic migraines. Now, there's often a misconception that, hell, even I had prior to researching this, that scribes were these frail old men writing by candlelight. That's not true. Instead, scriptoriums were specifically designed to take advantage of natural light, with windows facing the east to bathe in the morning sun. Writing desks were set up near these windows to maximize their illumination. The setting of the sun simply meant that your shift was over. Now, what people might not realize is that back in the day, candles were very expensive, and so was paper, so it would be stupid to literally burn through your money in a dimly lit room full of flammable paper. But yeah, like I said, all of that repetitive writing posed very real ergonomic hazards. The constant swishing of a quill across pages put a lot of wear and tear on joints and muscles, resulting in agonizing carpal tunnel syndrome and severe spinal deformations from all of the hunching over. But if osteoarthritis or chronic back pain weren't enough for you, other inherent dangers were waiting. Another health hazard for these scribbling scribes was the very medium used to immortalize history: the ink. Standard black ink was made from plant-based fluid and iron sulfate. Black was the most common color, thus it made up a vast majority of the writing, and luckily it wasn't too terribly toxic. But all of the fancier colors used to decorate or illuminate the pages certainly were. Vermilion red ink contained mercury, vibrant yellows and greens used arsenic, and bright white ink used lead. Exposure or absorption through the skin was known to have caused chronic physical or mental symptoms like rashes, headaches, and memory loss. Which brings up one of the more dangerous aspects of the job. It was actually very common for scribes to leave little notes in their copies alluding to them losing their friggin' minds. A note at the end of an 8th century book says,
He who does not know how to write does not think that it is a labor. 3 fingers write, the whole body labors. Whoever has read this book, pray for me.
Another scribe from the 11th century wrote a little note at the end of his writing endeavor. It says,
Thus let this composition be ended here. God help my hands.
And finally, we come to one of the most damning examples. It reads, "The shit sucks." This was a real problem. The constant mental anguish of doing nothing but writing for years caused some scribes to teeter on the edge of insanity, where a comfortable rope necklace could free them from their suffering. Metaphorically, of course. Scribes really were some of the most unsung heroes. Despite the mundane career path, they were a critical part of human history. They were the ones who preserved it, or at least their version of it. After all, writers had the right to write what they thought was right. Human sacrifice is a noble tradition that has been going on since the dawn of civilization. Whether it's to make your king happy, appease the gods, or just a creative way of getting rid of an annoying neighbor, you can bet that a classic heart-stealing, skull-splitting sacrifice will get the job done. So let's take a look at how different societies used to willingly depopulate themselves for the greater good. Imagine you spend most, if not all of your life serving one guy, the Pharaoh. Well, one day he just keels over from choking on a scarab and you say to yourself, oh thank God, your years of servitude are over. Only to find out that the Pharaoh handpicked you and your buddies to serve him in the afterlife. To make matters worse, you look around to see all of your bros celebrating like Ra himself just showed up to the party. Are you fucking kidding me? You say to yourself as a sword is rammed into your delicate tummy. Your body is then mummified and you're entombed with Pharaoh and the boys for all eternity. This is basically how retainer sacrifices went. Since pharaohs were seen as gods in human form, they were treated as such, requiring countless servants to tend to their every need. Like a lot of civilizations, ancient Egyptians believed in an afterlife where you could continue to do what you do without the fragility of mortality. Of course, pharaohs didn't want to spend eternity having to do things themselves. That's for poor people. So there were instances where pharaohs would arrange to have servants or even close family members sacrifice to accompany them into the next life. Evidence shows that those chosen for eternal untipped servitude willingly gave their lives as a sign of everlasting devotion to their pharaoh.
dumbasses.
Examination of the bodies showed no signs of struggle or trauma, suggesting that they most likely cast themselves into the shadow realm sipping on an arsenic brewski. Retainer sacrifices were rare, and some of the only evidence of its practice dates back to the First Dynasty of Egypt around 3000 BC, but it has also been seen in other ancient cultures like Sumerians and Chinese, though the practice seemed to have faded in popularity as time went on. My guess is the pool for volunteers dried up once they realized they could just be like, "Yeah, sure, Pharaoh, we'll be right behind you." Wink. Imagine you take the time to build a nice bridge to cross a pesky river. That's a nice bridge right there. But it suddenly gets washed away by a rush of water because rivers, am I right? Oh toots, you say, slapping your knee, but you don't let it get you down just yet. You can rebuild, and so you do, but damn it! Huh, looks like something really doesn't want you building a bridge there. The gods? A nature spirit? Poor structural integrity from a lack of engineering experience? Whatever the case, you're left with no choice. You have to reliably cross that river. Time to start sacrificing! Japan is no stranger to odd practices to appease spirits, and Hitobashira is one of them. Translating to human pillar, the practice was used to basically bless new construction projects with good fortune. Dang, this project is 3 weeks behind schedule. Well, in you go, Martha. Sir, the budgets have just been coincidentally increased. It's a miracle! It was a common belief that disturbing the earth for means of construction would piss off the local spirits around the land, cursing the structure to an untimely demise. Well, that's not so great for the portfolio's ROI, so builders needed some insurance that their castles and bridges were going to at least have a few centuries of durability against some spooky specters. Victims, or volunteers, would be handpicked to sacrifice themselves to serve this greater purpose. In their sacrifice, they would become a guardian spirit for the structure, protecting it from natural elements or enemy attacks. To be honest, I'd give up my life so a Denny's could serve for all eternity. Famous sites that use some human reinforcement are the Maruoka Castle in Sakai and the Matsuejo Castle in Matsue. Those being sacrificed would be provided a small, comfy hole in which to be buried alive, forever entombed under or near the new construction. The practice was common up until the 16th century when people started to realize, yeah, that makes no sense, and declared it inhumane. Although there is evidence that the practice continued up to the 20th century. I guess some traditions just don't die, but the people do. Ah, Mayans. Probably the first thing you think of when you hear human sacrifice in your everyday conversations. Decapitation, ripping out hearts, throwing people in pits, they had it all. Dating as far back as 250 AD, the Mayan people were big on human sacrifice as an ultimate offering to the gods if they really wanted something dire, be it fertility to save them from famine or rainfall to save them from drought. The unfortunate thing is that droughts and famine eventually subside naturally, so the Mayans never got a good feedback loop that their sacrifices were in vain. They really just kept doing it until their problems were solved. And to their credit, there was definitely no lack of imagination on how to lower their population density either. Those eligible for the privilege of getting slice and diced onto the village charcuterie board were typically high-value prisoners of war from rival societies, as they were seen as a better offering to the gods. These smelly, unpopular captives would typically be forced into labor, building all of the structures that their friends just died for. Oh yeah, ritualistic offerings were also performed for things like new construction or appointing a new ruler. Nothing like breaking ground by shoving the shovel into your buddy's skull. Thanks, gods. The main goal of sacrifice was to extract blood from their victims as tribute. Of course, getting your sacrifice to bleed was the easy part, but Mayans like to put on a good show. Lobbing heads off, ripping their still beating hearts from their chests, and chucking their bodies down a bunch of steps, slamming numerous arrows into their chests, simple cutting and draining, all very effective at getting that sweet red good out from their bodies. The blood was often smeared across images of the gods that they wished to appease, with the remaining blood and corpsey bits burned to complete the tribute. In case you were wondering, Aztecs performed very similar sacrifices, though a bit more grand. For example, during the reconsecration of the Great Pyramid of Tenochtitlan, it is estimated that more than 80,000 prisoners were sacrificed, reducing crime rate 143% overnight. Even though we are grateful every day for the invention of olive oil, Greece has a pretty dark history. When times were looking grim thanks to the usual suspects of famine, war, or plague, it was deemed necessary to make a sacrifice to purify the community. Roughly translating to scapegoat, pharmakos was the ritualistic sacrifice or exile of a person or group of people. Those typically chosen for the task were slaves, cripples, or criminals. You could even be chosen if you were just plain ugly. Those people were seen as impure and a blight on their society, thus causing all of the misfortunes. Tomatoes not growing right? Just blame Nasty Nick down the road. Yeah, he's guilty. The ritual can go one of two ways. Either the victim is completely sacrificed or is just exiled. Typically, full-on sacrifice was reserved for the worst of criminals, where they could just be thrown off a cliff into the sea or burned on a pyre. Although it has to be said that many modern history dorks say this probably never happened, so who knows? There are stories from Athens that each year during a harvest festival called Thargelia, the ugliest man and woman would be well fed and paraded through the city. This is nice. But then they would just get absolutely demolished with sticks and branches and kicked out of the city. Well, that's what you get for ruining my tomatoes. Marriage can be one of the happiest moments in a person's life. You dedicate the rest of your life ensuring prosperity, safety, and care for your partner. But what happens once till death do you part becomes reality? Why, you sacrifice yourself, of course. Back around 320 AD, Hindu women would often opt into the practice of sati, in which they would sacrifice themselves to the funeral pyre of their recently deceased husbands. This was seen as an ultimate sacrifice and a sign of utmost devotion as they would follow their loved ones into the spirit world. The grieving widows would either softly lay next to their dearly departed or 720 laser flip their way onto the funeral pyre as it burned, which was pretty metal. As time went on, women became a little bit more reluctant to just throwing themselves willy-nilly into fire because, maybe they wanted to live instead? But thanks to good old societal pressures, these women were more or less forced to the flame. Widows who had no children were seen as nothing but a burden on society since they could not remarry and therefore had no further use. According to a website I found when researching this, the practice of sati was highest between the 15th and 18th centuries, with as many as 1,000 widows blazing it each year. I mean, I've heard of hot single women in my area, but this is ridiculous. Thankfully, the practice was officially banned in 1829. So there you have it. Societies have gone through a lot of sacrifices throughout history and still do even today. For example, I sacrifice my time making these videos trying to convince you that I'm funny, and you sacrifice your time confirming that I'm not. But hey, that's showbiz, baby. Something bad about every country, in no particular order. Sri Lanka's economy has been collapsing since 2019 thanks to a corrupt government and the evaporation of tourism because of the Big C. They owe about $51 billion to the world and only have about $25 million in the bank. Uganda has a terrible water supply thanks to being landlocked and a weirdly booming population. I bet the government will probably help out, but they're probably just waiting for the next Mr. Beast video to drop. Besides being an F-tier apex gun, Mozambique has one of the highest birth rates, but also one of the lowest life expectancies at birth. Good luck, son. If you have such bad judgment that you find yourself in Honduras, try not to get sick as they only have one doctor per 3,000 people. Take the economic approach and just be mugged and left for dead. Freedom of speech and freedom of the press are still restricted in the UAE. Hold anti-government protests like we do in the US and you'll get stoned, not the good kind. Iceland has committed some of the worst political atrocities in history, from purchasing green beans to shooting protected ducks and even making rude comments. Over 90% of Gabon is covered in rainforest. The other 10% is covered in AIDS and malaria. When 18th century Serbian villagers experienced anything inexplicably spooky, they blamed the recently deceased, dug them up, and killed them all over again. They would call these bodies vampires. The entire country of Lesotho is more than 3,200 feet above sea level, which is pretty high, but not as high as having the world's highest self-deathing rate. Paraguay once lost a war against Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay in the late 1800s. They then doubled down and kept fighting, only to lose over 2/3 of its population in the end. For over 500 years, the tiny island nation of Mauritius traded hands between the Dutch, French, and British, and they all dealt in heavy slave trade. Eswatini is the last absolute monarchy in Africa. Too bad it's still a dirt poor third world country. For over a decade, Haiti accounted for over 30% of the Atlantic slave trade, importing 40,000 slaves a year at its height, but then they revolted and won independence. Israel is a huge fan of huge walls. Seychelles, and not a huge fan of neighbors, but not calling out any in particular. Djibouti is one of the funniest named countries in the world. It's also one of the largest destinations for human trafficking. A little less funny now, isn't it? You think the Netherlands looks like this, but it actually looks more like this. Montenegro translates to Black Mountain, and is in fact not a reference to your friend Monte. Translating to the savior, it's exactly what El Salvador needs since it has been ranked as having the highest murder rate in the world. 68% of Tanzania's population lived below the poverty line of $1.25 a day. Minimalist YouTubers should take notes. Liechtenstein was the last European country to allow women to vote, in 1984. Nicaragua has no formal address system, so if you're trying to go anywhere, an address will probably look like third house down from the second left turn after the Taco Bell. Good luck, Amazon drivers. Sweden was a mighty empire in the late 1500s, but then they tried invading Poland. But no one has ever successfully invaded Poland. Sweden was no longer a mighty empire after that little stunt. Belize has a Bigfoot equivalent called El Sisamito, which runs around killing hunters and ripping off their thumbs. The country of Chad has a mad sharp jawline. It also has one of the highest mother mortality rates in the world. Malawi's president once sold off a private jet and 35 Mercedes-Benz to raise money for the country's economy. Too bad it has the third poorest economy in the world. Burkina Faso is an African country with the capital of Ouagadougou, which just sounds like it was founded by Adam Sandler. In ancient Italy, the Roman Empire was at its peak in the year 117 AD, or CE. Or whatever. It then did a 360 and fell over in the year 476. The last traces of the Roman Empire can be found across many middle-income shopping areas in the US. Seychelles by the seashore. Even though it's regarded as the Garden of Eden, it's plagued with terrible plastics pollution. Their saving grace is that their iconic sea coconuts are making me act up something awful. In 2011, Malta held a record for most people gathered dressed as storybook characters at 453, but then was obliterated by Singapore with 1,560 in 2014. Clearly, neither country has ever heard of or smelled a Comic-Con. Mali was home to the world's richest king, Mansa Musa. Now, it's home to the world's largest mud building. Colombia boasts a thriving coffee export, but they also dunk cheese in said coffee and sell you donkey porn on the side of the road. Take your pick. It already sucks enough being a journalist in general, but especially in Eritrea, where it is ranked last in press freedom in the entire world. Tuvalu is a tiny group of islands northeast of Australia with an area of just 10 square miles. Almost no one goes there, so who cares? Give it up for Tuvalu, everybody. Liberia had a crazy civil war from 1989 to 2003. Over 250,000 lives were lost, with most of the killing performed by child soldiers. Imagine getting 360 no-scoped by a 4-year-old, but IRL. Funerals in the Dominican Republic last a total of 9 days. 3 days of grief, 3 days of silence and reflection, and 3 days of acceptance. Just huck 'em in the ground and move on already. It is considered very rude to refuse food or drink in Ukraine. Be sure to take seconds or thirds of all the food that the US is paying for. In 1847, a quarter of Ireland's population kicked the Guinness-soaked bucket due to the infamous Irish potato famine. Potatoes rotted and the British government was neglectful as usual. 1 million people died. You know how it is. Denmark is home to some great social welfare programs and a strong education system. Too bad you gotta pay over 50% in taxes for it. The early 1600s was the darkest time in Russia's history, where a famine killed off a third of its population and then a war killed off another half of that. Good thing Russia's peaceful nowadays, at least. Bhutan used to be in complete isolation until the 1970s, banning any foreigners from entering it. Not that you could really get in anyway, considering it's just friggin' steep-ass mountains everywhere. I won't go into detail about Greece. Pause the video here and look this up. Just don't use a work computer. Bangladesh's capital city of Dhaka is ranked one of the worst cities to live in because of insufferable traffic, pollution, and density. Just like any other city, I guess. Guatemala was home to the longest Latin American civil war in history, lasting 36 years and resulting in 200,000 people getting Guatemala to death. Tragically, there are no guinea pigs in Guinea. It actually really pisses me off. North Macedonia used to just be Macedonia, but Greece bullied them into changing the name because a part of Greece is also called Macedonia. I don't know, man. Tunisia has some of the world's most beautiful golden beaches. It also has some of the highest domestic abuse rates. When Fidel Castro took control of Cuba, he destroyed and banned all games of Monopoly. Reports of family arguments plummeted overnight. Zimbabwe's economy went through the ringer beginning in 2005. The government printed a $100 trillion bill. In reality, it was only worth about 40 cents. Give it up for inflation. Austria's main exports are automobiles, paper products, and genocidal dictators. So when Christopher Columbus discovered America in in 1492, he really landed in the Bahamas. He also enslaved almost all of the locals over the next 30 years. Costa Rica is home to a mythical demon monkey called La Mona, which screams at you from the treetops. Before he was president, JFK was marooned on one of the 992 Solomon Islands. He was later rescued by locals only to be murdered by his own government. The island was later named Kennedy Island. China is...
Prepare to die, you moron!
But I gotta say, he does look like him. St. Vincent and the Grenadines sounds like the name of a shitty band. In reality, it's just a group of shitty Caribbean islands. I guarantee no one from Burundi will see this video because only 3% of its population has internet access. It's ranked as the poorest country in the world. Comment below if you're from Burundi. Turkmenistan is home to the Gates of Hell, a natural gas crater that has been burning since the 1980s. Probably why it's one of the least visited countries in the world. Cameroon is home to over 2,000 different ethnic groups and almost zero rights for women. The buttholes in Nepal decided to be the only country in the world to not have a rectangular flag, but I guess that makes sense for a country that still uses the caste system. The country of Panama prioritizes use of freshwater reserves for the needs of the Panama Canal rather than the needs of farmers. You can't eat boats, fellas. Or can you? In 1800 Portugal, Diogo Alves killed a total of 76 people by pushing them off of a 200-foot ledge over the Aguas Libres aqueduct. He was caught and sentenced to death by hanging in 1840. Côte d'Ivoire, also called the Ivory Coast, is the world's largest producer of cocoa beans through child slave labor. You can taste the sweat and tears in every bite. Yeah, Borat's homeland of Kazakhstan is a real country. Here, you can play the ancient game of Kokpar, where two men fight over a headless goat corpse on horseback. Real fun stuff. Being a nation of islands, the Maldives will be one of the first to get wiped out when sea levels eventually rise. But look at the turtles! Dominica's economy heavily relies on agriculture. This wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for all the hurricanes that just outright obliterate crops annually. One of the most popular and rapidly growing internet communication platforms was founded in Estonia. That's right, Skype. Everyone uses Skype. In 1991, Mount Pinatubo erupted in the Philippines, sending 10 billion metric tons of magma into the air and shifting global temperatures by 1 degree. But I have to use a paper straw, right? St. Kitts and Nevis was almost always home to tobacco and sugar plantation slaves until it was abolished in 1834. Oh yeah, and Alexander Hamilton was born here. In Oman, you're not allowed to spend more than 10% of your monthly earnings on alcohol, so when you try and fail, you'll be standing there like, oh man. Some Malayan citizens visit graveyards at night, providing offerings to the dead in hopes of receiving winning lottery numbers. Syria is home to some of humanity's oldest structures in the world. Some of these remains and ruins have survived over 7,000 years, only to get blown up by extremist groups. World-famous Grammy Award-winning singer Angelique Kidjo was born in Benin. Oh, you never heard of her? Yeah, me neither. St. Lucia apparently has a pretty bad police brutality problem, so best avoid going there if you want to commit crimes. You probably just get what you deserve. Nauru is another one of them tiny island nations like Tuvalu. Although it's so tiny, it is the fattest nation in the world with 88.5% of its adult population classified as obese. They've also never won an Olympic gold medal. I wonder why. Turkey has some strange customs with babies, from covering newborns in salt in order to give them resistance bonuses to placing a turtle under their pillows at night for protection. Muslims in Brunei are forbidden from marrying outside of their own religion. It's a crime punishable by death. I do, more like I die. Anyway, it's a holiday in Cambodia. It's tough, kid, but it's life. It's a holiday in Cambodia. Don't forget to pack a wife. Madagascar supplies 80% of the world's vanilla. Unfortunately, there are no talking animals like certain movies would have you believe. If you're a bad boy or girl, you can still be legally executed by firing squad in Indonesia. So think twice before you commit murder or decide to go into drug trafficking while touring the country. Palestine is the main reason why Israel is such a huge fan of walls. Also, people have been telling me about a free Palestine, but for the life of me, I can't find where to claim it. Micronesia is a slightly smaller Nesia than Indonesia. It's not uncommon for school children to be kidnapped in Nigeria. Since 2020, over 1,000 students have been abducted and held for ransom. At least it's a good excuse for not doing your homework. Yemen is home to the Well of Hell, a sinkhole that local legends claim is home to a head-stealing jinn. Turns out it's just home to snakes, crocodiles, but no Robin Williams genie. On average, each Luxembourg citizen over 15 years old smokes over 6,300 cigarettes a year. And they're only the world's second heaviest smokers, right behind Andorra. North Korea is best Korea. South Africa is home to a bunch of bums because it currently has the highest unemployment rate in the world at 29.8%. For comparison, the US rate is 3.7% as of this video. Mexico. America's pants. Stay in the tourist areas or the next time your family sees you will be in a live leak video. In 2018, Venezuela experienced a 65,000% inflation rate. $1 US is about 3.6 million Venezuelan bolivares. Bahrain is home to the world's largest underwater theme park. The downside? Not a single water slide. Just a big dumb plane to explore. You can't fly that thing down there. Senegal was once the largest slave trading center on the African coast from the 15th to 19th centuries, and as such is one of the biggest cases of friendly fire in history. Jamaica is a very superstitious country. There's all kinds of local legends ranging from ghosts that steal your voice to an enraged flaming bull that chases you for being out late at night. Germany. Uruguay has been consistently rated as the safest country in South America in terms of violent crimes, but that also means that it's the most expensive to live in. Safety comes with a price. Bolivia was home to the greatest lake in the world, Lake Pupo. Tragically, it has fallen victim to climate change and completely dried up. Is driving your gas-guzzling car worth the loss of Lake Pupo? I think not. Moldova is Europe's poorest country. With an average GDP per capita of only $4,551, it's no wonder why all of their smart, hard-working youngings are fleeing the country for better opportunities.
If you plan on proposing to a loved one, try not to purchase a blood diamond from Sierra Leone. It could end up costing someone an arm and a leg.
The previous leader of Suriname, Desi Bouterse, was the military commander during a coup in the 1980s. He was arrested for drug trafficking, served 11 years, and was then elected president for 10 years before being subsequently arrested again for murdering 15 political opponents. He's a real one. Alright guys, we're about halfway through. I hope you're remembering to stay hydrated. If not, here's your water break. Alright, that's enough. Lebanon has a crazy garbage crisis that makes even Los Angeles look sterile by comparison. Environmentalists have tried different cleanups, but the crisis remains, well, a crisis. For example, in this image alone, you can see all of my online gaming teammates.
Despite being a group of islands, Cape Verde is one of the driest countries in Africa. In the 20th century, severe droughts and famine caused the death of 200,000 people.
Rwanda. If you're in your 20s, you probably remember learning about the Rwandan genocide at school. In 1994, nearly 1 million people were slaughtered during the Rwandan Civil War. The only reason you know the capital of Thailand is because your friend punched you in the balls shortly after telling you. Somalians are huge fans of pasta, thanks to years of colonization by Italy. Australia is home to over 2,400 species of spider. Arachnophobes? Stay away. In 1997, Ecuador had their first female president, Rosalia Arteaga. Before being forced to resign, she served her country for 2 whole days.
Singapore has some crazy laws. Here's a few of them.
Walk around your house naked, chew gum, smoke, steal Wi-Fi, sing in public, feed pigeons, not flush a toilet, urinate in public, drink alcohol after 10 p.m., or be gay. It's also illegal to unalive yourself, though I'm not sure how they'd arrest you for that. If you want to name your child in Hungary, you're restricted to a list of approved names. Instead of torturing your child with a dumb name, you can instead grant your child a meaningful name such as Zev or Nolifer or Nurbanu or even Tablachka. Over the past 20 years, Trinidad and Tobago have seen an exponential rise in violent crimes, mostly against women. Come on guys, beat your meat, not a woman. In 1983, Sudan enforced Sharia law, subsequently banning all alcohol. The entire country's alcohol stock was dumped into the Nile River, so at least the crocodiles got lit. The national dish of Peru is called koi. It's just a whole roasted guinea pig. Saudi Arabia is one of the world's top executioners, performing 196 public executions in 2022, right behind Iran's 576 and China's unknown thousands. Azerbaijan is known as the land of fire because of frequent spontaneously combusting mountainside natural gas leaks. The Marshall Islands got completely dunked on when serving as a nuclear bomb test site in the 40s and 50s. The islands are riddled with bomb blast buttholes. The Central African Republic has been a complete shit show ever since gaining independence in 1960. Constant coups, internal conflict, and the like make this country a no-go. Antigua and Barbuda are 2 more dumbass islands among other dumbass islands in the dumb shit Caribbean, meaning it probably had slaves and was visited by pirates at some point. The Democratic Republic of the Congo, like most African countries, doesn't have a pretty past. The entire population was violently enslaved under the Belgian crown to farm and harvest rubber from trees. Africa really got the short end of the stick in history. There's a lot of things
things you're not allowed to bring into Uzbekistan. This includes, but is definitely not limited to, Monaco is the wealthiest country in the world, with over 30% of its population being millionaires. Sounds impressive until you realize that the entire country can fit in Central Park in New York with a population of 38,000 people. There are at least 1.5 million cats that live in Cyprus, which means they way outnumber the amount of people. This is actually not a negative fact, unless you're allergic to cats. You're completely SOL if you have a toothache in Morocco. There's only one dentist for every 800,000 residents. Sounds like it's time to break out the pliers and do it yourself. Besides being the best country in the world, the United States is also the greatest country in the world. Togo is an African country. I'll give you a wild guess what thing might have happened there. If you're a masochist, you can voluntarily spend the night in the Karasta prison hotel in Latvia, where you can be interrogated, punished, and harassed as you sleep in a cold cell. Niger was the country you were terrified to pronounce at school, while some other kids were oddly excited to. Angola, African country. Slaves. Guyana was home to Jonestown, a lovely little town which had a sudden population decrease from 918 to 0 in a matter of a few hours. They drank the Flavor Aid and committed self-die in the name of Christian socialism. Vanuatu is a group of South Pacific islands, huge fans of cannibalism, with the last known case occurring in 1969. According to Vanuatu cooking practices, humans take 3 to 5 hours to cook. Still no guinea pigs in Guinea-Bissau, just citizens living off of less than $2 a day. Slovakia is home to the world's tallest cave column, which spans 112 feet high. How boring of a country do you have to be where this is a notable fact? If you want to learn about Samoa, you first have to consider the coconut and consider its tree. Also take into consideration Samoa's high obesity and heart disease rate. In New Zealand, sheep outnumber people 7 to 1. Be cautious. You never know when you're being watched by a sheep. Bosnia and Herzegovina is a single country but sucks as much as two. It's got some of the worst air pollution in Europe, high unemployment, and over 200,000 active landmines in walkable areas. The only thing booming here are your legs. We all know South Korea is the better Korea. I could watch those Korean street food videos all the time. Oh wait, something bad. In general, they're pretty racist towards outsiders. Because of this, South Korea is one of the least diverse countries in the world. There's a town in Mongolia named after you. Sadly, it's pronounced maroon, but that ruins the joke. Libya used to have the world's most boring flag. Then after overthrowing its dictator, they added some pizzazz with the symbol from Link's mirror shield for some reason. Must be huge Ocarina of Time fans. Barbados. Caribbean island, let's see. Pirates and slaves. Ah yes, but white slaves too. Enemies of the British Crown were sometimes sent to Barbados to live as indentured servants. The Czech Republic and Slovakia used to be Czechoslovakia but got divorced in 1993 to find new identities for themselves, leaving behind 15 million disgruntled children. If you ever visit the tiny island nation of Palau, you are required to sign an eco-pledge promising to be a good little boy or girl and not to cram straws directly down a leatherback sea turtle's gullet. Qatar hosted the 2022 World Cup. It cost the country $220 billion and 6,500 migrant workers' lives. All that to host one of the most boring sports in the world. East Timor, or Timor-Leste, declared independence from Portugal in 1975. It was then invaded by Indonesia 9 days later and sustained a 24-year period of violence and resistance, resulting in the death of over 250,000 people, or a third of the country's population. The Caribbean island nation of Grenada was invaded by the US in 1983 to stop Cuban influence and rescue US students who were studying on the island. The Comoros Islands off the coast of Africa have experienced over 20 coups since its independence from France in 1975. Speaking of France, you can get legally married to a dead person there. The practice of necrogamy was started back in 1803 as a way for women to marry their fallen soldier boyfriends. This allowed the weeping widows to become a beneficiary of their dearly departed's military pension. This way, both husband and wife end up getting the bag. In 2004, the monarchy of Tonga sued their court jester, Jesse Bogdanoff, a Bank of America financial advisor, for mismanaging over $14 million of the king's money on bad investments. Something Wall Street Bets joke. Brazil had a record-breaking 59,000 murders in 2017, with only 8% of them resulting in any legal consequence. Ethiopia is home to the cruelest place on earth, the Danakil Depression, which is the country's lowest and hottest region. But don't try to cool off in these pools. They are highly acidic water pools rich in salt, sulfur, and iron, so you'll just end up turning into soup. Although Croatia is stunningly gorgeous and has the worst waste management management system in Europe. Countries in the European Union recycle roughly 40% of their waste on average. Croatia is in the dumps at just 8%. Finland recently changed its Air Force insignia. Now it looks like this, but back when it was founded in 1918, it looked like this. Keep in mind that the swastika is an ancient symbol of good luck used across many different cultures, until some German buttholes tarnished the image. In Arabic, Iraq means fertile. Yeah. In India, more people have mobile phones than access to a toilet, so be sure to watch where you step. Since 1389, Armenians have experienced 17 different massacres, with the Armenian Genocide of 1915 being the worst, resulting in around 1.2 million Armenian deaths. Tour guides in Tajikistan used to scam tourists by charging them for Yeti sighting tours in remote valleys, though no Yetis were ever found. Papua New Guinea? No, son. No Guinea here. Just people practicing black magic. 50 to 150 witches are executed each year. Spooky. Ladies, do your best to avoid Afghanistan as it's ranked worst in the world for gender equality. While there's no female heroes, 90% of the world's heroin is produced here. Although Zambia is home to some of Africa's most beautiful landscapes, the city of Kabwe is one of the world's most polluted cities, stemming from decades of lead mining and smelting. Over 100,000 people have reportedly suffered from lead poisoning around the town. Ghana, another African country, more slavery, but the first to gain independence from colonists. Slaves broke their backs for centuries in Egypt so that we could have the absolute banger that is the Prince of Egypt. In Kuwait, you can bet on camel racing. Oh, that isn't surprising? Well, how about camels controlled by robots? Yeah, much more interesting now, isn't it? Robots are really taking all of the jobs. Not just a state in the US, the country of Georgia slopped out the tyrannical maniac Joseph Stalin. Something that not many Georgians are proud of. Meet Chatletics, my Mauritania-locked ultimate Iron Man. Oh, wrong Mauritania. If you speak out against Gambia's corrupt government, you might find yourself kidnapped and thrown in a pit. Talk shit, get the pit. Kiribati is a group of Pacific islands. With a mean elevation of just 6 feet above sea level, it'll probably become one of the first victims of climate change. Spain is home to a plethora of nudist beaches, which sounds great in theory until you see the people that actually go to these nudist beaches. Greenland is the perfect place if you hate neighbors, since it's the least densely populated country in the world with only 5 people per 100 square miles. Kyrgyzstan is just mountains, so I hope you like mountains. Sadly, there's still no guinea pigs, even in Equatorial Guinea. It's for the best though, cause they would probably just have to submit to the brutal authoritarian government. The Vatican City is the smallest country in the world, even though it's just a city. The Pope lives there, and that's bad enough. Although, it's gotta be said, it would make a pretty sweet GTA map. Iran experienced an unprecedented socio-economic surge thanks to the White Revolution in the 1960s and 1970s. Free education, increased healthcare, extreme distribution of wealth to the working class, infrastructure reform, expansion of women's rights, and so much more. It just sucks that all of the religious nuts took over and turned it into the less than ideal place it is today. Iran absolutely fumbled the bag on this one. Canada is America's hat, and boy do they love clubbing seals to death. Chile was home to Augusto Pinochet, one of the world's bloodiest dictators. He took power in 1973 and kidnapped, tortured, and killed thousands. But since it was in the name of fighting communism, world leaders were just like, Slovenia. It's boring as shit. The Republic of the Congo is not the Democratic Republic of the Congo. In fact, it is 100% less democratic, but has the same amount of Ebola. If you didn't have malaria upon entering Kenya, you probably do now. Laos is considered the most bombed country in the world after the US dropped over 270 million cluster bombs during the secret war in the 60s and 70s. Over 80 million remain on the ground, still active. South Sudan. It's like Sudan, but with a cowboy hat. Lithuania was once a world superpower, until it got top rope elbow dropped by Russia in 1655 and finished off by plague and famine. Now Lithuania just chills. Norway is home to many beautiful animals, like whales. Oh yeah, Norway leads the world in whaling. San Marino is a tiny country state in Italy. However, there's not a single Olive Garden to be seen. And guess what? There's guinea pigs in Argentina. While in Pakistan, try not to express any non-Muslim religious beliefs, or else you might catch yourself in prison on blasphemy charges. Religious freedom ain't too good there. The people of Belarus are pretty superstitious. For example, don't whistle in someone's house or you'll blow all of their money away. To mark the end of winter, the people of Poland burn and drown a doll of Marsana, the Slavic goddess of winter and death. The African country of Botswana is 70% desert, 5% elephants, and 25% AIDS. The small African islands of Sao Tome and Principe are major transit points for heroin trafficking. Consisting of mostly desert, only 0.9% of Namibia's land is able to be used for farming, so they have to rely on imports to feed the population. Romania is home to some of Europe's last remaining virgin forests in the Carpathian Mountains. Virgin nerds! Besides exporting crisp, clean water, Fiji used to be known as the Cannibal Islands, with the Fijian chief Ratu Udre Udre holding the record for most humans ever eaten. He is known to have eaten almost 1,000 humans in his lifetime. Algeria is Africa's largest country, but only 12% of its landmass is populated because the rest is just stupid desert. Yeah, so a lot of those slavery-ridden African countries I mentioned, the UK might have had something to do with that. They also think this is food. Bulgaria is the most unhappy country in the European Union according to a 2019 survey, scoring just 4.8 out of 10 on the happiness scale. Portugal was second at 6.2. Although Germany is mostly blamed for the violence in World War II, don't forget that Japan invaded China and murdered over 20 million Chinese people using the 3 alls policy: kill all, burn all, and loot all. But anime is cool, I guess. Albania officially banned all religious practices in 1967 until the fall of communism in 1991. King Leopold II of Belgium absolutely devastated the Congo. He claimed the territory as his own property and worked it to the bone, collapsing its population by half due to starvation and exhaustion. Belgians are not too proud of their late monarch. In Switzerland in the 19th and 20th centuries, over 500,000 poor children were taken from their families and forced into farm labor. These children were called Waisenkinder, or contract children. The Swiss government officially said, "Oh, my bad," in 2013, so that's nice at least. Myanmar is currently undergoing a civil war since 2021 with over 44,000 casualties so far. But since TikTok hasn't told white women to start protesting it yet, you probably have never heard of it. Besides being the hardest song on Guitar Hero 2, Jordan is a Middle Eastern country currently experiencing one of the worst droughts in history. Everyone please send Jordan a soggy envelope of water to show support. So that's every country in the world. Please tell me in the comments how I'm wrong and how your country is great, and I'll go, well, see ya.
Deadliest chemical weapons. Humans have been wiping each other from existence since the beginning of time. Whether it's a simple squabble or an alls-out, balls-out war, nothing is ever really resolved until at least one side lies in ruin. Spartans? Destroyed. The Romans? Vandalized. The Korean War? Forget about it. While a classic sword to the chest or a freedom seat to the old gray matter is perfectly capable of getting your point across, sometimes nations invest in more creative solutions. And that's where full-on chemical warfare comes in. You see, a quick and easy demise is a courtesy. It's the slow and agonizing expirations that really send a message. So let's see just how far humanity is strayed from the light, shall we? As a warning, you'll be seeing some gruesome images of the effects of these very real and very deadly chemicals. So if you're one to be watching these videos with a big old plate of food, you're in for a bad time. Anyway, first up is mustard gas. A bit more tangy than your average condiment, mustard gas was a game changer in World War I, which was already a game changer itself in the world of warfare. First used by the Germans during the Third Battle of Ypres in Belgium in the summer of 1917, mustard gas is one of the most well-known chemical weapons used during the Great War. But here's a fact for you. Mustard gas isn't a gas. It's not even a mustard. It's actually a liquid at room temperature, which actually made it more effective in warfare. The thick and oily liquid would stick to most surfaces for days on end, and to take advantage of this, mustard gas was packed into artillery shells which bombarded the battlefield. The artillery explosions would turn the liquid into a fine mist, spraying all over the place. What's worse is that the lethal liquid would slowly vaporize in warmer temperatures, creating creeping death clouds which would engulf soldiers. This vicious vapor had a strong garlic or mustardy odor, which is how the chemical got its namesake. But no matter if it's a gas or a liquid, the horrible effects still remain the same. And I hope you're ready for some brief chemistry lessons here, because I'm going to be giving you a rundown of how these chemicals affect the human body. And since I'm a chemical engineer during my day job, you can you know, trust me, bro. All right, so mustard gas is what's called a blistering agent. This means that its main form of attack is damaging human tissue. And this is done through the chemical's ability to really fudge up the DNA and proteins in the nuclei of your cells, particularly in the moisture areas of your body like your eyes, your skin, and your respiratory tract. So rest easy knowing that nowhere's really safe, especially if you sweat a lot, like say a soldier in the heat of battle carrying a crap ton of equipment. Any skin exposed to mustard gas will develop severe chemical burns, and thanks to all that DNA and protein destruction, will form very juicy but agonizingly painful yellow blisters, or as I like to call them, the Forbidden Capri Suns. Now, with how bad this stuff is on your skin, it's even worse when it gets in your slippery wet eyeballs. If mustard gas gets in your eyes, you're going to be hit with severe and immediate irritation, burning, and in some cases, partial or complete blindness. But that's just the effects on the outside of the body. Breathing this stuff in results in immediate burning and pain in your throat and nasal passages.
Why is it spicy?
Over the course of a few days, this will evolve into inflammation of said airways, causing restricted breathing, congestion, and likely complete respiratory failure. Those who did survive mustard gas exposure often suffered long-term respiratory complications for years after the war. Despite causing these horrific side effects and being the most commonly used chemical in old WW1, the mortality rate of mustard gas is pretty low, only making up about 2 to 3% of all chemical warfare deaths during the Great War. There was a chemical that was much more deadly than mustard gas, and that chemical is way back in 1812, Cornish chemist and long neck haver John Davy decided to try to make some new chemical compounds, as chemists tend to do. Today's attempt was exposing a mixture of carbon monoxide and chlorine gas to sunlight. UV radiation from the sunlight actually kicked off a reaction, forming a new gaseous compound. Davy named this creation phosgene, which, when roughly translated from Greek, means born from light. This compound was pretty easy to produce and was deemed valuable in various chemical synthesis reactions. It's even still used today as an intermediate chemical by industries for making stuff like plastics, insulation, even pharmaceuticals. The problem though is that it's extremely deadly if misused. Easy to make and deadly when misused. Sounds like the perfect candidate for a chemical weapon, said the Germans in a silly and aggressive accent. And that's just what they did. In December of 1915, during the First Battle of Ypres, poor Belgium really can't catch a break, Germans set up about 3,000 cylinders of compressed phosgene gas on the front line. It was then released in a light breeze, causing a deadly white cloud which devoured the opposing forces. Now, phosgene is classified as a choking agent, which, although very kinky, is lethal. When exposed to phosgene gas, you immediately experience violent coughing, difficulty breathing because, yeah, you know, a choking agent, and nausea and vomiting. Not only will your skin develop painful chemical burns, but your respiratory tract as well. Just like with chlorine gas that I mentioned in a previous video, phosgene has a similar mechanism of action. It reacts with residual moisture inside and outside of your body through a process called hydrolysis, which forms hydrochloric acid and carbon dioxide. The newly formed acid eats away at any tissue it comes in contact with, which hurts, like a lot. The gas also directly damages your body's cells, causing your blood vessels to start leaking out fluids to neighboring organs, particularly your lungs, which is, as the French say, no bueno. The excess fluid in your lungs only makes your breathing worse and worse until eventually you're physically unable to breathe and you suffocate. Now, you might be familiar with the fact that a key tactic of World War I was trench warfare. Both sides of the war dug miles and miles of trenches as a way to protect themselves from machine gun fire. It's really hard to shoot at guys when they're in a little hidey hole. Well, this is where chemical weapons really shined. You see, chemicals like mustard gas and phosgene are much heavier than air, which means that the gases would creep over the land and pour into the trenches, flushing out any soldiers who happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Warfare involving chemical weapons was horrifying. British officer Martin Greener recounted witnessing a cloud of poison gas approaching his position.
Just at dawn, they opened a very heavy fire, especially machine gun fire. And that's the idea, was that apparently to make you get down. And then the next thing we heard this sizzling, I mean, you could hear this damn stuff coming out. And then saw this awful cloud coming over. Great yellow, greenish yellow cloud. Wasn't very high, about, I would say, it wasn't more than 20 feet up. Nobody knew what to think. But immediately it got there and knew what to think. I mean, you knew what it was. Well, and of course you immediately began to choke. Then the word came, whatever you do, don't go down. If you got to the bottom of the trench, you got the full blast of it, because it was heavy stuff. It went down.
Now, you have to remember that phosgene was first used in 1915. The first effective gas masks weren't developed or distributed for a few months, meaning that these first witnesses had little to no protection against this stuff. In the end, phosgene is estimated to be the cause of over 90,000, or about 85% of all known chemical weapon deaths during World War I. Although history likes to highlight the German Empire for their aggressive use of chemical weapons during the Great War, and rightfully so, it was actually France who first used tear gas in 1914. But compared to chemicals like phosgene, it's like hucking a paper ball at a cannon. Just prior to World War I's big spankin' sequel, Germany was experiencing a bit of a problem outside of planning world domination. Bugs. A bunch of weird little weevils were doing irreparable damage to German orchards, which were a key food source. You see, you have to be a little self-sustaining when you inevitably piss off the rest of the world. In response, German scientists were tasked with developing an effective insecticide to wither the weevils. In 1938, one Gerhard Schrader mixed phosphorus with cyanide, developing a toxic compound that was too deadly for agricultural use. If you can't kill bugs with it, maybe you can kill enemy troops with it. This compound was dubbed taboon, from the German word for taboo, because the compound was deemed too deadly for use. But that didn't dissuade Schrader, who rushed back to the lab to perform more experiments, and in doing so, he quickly developed a much more potent version of the already lethal compound. And this new poison was called sarin, a very volatile, odorless, colorless liquid. Why is it so deadly? Well, sarin is classified as a nerve agent, arguably the deadliest and most horrifying classification of any chemical weapon. It works like this. Now really turn your brains on for this explanation. In your body is your nervous system. This is basically the entire body's communication network, controlling your movements, your thoughts, your emotions, your memory, muscle function, and passive functions like your heartbeat and your breathing. Well, sarin comes in and fucks all that up by messing with these guys. These are neurotransmitters, chemical compounds that are passed between neurons in your nervous system. Some neurotransmitters you may be familiar with are adrenaline, which gives you that fight or flight feeling, serotonin, the happiness molecule, and dopamine, which hits really hard when you're up about 450% on your spy calls, but you're too stupid to sell them even though they expire in 2 hours. Well, I would like you to meet acetylcholine. This neurotransmitter is what controls your muscle movement, your thought process, and your learning ability. When passed from your nervous system to your muscles are stimulated and move the way your brain tells them to. After your muscles are done doing what they're doing, the acetylcholine is then broken down by acetylcholinesterase, allowing the muscles to relax. So sarin over here comes in and breaks that communication line. Your muscles are bombarded with signals to move, but no signals to stop. As a result, victims who are exposed to sarin gas are no longer in control of their own bodies. They can't think, they can't breathe. The body continues to seize and painfully convulse. This complete loss of bodily function means death is quick, in as little as a single minute with direct inhalation. Compared to phosgene, sarin is calculated to be about 43 times more lethal when comparing lethal dosages. The sheer potential destruction of the chemical was enough to prevent Germany from ever using the gas during World War II. Some sources claim that the main mustache in charge was too scared to unleash it after his own personal experiences with mustard gas in World War I. But the guy authorized using gas chambers on innocent civilians, so I'm calling bullshit on that one. Regardless of the reason, sarin was never authorized for use in World War II. However, sarin, along with a beefed up version called cyclosarin, are known to have been used by Iraq in 1983 during the Iran-Iraq War, resulting in tens of thousands of deaths. An even deadlier version of the nerve agent called Soman was also synthesized. Luckily, it's never been used. Together, taboon, sarin, Soman, and cyclosarin make up the G series of nerve agents. You can pause here to read up on them.
Alright, we need a mental health break here, so let's get some of that serotonin rebalanced. Oh, look at this little guy. He's living it up, he's doing his thing. He's got a piece of fluff, he's probably gonna nope, he ate it. Alright. Ugh, now look at this handsome little man. I think I know what he wants you to do. That's right. Don't disappoint him. Alright, back to the devastation and despair. Venomous Agent X, or VX for short, is a chemical compound discovered by the British in the 1950s, while, go figure, researching potential pesticides. Oh, how the turntables. Britain pulled the whole copy my homework but in your own words move by building off of the aforementioned Gerard Schrader's work. Once fully developed and refined, the compound was then produced for the sake of chemical warfare, should the world wars decide to become a trilogy. In its pure form, VX is a thick, oily, amber-colored liquid that is relatively non-volatile, meaning that it doesn't vaporize easily on its own at room temperature. These physical properties prevent the oil-like chemical from dissipating wherever it's released. It can remain on the ground and plants for days on end, creating poison pools across the landscape. The odorless and tasteless liquid is lethal in very small doses. Just a few milligrams on your skin will be enough to send you vertically packing. The mechanism of action is identical to sarin, causing a complete loss of bodily function and death by asphyxiation. However, VX is considered to be much more potent. In 1993, the United Nations banned, along with several other chemical weapons, the production and stockpiling of VX in any amount that exceeds 100 grams, or about a quarter pound minus the cheese. VX had also been used alongside sarin during the Iran-Iraq War in 1983. As well as a few assassinations, the most high profile of which being the brother of North Korea leader guy Kim Jong-un in 2017, where 2 women rubbed a cloth soaked with the nerve agent in the poor guy's face at an airport. He received his one-way boarding pass to the Northeast Korea in the sky in just 15 minutes. But that's not the end of nerve agents just yet. No, now it's the Soviet Union's turn to dabble in chemical weapons in the 1970s. Many sneaky Soviet scientists were tasked with developing new nerve agents to bypass the UN's banned chemical weapons list. After over 2 decades of research, the Novichok series of nerve agents were developed. These 8 compounds are believed to be the most toxic things ever developed by mankind, besides political subreddits. Now, the Novichok agents are functionally equivalent to other nerve agents, but again, are much more potent than the last. Although weapons were created to release these agents, they were never deployed on the battlefield. Instead, these compounds are mainly used in silencing enemies of the state, with one of the most recent cases being in 2018. If you've actually paid attention in any of your world history classes, then you know what this stuff is. Zyklon B. Derived from the German word for cyclone, this pesticide turned humanicide was developed by, you guessed it, those gosh dang Germans back in the 1920s. Originally for much more innocent uses like getting rid of lice on clothes, to fumigating warehouses, ships, and even trains used to transport cattle. Just cattle. Zyklon B's main ingredient is hydrogen cyanide, a toxic systemic poison. The compound takes the form of small pellets which, when exposed to air, evaporate into a gas. Now before some nerds out there correct me, the phase change from a solid directly to a vapor is actually called sublimation. This is me saying, I know. What matters is the impact of the gas once inhaled. The biology of it all is very complex, but basically when a victim inhales hydrogen cyanide, it's absorbed into the blood through the lungs, where it breaks down into regular cyanide. This then poisons the body's cells, particularly the mitochondria. You know, the powerhouse of the cell. Aren't you glad you learned that one? Well, inside the mitochondria, cyanide stops the cellular respiration process. This means that your body can no longer produce the energy required for your cells to do their jobs. And just like in this American economy, without jobs, the cells die very quickly. As a result, the entire body shuts down, with death occurring within minutes of exposure. Of course, you may know that Zyklon B was Adolf Hitler's poison of choice to systematically eliminate millions in a bout of weaponized ostracism. You know, during that big historical event in World War II that YouTube doesn't like people talking about. Isn't it great living in a time where we have to censor ourselves when discussing horrific historical events? Anyway, next chapter. During the Vietnam War from the mid-50s to the mid-70s, the US was kind of getting their asses handed to them. One of the main problems for US troops was North Vietnam's territorial advantage. Thick foliage and treacherous jungles provided the northern military with tactical cover and vantage points. So how do you fight back against a hidden opponent? You take away their hiding spots. And that's exactly what the US tried to do when they developed the Rainbow Agents, toxic herbicides developed specifically for converting a lush jungle biome into a complete wasteland. Luckily, a bunch of US chemical companies already produced herbicides for use in agriculture to kill off invasive plants that threaten crop yields. The most notable companies were the Dow Chemical Company and the Monsanto Company. These companies were then tasked with upping production for the war effort. In all, 6 herbicides were developed: Agents Green, Pink, Purple, Blue, White, and Orange, all named after the color-coded barrels that they were shipped in. Agent Orange was released into the environment by any means necessary. Helicopters, planes, boats, trucks, backpacks, whatever could be used to spray liquid everywhere. It's estimated that over 11 million gallons of Agent Orange showered over South Vietnam, as well as the neutral countries of Laos and Cambodia. The US government actually sprayed about 20 times more than what the chemical manufacturers deemed necessary to get the job done.
You what?
Tens of thousands of square miles of rainforest and jungle were devastated in the 60s and 70s. Full ecosystems were flat out destroyed. Surviving wildlife were forced to relocate, and while not directly intended, hundreds of thousands of people were caught in the crossfire, soldiers and civilians alike. Immediate exposure symptoms included skin irritation and swelling, as well as difficulty breathing. Overall, the short-term effects were pretty mild and non-threatening. However, it was the long-term effects that packed the punch. In all, 14 diseases are linked with Agent Orange exposure, including various cancers, Parkinson's disease, and severe birth defects thanks to the chemical mixture's genetically damaging mechanism of action. Despite not being solely intended as a chemical weapon against humans, it is estimated that over 300,000 US troops and over 400,000 Vietnamese, Laotian, and Cambodian people have died as a result of Agent Orange's long-term side effects, making the compound one of the deadliest in history. Dumbest weapons in history. War between humans is bad enough, so it gets rather depressing when innocent animals are dragged into the mix. But honestly, animals have been used in warfare for ages. War elephants, attack dogs, carrier pigeons, bat bombs. Wait, bat bombs? Yep, bat bombs. Just one letter off from being a very nice relaxing evening, the bat bomb is anything but. Dubbed Project X-Ray, the bat bomb was an experimental weapon developed by the United States for use against the Japanese in World War II. Initially thought up by a friggin' dental surgeon, no less, the bomb would work like this. You stuff a bunch of angry bats into a little canister. Mexican free-tailed bats to be specific. Why? Well, cause they're small and cute, that's why. But they're also very fast, which is probably way more conducive to the task at hand. These flappy boys can soar through the air at around 100 miles per hour. Okay, fast bats. Cool, got it. But how are they bombs? Glad you asked. There were actually little bombs just straight up strapped to their chests, of course. Each bat was equipped with a tiny 1-ounce incendiary device, which was just a small pouch of napalm that would detonate after a timed delay. So now you have your explosives. Just cram them all into a small capsule and find a target. Easy enough, right? Once the bat bomb was dropped over an intended target, a parachute would deploy, opening the bombshell and releasing over 1,000 bats. In theory, the bats would scatter across the landscape and look for places to roost and go sleepy by. Anywhere that a bat could squeeze into and honk some me-me-me's was a suitable target. Since the bats would likely spread over a wide range to multiple targets in the area, they would prove to be very effective little terrorists, as small fires would spring up across the city and be difficult to contain. So how did it do? Well, during a test run in a US airfield, hundreds of armed bats were accidentally released and took refuge next to, for perfect comedic effect, a giant friggin' fuel tank. Don't move. Though effective, Project X-Ray was cancelled because World War II ended before testing was fully complete. Maybe next time, fellas. Nuclear bombs dropped from the sky are pretty cool, but how about a bomb that you could bury in the ground waiting for victims to roll over it? Like a landmine? Yes, like a landmine, but a bigger, better one. Enter the Blue Peacock nuclear mine. Developed by the British in the 1950s, the goal of this bomb was to stop potentially invading Soviet forces from taking over recently war-torn Germany. You know, if they decided to do that sort of thing.
What, bruv? You want Germany? Well, come on then.
Oh, hang on a tick. Oh, all right. Yeah, come on then. It was a great exit strategy to render the area completely useless, as everything was now reduced to atoms and irradiated. If I can't have it, no one can, said the British. So, to level a whole city, these things had to be massive, and they were. Each bomb weighed around 16,000 pounds. The bomb would lie in wait underground to be detonated remotely if any invasion took place. The problem with a bomb being underground and unattended is that a lot can go wrong. Detonation mechanisms could fail and refuse to detonate, or it could detonate prematurely like a bad date night. One particular concern was the preservation of the detonation mechanisms during the cold winter when the ground froze over. So what would be a suitable way to prevent a bomb from freezing? Well, you probably want some heat, but from what? Heated water? Not practical. Electric heat? Too dangerous. Wait, I've got it. Body heat. No, Ron, get off the bomb and put your clothes back on. Oh. I'm talking body heat from this. Yup, it was proposed that live chickens would be stuffed into the bombs to provide enough body heat to maintain operation during cold spells. They would be given a supply of food and water as they enjoyed their stay in the 5-star volatile vessel. In the end, only 2 of the 10 proposed bombs were ever built, but neither were ever detonated, and the project was scrapped after a few years of development. The Imperial Russian Navy was looking to revolutionize naval warfare in the 1870s. The basic premise is that the bigger the guns, the better the navy. Well, to have bigger guns, you need bigger ships, but when you build bigger ships, they could probably hold bigger guns. But then why not just build even bigger ships to hold even bigger guns? Well, it's not that simple. By design, ships are rather narrow, leaving weight distribution pretty limited in a geometric sense. So why not widen the ship to be more, I don't know, round? Surely that would solve the problem. No, that would just be a dumb design. But Imperial Russia didn't think so, and thus in 1874, many Russian rubles were put towards developing and building
the Novgorod.
This absolute unit of a warship measured 101 feet in diameter and was protected with 12 inches of plated armor. Equipped with 2 11-inch cannons, it was basically a fully strapped lily pad. Any good warship is fast with reliable steering. Was the Novgorod? Nope. By contrast, it was painfully slow and hard to steer. At top speed, the circular ship cut through the waves at a staggering 7.5 miles per hour. Slightly slower than the average male running speed, according to Google. And funny enough, with its circular design, recoil from cannon fire would often cause the ship to unintentionally rotate, slowing down any formidable suppressing fire in a warfare setting while the ship resets position. Not that it mattered too much because each cannon took 10 minutes to reload between shots. Despite her shortcomings, she participated in the Russo-Turkish War of 1877, but was ultimately used for shoreline defense instead of active naval warfare. Her career was surprisingly long, lasting 29 years before being decommissioned and eventually sold for scrap. Even today, the Novgorod is regarded as one of the worst naval ships ever designed. The ship had many flaws, sure, but experimentation is how we improve as people. Or at least that's what they tell us. Ever have an annoying bug buzz in and out in front of your face, so you try to get rid of it by blowing some air at it? Yeah, not very effective, is it? And neither was the wind cannon. This 90-degree ass silly cylinder was almost one of the Nazis' Wunderwaffen, or wonder weapons. Almost. It was a 3-foot diameter, 35-foot long cast iron cannon, and it worked like this. A bunch of hydrogen and oxygen would be compressed into the cylinder, and if you paid attention in any chemistry class, you'd know that hydrogen is very flammable, as the Hindenburg found out firsthand. Oxygen, while not flammable, typically makes fire bigger, so if you compress the two gases together and ignite them, you're gonna end up making a big kablooey. all that air pressure needs somewhere to go, so it all rushes to the path of least resistance, which happens to be the end of this cannon tip here. It's essentially a giant potato gun, but instead of a potato, it's a giant air bullet. But how much harm could that really do? Well, during tests, the cannon was impressively able to destroy a stationary 1-inch thick board over 650 feet, or 260 Alaskan king salmon, away. So it didn't really do much. It proved even more useless against moving aircraft which fly several thousand feet high. You'd honestly have better luck just hucking rocks at the dang things. The cannon was only ever used in warfare once when it was installed on a bridge, and it didn't yield any significant results, which is why it's in this video. Look at it. Look how dumb it is. Even the Soviets were in on the whole experimental weapons thing in World War II. Everyone was really out there trying new things and seeing what stuck. Take, for example, tanks. Tanks are good. They drive around on the ground and shoot shit, right? Well, what if they could also fly? No, not like an airplane. Well, actually, yes, like an airplane, but only to make it to the battlefield quickly to drive around on the ground and shoot shit. Previously, tanks were haphazardly airdropped with their crew dropped separately, and that's just too slow for warfare. Enter the Antonov A-40 flying tank. It's a tank strapped to a glider. The operating principle is that these bad boys would already have their crew aboard while a bigger plane does the heavy lifting. Once approaching the battlefield, the plane would just dump its load, releasing the glider to the ground below. Once landing safely, the wings could be dropped and the tank could ride right into the heat of battle. The tank used in the experiment was the Soviet T-60, a rather small light tank typically used for scouting. But despite being classified as a light tank, the thing still weighed almost 6 metric tons or just over 13,000 pounds, so it was far from light. But how is this thing gonna fly, you might ask? The answer is, not well. In order to lighten the load and reduce drag, the tank's secondary guns were removed. Headlights and peripherals were stripped, and ammo and fuel were kept to a minimum, rendering it almost useless. In the end, only one T-60 tank was ever equipped with the glider wings and dropped. When it was tested, the tank landed rather roughly and 180'd back to base almost immediately. Those overseeing the project were all, this tank cannot fly good. And the project was immediately abandoned. Alright, there you have it. A bunch of useless—
Don't forget the gun.
Wait, what?
Don't forget the gun.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've got one bonus for you. Roll it. As an honorable mention, we have the Krummlauf, which will certainly make you laugh your ass off. This is a German weapon attachment used to theoretically shoot around corners. But would you be surprised if I told you it was extremely ineffective? The barrels would only get through a few hundred rounds before just destroying itself. Not to mention that the bullets would be shattered into fragments upon exiting this curved monstrosity. Imagine the last thing you see being a weird curved pipe coming around a corner before your melon just gets converted into jelly jam by Hans's Looney Tune ass gun. I'd be pretty irate, not that my face could express it. Hey, had a long day? Well, time to take a breath and relax. Enjoy. The stupidest deaths in history. Whether you're a deli worker or a sexually deprived mortician, you gotta love getting your hands on some cold meat, and the prime gentleman that was Sir Francis Bacon was no exception to that questionable rule. Francis Bacon was a man of science. In fact, he's considered to be one of the founders of modern science. Born as a tiny little strip back in 1561 in London, Bacon was a sickly little sprite and was always easily susceptible to illness. Remember that for later. Although he was a frail fellow, he was born into a wealthy, noble family. His father was a powerful politician, and his mother was highly educated, which, during Tudor times in England, was weird for women. Nevertheless, his fortunate family situation afforded him an extensive education while he laid in bed, grossly coughing up gooey globs. Between the bouts of illness, however, Bacon had a profound proclivity for the sciences. At just 12 years old, he attended the prestigious Trinity College at the University of Cambridge to make himself smarter.
In doing so, though, he started to get pretty peeved with how things were being done within the scientific community. He noticed that all these smarty pants people at the time kind of just sat around philosophizing on rather abstract aspects of the world instead of gathering evidence through practical experimentation.
I say, have you ever wondered why we're here on this earth?
I don't know, have you ever wondered why your eyes are so far apart?
Okay, rude.
This sense of scientific stagnation, he thought, was just holding humanity back from figuring out what really matters and what would actually benefit society as a whole. Now keep in mind, these were the early years of the scientific revolution in Europe, so his ideas were on par with the flow of scientific thought at the time. But if you wanted to spend time experimenting with and revolutionizing a whole-ass branch of science, you're gonna need to spend money. Lots of money. Francis just needed to get his little English mitts on some moolah. Taking advantage of his lineage and prowess, he began rubbing elbows with some major political powers. He even befriended Queen Elizabeth I herself before she crusted away into dust. He quickly rose through the ranks and established himself as a prominent political figure, eventually reaching the title of Lord Chancellor of all England in 1618. In case you're unaware, that's like the highest position of power outside of being the king or queen. Adapting his scientific method to politics, Bacon aimed to untangle legal knots and simplify laws, modernizing England's judicial system and sluggish legal processes.
He did it. Guilty!
Huh? Although his political career was flourishing, it ended rather abruptly. How? Well, you remember he needed a bunch of money, right? So ask yourself, how do politicians end up a whole lot richer than their salaries could ever possibly provide? Corruption. Yup, Bacon took a bunch of bribes, so he was ousted and quickly kicked from court in 1621 after a hefty fine and a brief stay in the Tower of London. While he had been dabbling with it on the side, Bacon was now free to pursue his passion for science full time. He always let his scientific mind wander and wonder, always thinking up practical solutions that affected real people. Well, as fate would have it, one of his potential solutions became a real problem. While traveling in a snowstorm in 1626, Francis stared out into the icy conditions over yonder, pondering the practicality of snow for natural refrigeration purposes. You know, normal thoughts. He was then hit with an idea. Snow is cold and foodstuffs like meat usually last longer when cold, so could snow make meat cold for longer food life? It was worth a try. Francis then leapt from his carriage into the blustery blizzard and moseyed on up to a wobbly, withering woman holding a chicken. Chicky picky, chicky picky, chicky picky, chicky picky. Hello. Francis promptly stripped the chicken and proceeded to cram and jam fistfuls of snow into the gaping poultry hole to test his theory. Over the next several days, he would have his answer, but unbeknownst to him, the next several days were all he had left. Remember how he was pretty susceptible to the icky sickies when he was a wee lad? Well, that persisted into adulthood. So, all frigid and fragile, the immunocompromised Francis had succumbed to a cold, which quickly escalated to full-blown pneumonia. Bacon went belly up just a few days later. In his last flickers of life, he confirmed his experiment to be a success. Snow do make chicken cold. You don't have to be an expert to be an expert, something that Mr. Alan Pinkerton quickly found out as he became a prominent figure during the most tumultuous times in American history. Now, despite being remembered for his American antics, Pinkerton was actually Scottish.
Aye.
He was born in Glasgow, Scotland in 1819, but fled to the States in his young adulthood. With only a few low-poly coins in his pocket, he purchased a low-poly horse and wagon to set out and seek his fortune. Nay. Desperate for work, he took up a job as a cooper for a brewery in Chicago. Oh, what's a cooper? Well, it's someone who makes wooden casks and containers. Not very exciting, but with bills needing to be paid, he was kind of bent over a barrel. After a few years of building wooden cylinders, Pinkerton left the city to begin a humble life in the countryside. He built himself a cabin and started his own barrel-making business since that was his only skill. But one day while he was out whacking his wood, he saw something he shouldn't have. A band of counterfeiters were counterfeiting some counterfeit money, which is illegal. But instead of immediately running to the authorities, Pinkerton instead studied their movements and patterns, mapping out their entire operation. After a few weeks, he handed in his very detailed report over to the local sheriff.
Son, I'm gonna level with you. There, this is beautiful. Golly, looks just like me.
With the intelligence in hand, the sheriff made the arrest. This single event gave Pinkerton a real chubster for criminal detective work, which in 1849 led to him becoming the first police detective in Chicago and the forming of his very own Pinkerton National Detective Agency, which still operates to this day. Under Pinkerton, the agency thwarted the evil deeds of many train robberies, vandals, swindlers, and thieves alike over the next several years, all while laying down the groundwork for modern investigative principles and gaining national fame. But then, in 1861, the American Civil War broke out because of states' rights. Just kidding. It was because of slavery. Slavery was, in an economic sense, pretty wonderful and critical for these southern states. From a humanitarian standpoint, it was a complete abomination. And Pinkerton shared that sentiment, having personally supported and funded abolitionist leaders. With his investigative background, Pinkerton served as the head of the Union's intelligence service. During his tenure, he uncovered various assassination plots to kill President Lincoln, apparently not all of them, provided estimates of Confederate troop numbers to Union generals, which were highly inaccurate and actually detrimental to the war effort, and even worked undercover as a Confederate soldier on multiple occasions. Howdy y'all, where can I find a tumbleweed? Who the fuck is this guy? He got found out real quick. Almost died actually, but not yet. So yeah, while he was very successful in his pre-war detective work, he wasn't exactly Sherlock Holmesing it on the war front. But anyway, after the South got their peanuts boiled, Pinkerton returned to his detective work, mainly attempting to catch train robbers. Keyword being attempting. By the 1870s, age was catching up to him, as you can see by his beard getting longer and presumably grayer. After failing to catch infamous outlaw Jesse James, financial support started slipping. Well, in 1884, ironically enough, it would be Allen himself who would be slipping as well. Although it's often debated, the most popular story surrounding Pinkerton's death was that he had slipped on the pavement while out on a stroll. He jammed his jaw onto the ground and he sunk his teeth into his tongue. Going untreated, the wound festered and turned gangrenous over the following days, sending Pinkerton to the private eye in the sky. So, fun fact, the same exact thing actually happened to my real-life sister. You know, minus the gangrene and death. Will you quit horsing around? She's just gonna have to learn. Any fella or fellette worth their salt knows who Harry Houdini is, or was. Six Flags Great Adventure, Houdini's Great Escape, 10 out of 10 ride. Even though you know he's one of history's greatest magicians, you probably don't know how he actually died. And because he's in this video, yeah. The real-life slippery little magician came from humble beginnings. Born Eric Weiss in Austria-Hungary, teeny-weeny pre-Houdini and his family fled Europe in 1878 when he was just 4 years old. His family struggled financially, hopping from place to place in the United States, before finally settling down in 1887. In East New York City, poorly raised, in a circus is where he spent most of his days, chilling out, zipping and flipping up high from the swinging trapeze above the gals and guys. He soared up through the air and his act was pretty good. Started making money in his neighborhood. He put on his little tights and the people just stared. They said, "There goes itty bitty Eric, he's the prince of the air." Thank you. Flip forward a few years to 1891 and Eric traded in the trapeze for the ease of traps. He also traded in his name. Eric Weiss became Harry Houdini, an amalgamated name created as a tribute to magicians Harry Keller and Jean-Eugène Robert Houdin. Houdini performed various acts with his younger brother Theodore, and initial audience reception was But after meeting a fellow performer of the female variety and wifing her up, and also replacing his brother in the process, the husband and wife duo performed as the Houdinis in the late 1890s. Right before the turn of the century in 1899, Harry would soon be unable to escape his astronomical rise to fame. After meeting several managers and impressing them with his acts, he began booking performances across the nation and soon across the Atlantic in Europe. In just a year, Harry and his wife went from starving artists to raking in a modern-day equivalent of tens of thousands of dollars a month. Houdini soon became a household name. Cuffs, cars, cans, crates, there was nothing from which he couldn't escape. He and his thunderous quads and milky hamstrings even challenged the public to construct traps and bindings to hold him. Nothing could. Straitjackets? Not a problem. Locked water-filled tanks? Easy peasy. The belly of a beached sea critter? Simple stuff. Now, what was unique about Houdini was that his acts were very real. Sure, there were a few tricks here and there as fail-safes, but if unsuccessful, Houdini faced the very real possibility of serious injury or death. But that was the whole thrill of it. That was the draw. Crowds flocked to see if his latest stunt would end up being his last.
Damn it.
This is it. Aw, maybe next time. Despite escaping from boxes, tombs, chains, or sealed rooms, Houdini couldn't escape that one inevitability: death itself. It's just a shame that the master of defying death would die in such a stupid manner. On October 22nd, 1926, at the age of 52, Houdini was resting backstage while performing at the Princess Theatre in Montreal. A few Canadian fellers no-clipped into Houdini's dressing room to have a chat about the performance. One student, Jocelyn Whitehead, came forth and questioned Houdini's amazing claim that he could withstand any punch to his stomach. Now, according to witness testimony, mainly the students who were right there with him, Whitehead reportedly delivered 5 devastating blows to Houdini's abdomen before Houdini even had time to properly react. Think fast, eh? Houdini initially brushed this incident off and continued performing in agonizing pain. Over the next few days, he developed a 104-degree Fahrenheit fever. Turns out the blunt force trauma had contributed to Houdini's appendix full-on rupturing. Doctors had managed to remove the busted organ, but all the toxic appendix juices had already leaked into and poisoned his body by then. Succumbing to peritonitis, Harry Houdini's final act was escaping this mortal coil on Halloween Day, 1926. Spooky. Now this is 2 stupid deaths for the price of 1. To be honest, it's pretty sad. Homer and Langley Collier were 2 rather eccentric brothers from the same mother. Mama was an opera singer and Papa was a gynecologist, so both parents were familiar with peeling back some curtains. Having successful parents gave the boys bountiful bank accounts and solid educational opportunities. Homer studied maritime law, while Langley studied chemistry, engineering, and was a whiz at tickling the ivories. They lived in a large Harlem brownstone row house in New York City. Dad died in 1923 and Mom died in 1929. Now, once Mama Collier bit the dust, the now 40-something-year-old brothers remained in the family home while still going about their daily lives. That is, until the back of Homer's eyes blew the fuck out. With his brother now fully blind, Langley chose to quit his career to become a caretaker. In doing so, both brothers became reclusive and cut themselves off from the rest of the world. Over the years, the economics of Harlem began to shift, as did the growing fear of crime, all the more solidifying the brothers' decisions to be shut-ins. They wanted nothing to do with society, but society began gaining a curiosity with them. Now, it was no secret that the brothers came from money. Everyone knew it, including the newer, less economically inclined neighbors. That being the case, the brothers' fears soon became reality. People began attempting break-ins. In response, the brothers boarded up their broken windows and sealed any and all entrances and exits. But they didn't stop there. They wanted some insurance that even if someone did break in, they wouldn't get very far. So Langley engineered several defensive traps throughout the home, like full-on Home Alone type shit. Hello? Now, what the public didn't know was that the brothers were hoarders, like real bad hoarders. Over the years, mountains of newspapers, books, and useless junk and garbage piled up to the ceiling in nearly every room, walls of knickknacks and tunnels of trinkets. The brothers would reportedly sleep in nests fashioned out of the debris. Of course, this lifestyle was pretty friggin' unhealthy, and this only exacerbated Homer's poor health condition. Within a few years, he became paralyzed due to inflammatory rheumatism. With the combination of having nearly 15,000 medical books strewn about their home and being sons of a medical professional, the brothers actually distrusted doctors. Langley actually refused to let anyone ever see or even speak to his disabled brother. He believed that even if he did take Homer for a medical evaluation, the doctor would essentially put his brother in a grave that much faster. Instead, Langley opted for a strict regimen of oranges, bread, and peanut butter scavenged from various midnight strolls to restore Homer's vitality and vision. Didn't work. In fact, the brothers' untimely deaths would be a product of their own paranoia. In 1947, an anonymous tip-off to police reported the smell of decomposition coming from the home. They investigated and, after no response from within the home, were forced to break in. The officers were shocked to find the endless piles of densely packed trash just stuffed throughout the house. It took several men several hours to remove just a small percentage of it. just enough to find the corpse of Homer Collier, bent over in a bathrobe, dead from starvation. With Langley nowhere to be found, the police assumed that he was the one who called in the tip and skipped town. But that wasn't the case. The cleaning effort of the home continued for over a month. That's when they finally found Langley. He had been there the whole time, crushed under debris from one of his own traps that he accidentally set off. The trap had pinned the 61-year-old to the floor, suffocating him. Without his care, Homer had wasted away, paralyzed and blind, unable to help himself in any way. Told you it was sad. Alright, now this is easily the most stupid death on the list, pretty much because it was well-deserved and self-inflicted. Say hello to David Grundman. Hey there, he's an idiot. Hey. Now say hello to this, a saguaro cactus. Hi. They're the type of cactus you think of when you think of a cactus with its stereotypical cactus shape. Look how cactusy it looks. Now that's a cactus. So when it comes to David Grundman, there's not really much known about the guy. Why would there be? He wasn't famous, wealthy, notorious, or otherwise notable. He was just some dude who made a bad choice. Sorry, David, but it's true. In 1982, a 27-year-old David and his roommate James decided to have themselves an exciting day. Now, when you live in the middle of the blistering balls hot region of Satan's asshole, Arizona, you gotta get creative. So David and James carted themselves into the desert for some rootin' tootin' recreational shooting. Problem is, there's nothing too exciting to shoot at in the goddamn desert. Well, almost nothing. You got some snakes, deer, sheep, and a big old bug, but they mostly required permits and such. So instead of blowing out the brains of various animals, the two fellas decided to take their aggressions out on a particularly vertical saguaro cactus. Now, if you're unaware, these bad boys are huge, much larger than you'd imagine a cactus to be. Saguaro cactuses, have been known to grow as high as 80 feet. That's like at least 3 meters or whatever. And if you see one with multiple arms, it's highly likely that that cactus is well over 100 years old. At their peak, a single full-grown saguaro cactus can weigh nearly 5,000 pounds or 2,300 kilos. With that in mind, David and James sought to cut a particularly girthy cactus down to size. In lieu of an axe, however, they opted to cut the cactus down the way our founding fathers intended, with a firearm. Lifting his shotgun, David did a trial run, first taking out a juvenile cactus. After sticking it to the little prickle, David took aim at a much larger target, a 27-foot-tall tower of spines. But instead of blowing through the junk in its trunk, he pointed his weapon at one of its many branches. Guess he wanted to disarm it first. Well, he would end up being successful in that venture. Yeah, a little too successful. According to reports, David's shotgun slugs managed to blow off one of the cactus's arms. The arm, reportedly weighing nearly 500 pounds itself, fell several feet and landed right on top of David, crushing the man in a sudden catastrophic death. The point here is, don't mess with a cactus. It's not the sharpest idea, and you just end up looking like a prick. Stupid deadly trends in history. So social trends are a thing. Whether it's collecting the latest useless collectible or partaking in the how many dehydrated baby carrots can you shove into your butthole challenge, there's no avenue that humanity won't venture in order to fulfill our lives with something to ooh and ah at. And it's been that way since the dawn of man. Take, for instance, flagpole sitting. It's exactly as boring as it sounds, but for the dopamine-deprived people of yore, this was the bee's knees. The practice of posteriors perpetually planted on pillars and poles was prevalent as far back as the 5th century. Back then, a bunch of Christian dudes called stylites would make it their mission to live atop tall pillars, with the term stylites deriving from the Greek stylos, quite literally meaning pillar or column. Now, this wasn't for social entertainment, but rather for the salvation of their soul. Perhaps history's most well-known stylite was Simeon the Stylite. He believed that by living all uncomfy and uncozy atop his tall little pillar palace in Syria, with minimal sustenance and constant exposure to the elements, he would essentially cast away his mortal self. All that remains would be his immortal soul, ready for a first-class ticket to the heavens beyond. Because I guess God loves watching his creations mercilessly punish themselves for good boy points. According to some historical sources, Simeon remained perched on his pillar for as long as 42 years until his death. A real commitment to the bit. Fast forward tens of billions of seconds into the future, and the practice of pole sitting made a comeback in the 1920s and 30s in the United States. Only this time, it was to draw a crowd. Like any trend, it all began with one person. This person, semi-professional stuntman Alvin Kelly. Reportedly the result of a friendly dare, Kelly's first publicized climb was in 1924, where he sat for several hours outside a department store in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Excuse me, what's with that guy up there? Buy a coat, buy some slacks, don't forget to buy a hat. He's no one. Welcome to the story, enjoy yourself. Hey, come on, get down from there. No, I'm not gonna ask again. Ooh, what are you gonna do? Come up here and make me? Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey, guess what? What? Kelly's successful marketing campaign actually bloomed into a career. He would use his questionable talent to promote things like movie premieres or sporting events, but eventually became the main spectacle himself, touring 28 cities across the country where people actually bought tickets to watch dudes sit atop a pole for hours on end. Do a flip. His personal best was a cheek-numbing 49 days in Atlantic City, New Jersey. All of this fame and attention paved the way for others to take up the trend, from amateur backyard enthusiasts like Little Lenny here to full-time professional pole sitters like your mom. But of course, nothing lasts forever. The fad began dying out when several people started to die off thanks to that great big depression that happened in the 1930s. It's hard to laugh at someone struggling and starving on a pole 200 feet in the air when you're struggling and starving at ground level. By its very nature, the stunt of pole sitting was extremely dangerous. You had to balance yourself properly through sleep deprivation, harsh weather, and lack of nutrition. One slip or overcorrection was enough to convert all of your potential energy into kinetic energy as you gave onlookers a direct demonstration of gravitational acceleration. Well, there he goes. There was at least one verifiable death directly related to the act. Granted, this was decades later in the 1970s. The unlucky fella who took the fall was 72-year-old professional poler Richard Blandy. Dear old Dick spent a record-breaking 125 days atop a pole in Stockholm, Sweden just 9 years prior, surviving mostly on whiskey and 3 packs of cigarettes a day, or as I like to call it, the stepdad special. Then things hit a wall for Richard, or in this case, the ground. In 1974, while finishing up a 4-day promotional sitting at Dixie Square Mall in Harvey, Illinois, a trailer accidentally reversed into his tower, causing it to collapse and Richard to plummet to his death. Remember, the higher the heights you reach, the longer the fall from the top. Despite the fancy-sounding name, you're probably familiar with this one. Venetian ceruse was a specific type of cosmetic concoction used throughout the 16th century in Europe. The main purpose of this product was to lighten the complexion of many a fine fella or fellette. It also served to cover up blemishes and give a refined, flawless look. Since most of my guys are drawn as white as a cheese and mayonnaise sandwich, we need to travel back in time. Believe it or not, the desire to appear pale as paste actually stretches as far back as 2000 BC with the ancient Egyptians. Well, the rich ones anyway. You see, getting all tanned and toned under the hot sun all day was a sign that you were a filthy, hard-working poor. Not wanting to look like they partook in any labor, Egyptian nobles slapped lead-based powder all over their faces to get that DoorDash enthusiast look. You know, the look of royalty. The desire for a paler complexion traveled across the Mediterranean into ancient Greek territory where, again, upper-class folks took it upon themselves to whiten their skin and cover up any skin imperfections. The trend continued on to influence ancient Rome and even ancient China, all of which stuck to the lead-based recipe. Jump into the futuristic years of the 16th century, and the beauty standard still remained, and that's about the time that Venetian ceruse entered the fray. Perhaps one of the most notable historical figures that dabbled in the dust was Queen Elizabeth I of England. The exact cause of her death is debated, but historians speculate her kicking of the royal bucket to have been a severe blood infection brought on by heavy use of her lead-based Venetian ceruse makeup. She not only used the powder to minimize any melanistic manifestations, but to cover up severe scarring from her smallpox. It also was just the fashion at the time. If you take a look at a lot of Renaissance paintings from the era, you're gonna see a lot of disturbingly white faces. It was the epitome of beauty. I mean, nowadays some people obsess over looking like dumbass balloon animals, so it's not all that outlandish. The most well-documented death directly from Venetian Cerussy use was debatably beautiful babe Countess Maria Coventry. Her heavy use of the stuff caused her own skin to crack and peel, forming painful open sores that she just covered up with more makeup. She bit the dust in 1760 at the age of just 27. So what exactly was it made of and why was it so toxic? Well, first of all, it's lead. Lead's not good for you, especially not being plastered onto your skin for hours or days on end. But lead isn't even white, I hear you scream into your screen. But white lead is. This is white lead. See how white it is? Pretty freaking white. This is hydroceracite, a lead salt compound also called lead carbonate hydroxide. It's naturally occurring, usually found alongside the pure lead deposits, so some Venetian fellas in Venice decided to mine the stuff, mash it up, and mix it with water and vinegar to create a paste. It was found to have incredible drying properties, so it was actually first used in the 16th century as a medical product, being applied to icky, sticky, oozing open sores and wounds to suck up the juices. But then I guess someone got a little experimental and realized it could be a great cosmetic as well.
Would you frig me? I'd frig me.
The problem though with long-term lead exposure is that it sort of leaches through the skin and into your blood, causing lead poisoning, and any condition with the word poisoning in it naturally doesn't have pretty side effects. According to the World Health Organization, severe lead poisoning can cause a wide variety of symptoms. None of them pleasant. You have your basic nausea and vomiting, sure, but you also have crippling headaches, memory loss, the big sad, and even high blood pressure in the short term. As for the long term, we're talking reproductive issues and even permanent brain and nervous system damage. The neurological effects often led to increased aggression, hyperactivity, and the lowering of one's IQ. So in scientific conclusion, heavy lead makeup was creating a bunch of irritated, angry, infertile morons. Just like those dang insert political party here. Am I right? Humans have been nodding their noggins and tapping their toes ever since first discovering a beat. And the act of rocking out usually lasts for several songs, which is normal, but how would you feel about dancing for days on end? Well, it happened. Dance marathons were all the rage back in the 1920s in the United States, but Americans actually have the British to thank for that. In February of 1923, professional dance couple Ollie and Edgar took it upon themselves to cut a British rug for 7 hours straight. This was something that, historically speaking, had never really been done before, and it caught some national attention. But in true American fashion, the British were about to be one-upped. Alma Cummings, a New York dance instructor who became fascinated with the idea of testing human limits while revolutionizing human expression, set a blistering 27-hour dance record just 12 days after the Brits tried to be good at something. I mean, look at that, she put holes in her soles for God's sake. Something was happening within the United States in the 1920s. If you recall, the flagpole sitting craze was also hitting its stride at this point in time. Americans became obsessed with record-breaking feats of human physical endurance. So publicity stunts became the norm as normal humans tried pulling off superhuman endeavors. I'm gonna lift this car. So after Alma busted her move, the idea of endurance dancing began to take off. Within the next few weeks, her record had been broken 9 times across the country, so everyone was getting into the swing of things. It became a public spectacle, with promoters hosting dancing marathons as a form of entertainment. Pay a 25-cent fee, and you could just watch people shimmy, shimmy, shimmy to the break of dawn. Several dawns, actually. You see, it didn't take long for the craze to drop a ranked mode. Competitive dancing marathons saw couples boogieing for days on end to get a chance at solid cash prizes. Those prizes became even more valuable once the world entered the Great Depression in the 1930s. In a collapsed economy, these marathons were seen not only as a form of entertainment for the now destitute masses, but a means of survival. That's because participants were properly fed and sheltered in exchange for their performance, all while still having that chance at a grand prize. These prizes could range from a couple hundred to a couple $1,000. Now, considering that the median income in the 1930s was roughly $1,000 a year, This was a big deal, so dancing devolved from entertainment to desperation. Competitors were allowed only short breaks in between numbers to catch their breaths, but they were still required to move and groove in some form, be it a tap of the foot or a nod of the head. Couples that stayed still for too long were actually prodded with sticks or splashed with water to get them back on their feet again, lest they be disqualified and thrown to the streets. The most famous dance champions of the age were handsome stud muffin Callum de Villiers and beautiful babe Vani Kuczynski. So take a guess. How long do you think that their record-breaking dance lasted for? Time's up. The answer was a heel-evaporating 157 consecutive days. Over 5 months of throwing down on the dance floor. Their prize? $1,000. Almost $25,000 in today's money. To no surprise, these endurance events were not without consequence. Like I said, people fully exhausted themselves to the point of collapse. Staying in the contest meant that you had food, water, and shelter for as long as you kept shaking that thing. Unfortunately, this resulted in a few reported deaths across the nation, one of the first being 27-year-old Homer Morehouse. No, not this guy. What, you want to see an actual picture of a dude who danced himself to death? You sicken me. Just an amateur dancer, Homer had reportedly been throwing it back for 87 hours straight, suffering from malnutrition and extreme sleep deprivation. He stumbled to a chair to take a break and fell over dead. News of these deaths caused immediate nationwide banning of dance marathons when they realized that, albeit voluntary human torture, isn't all that humane. But when promoters were raking in tens of thousands of dollars per event, stacks of cold hard cash outweighed the stacks of cold hard bodies. Hold on to your piggies, cause this one's gonna cause some toes to curl. As a warning, there will be some gross feet pics somewhere in this section. Now if you'll forgive my attempt at Chinese pronunciation, we'll get right into it. The practice of foot binding, or Qiansu, dates all the way back to the Imperial China days, with scholars failing to fully agree on any one origin story. Some claim the practice to have existed in the 6th century, but most point towards the 10th century under the Tang Dynasty. It is believed that a concubine of unsurpassed beauty was the first to bind her feet, though of course, not by choice. Lumpy Dumpling Emperor Li Yu commanded the aforementioned concubine Yao Nyang to wrap her feet in white silk to resemble the crescent moon. She then performed a fancy dance atop a golden lotus statue. The emperor stood in awe at the grace and elegance of the woman's dance, so naturally other women of status wanted to imitate it. Women would force their feet into unnatural positions with the goal of creating what were later referred to as lotus feet. You know, like the flower, small, delicate, and beautiful. The teeny tiny tootsies were reportedly highly desirable, as Chinese men thought that this shit was undeniably sexy. Now, some historians believe that the real reason was a bit more selfish. See, this is what a real lotus foot looks like underneath the shoe. Scrumptious, right? Now imagine trying to walk around on those things all day. The reality of it was that walking on permanently disfigured feet meant excruciating pain. This resulted in women walking very daintily and slow, if at all. It has been suggested that the act of binding, while convincing women that it was to attract suitable partners, was actually a form of control, with men limiting the mobility of their wives. This would, in a sense, bind them to their homes just as their feet were bound to their shoes. This forced these women into sedentary, boring lives with nothing more to do than menial labor such as weaving and tapestry to help with the household income. Alright, but just how crunched in were them things, you may be asking yourself? And the answer is pretty friggin' crunched. Ideally, the foot was to be no longer than 4 inches or 10 centimeters in length. Ironically, the whole process was no small feat. Over the course of several months or even years, the toes would be repeatedly broken and tightly tucked under the sole, with the entire foot folded downward to achieve the desired effect. Unfortunately, it's a sad reality that innumerable Chinese women faced across the centuries. Well, no, actually, it wasn't just grown women, but young girls too. I'm talking as young as just 4 or 5 years old. Gotta fold and mold them feet while they're still growing. You ever go on the Living with the Land ride at Disney's Epcot and see the neat Mickey-shaped pumpkins growing? It's the same principle, but with human feet. The binding of youthful feet was not only practical from a physical standpoint, but a disciplinary one as well. It trained young girls to realize that life is pain, as well as the importance of abiding by societal rules and customs. This practice persisted from the 10th century all the way up to the 19th century. By then, it's estimated that nearly half of all Chinese women had their feet bound to some degree. If it wasn't obvious, all that cracking and crunching of the feet didn't exactly come with health benefits. The forced deformation commonly resulted in ulcerations, nasty sores resulting from the cracking open of skin, which were very difficult to treat properly. These led to deadly bacterial infections and gangrene, sometimes requiring the full amputation of the affected foot. Refuse to cut off one foot, and you can end up 6 underground. Foot binding started to fall out of favor towards the beginning of the 20th century. By this time, mass-produced textiles began taking over, leaving the perpetually working from home women to be out of a job. So they finally put their foot down. After exhaustive women's rights campaigns, the Chinese government took a step in the right direction by formally banning binding in 1949. Now, when you've got something that's beyond repair, do you ever just make the decision to break it a bit more to give it that sense of finality? Maybe just hucking a busted light bulb into a garbage can to hear a satisfying shatter? I have a deep garbage can. Well, gosh damn it, they did the same thing to full-size locomotives back in the day. Yep, if you had yourself a free afternoon and some spare change, you could waddle your britches on down to an isolated part of the plains to witness yourself a genuine high-speed train crash. But why? Because it looked cool. Come on, I know that when you cruise on down the freeway and notice a wreck on the side of the road, you're gonna be whipping your big dumb head around to see the extent of the damage. We all do it, that's why we have traffic. But that curiosity and wonder is what drew crowds of tens of thousands of spectators throughout the late 1800s and early 1900s. The premise was simple. Beginning in 1895, railroad organizers figured out a way to profit off of decommissioning their equipment. Train engines deemed obsolete either by being outdated or having otherwise unrepairable mechanical issues were placed on a long stretch of track facing each other. Onboard engineers would then set the locomotives full steam ahead before abandoning ship.
Step on the gas!
Allowing them to become a physical demonstration of physics. Spectators happily tossed a few of their hard-earned bucks to witness such a staged catastrophe. They were about as excited as a Second Amendment enthusiast experiencing his first home invasion. The problem, though, is that public safety measures at the time weren't much more than just standing back a ways while the trains did their thing. Nowadays, it's common for crowds to gather at scheduled demolition sites to watch tall buildings no longer be tall. But even at a bare minimum, safety nets are placed in front of the crowds to catch any rogue debris. Think about it, even a small stone zooming on through at hundreds of miles an hour can mean instant death. Well, that would have been a welcomed consideration in 1896. Just north of Waco, Texas, was the now infamous Crash at Crush, a staged train wreck that was more than what the crowd had bargained for. The planned crash was to occur at the town of Crush. Crash at Crush. Make sense now? The temporary town was built specifically for the event, with an expected crowd of 20,000 Texans. But thanks to effective advertising, 40,000 showed up, eagerly awaiting to see themselves a tasty train wreck. Now, this should have been an omen that things weren't going to go as planned, but double the crowd meant double the doubloons and the pantaloons, so the event stuck to schedule. The two trains were put in place and sent on their way, topping out speeds at 50 miles an hour. The steam engines collided, as expected, but upon impact, the boilers violently exploded. Not as expected. The explosion launched shrapnel in every direction, which naturally included where the crowd was standing. Well, butter my buns and call me a biscuit. I don't think that was supposed to happen. You know what? I think you're right. In addition to dozens of Southern fellas sustaining some bumps and bruises from flying hunks of metal, at least 2 Texans unfortunately yeed their last haw. But surprisingly, the crowd didn't flee. Instead, they ran towards the wreckage to assess the damage and grab themselves a souvenir from the pile of twisted metal. After all, they did pay to see a wreck, so they were gonna get their money's worth. Despite the widespread report of the tragedy, the public didn't seem to care. In fact, these stunts only got more and more popular. Events kept chugging along well into the 1930s when the trend finally crashed and burned.
What better accomplishment can there be than living for eternity? Seeing civilization thrive, endless investing, watching your loved ones slowly decay around you? Yeah, immortality seems pretty great, and a lot of people throughout history thought so too. They spend years of their temporary stay on Earth attempting to make it a little bit more permanent. So let's take a look at how people have attempted to extend their normal lifespan. When you think of mummies, the first thing that probably comes to mind is ancient Egypt, where pharaohs were often mummified after their deaths, preserving their remains well beyond their normal decaying timeline. But what if they began mummifying themselves while they were alive? Well, that's what a small sect of Japanese Buddhism used to practice. Motivations for doing so can vary from selfless acts of sacrifice to protect others, or just to achieve spiritual ascension and be worshipped for all eternity. Those brave enough to take on the process, known as Soku Shimbotsu, start off by quite literally eating trees. The diet, called Mokujiki, or tree eating, limited practitioners to nutritional staples such as nuts, berries, tree bark, and even tree resin. Just deep throat an entire cherry blossom down to the roots and call it a day. After 2,000 days of the strict diet, the monk would be encased in a tomb with holes poked in it for air like they were a pet hamster about to be absolutely manhandled by a toddler. They were also supplied with a bell which they would ring daily to tell everyone, nope, still not a mummy yet. They would spend their days reciting prayers and munching on their tree skits, slowly taking on the form of a hearty beef jerky. Once the bell stopped ringing, it was showtime. The tomb would be completely sealed for 1,000 days just to be extra sure things would go right. Afterward, the tomb would be opened to see if the monk was successful or not. At worst, they rotted away into a neighborhood favorite Halloween prop. And at best, they gained the ability to give Link cool Sheikah Slate upgrades. Since blood is the life fluid that we all have pumping around our big hulking meat sacks, why not frequently change it out like you would your car's oil? Surely it needs to be refreshed every once in a while. Out with the old, in with the new. That was Soviet physician Alexander Bogdanov's theory anyway. He saw blood transfusion as a therapeutic stimulant and wanted to test out its benefits firsthand. After abandoning politics in 1924 because Soviet Russia's communism wasn't communisming enough, Alex finally had the time to get around to some good old blood swapping. He took a deep dive into blood experimentation in hopes of unlocking eternal youth, or at least extending the normal human lifespan. Blood transfusions nowadays are one-sided. A needy patient receives blood from a healthy donor, and that's that. Alex, on the other hand, treated blood transfusions as more of an equivalent exchange versus a one-way donation. Two willing participants would trade out about a liter of blood to each other. The theory was that the participants would inherit each other's strengths. An older person would inherit youth from a younger partner, who would in turn get a +5 on all future wisdom rolls. Hey bro, you wanna swap blood? Well, what can you deadlift? 400 pounds. Sold. Bogdanov himself participated in 11 of his own transfusion experiments. After receiving the blood, he noted how he felt rejuvenated, regained eyesight, slowed his baldness, and increased his daily rub-out limit to 3. It looked like Bogdanov was well on his way to attaining immortality. But like the story of Icarus, he just couldn't push that boulder up the mountain. Or something. I don't read Greek mythology. After his 12th transfusion with a less than ideal partner who may or may not have been infected with malaria and tuberculosis, he somehow became very sick and died in 1928. No, this isn't slamming down several cold ones while in a Lamb of God wall of death. Instead, we will take a trip back to Imperial China when the first emperor reigned. Qin Shi Huang declared himself emperor of unified China once he thoroughly convinced the other 6 Chinese states to bend to his will. Hey guys, you want to become a unified China? No, we're good. I think I'm fine. No, maybe later? Okay. How about now? Yay! As a bonus, his military strengths translated well into leadership qualities. Under his rule, he standardized many aspects of normal life. Currency, units of measurement, language, and laws were now universal across a unified China. He created networks of new roads, canals, and irrigation systems, allowing trade to flourish. In order to protect his new kingdom like a proud dad, he tied his New Balances tight and ordered the construction of a great big beautiful defensive wall that would be admired for millennia. After all, he made the bold claim that his kingdom would reign for more than 10,000 generations after him. Now, while Huang sounds pretty neat, he was a bit of a dick. He taxed the balls off of poor people, had historic and cultural documents burned, and executed anyone who went against his ideas. In doing so, he became isolated and hated. He was also completely bonked out of his gourd, lusting for eternal power and life, sending alchemists away on expeditions in search of the legendary elixir of life, even sometimes joining their journeys himself. His alchemical friends would frequently offer him potions and concoctions with the promise that they would at least extend his health bar a little bit while they searched for the elixir. Problem was, these potions contained mercury, a highly toxic liquid metal. But let's be honest, if you handed someone who is desperate for eternal life a bottle of stuff that looks like this, they're gonna go, "Oh, hell yeah," and toss it back faster than you can say, "Wait, don't drink that." Emperor Qin Shi Huang died at the ripe old age of 49, a few infinities short of his goal. Oh, and his empire collapsed a few years later. If you've ever wanted to treat your body like some bad leftovers, then look no further than cryonics, the scientific technique of freezing your body in extremely low temperatures. Don't you mean cryogenics, I hear you ask? No, cryogenics is just the process of producing low temperatures. This is cryonics. Anyway, the theory is that you freeze your body and brain in temperatures low enough to halt all deterioration. The hope is that one day you can be thawed out and just resume your life as if nothing ever happened. There was a guy born in Belgium in 1930 by the name of this, who was a bit of a visionary. He would often speculate on how humans would innovate technology as time went on, being able to eventually solve any problem, including death. He also thought that modern politics were wasteful and outdated, that the only people who really exist are those who look to the future for change, or those who stay in the past and cling to tradition. Speaking of tradition, he also believed that traditional names were stupid. So he changed his own to FM 2030, much easier to pronounce. Besides sounding like a child of Elon Musk, FM's name change highlighted his goal of celebrating his 100th birthday in the year 2030. He believed that by then, humanity will be ageless, everyone will have an opportunity to live forever, and world peace will finally be attained. Good one. Unfortunately for him, his pancreas clung to the tradition of failing, and so he died in 2000 at the age of nice. To keep his dream alive now that everything else was dead, his remains were placed in a cryonic suspension in Arizona by the Alcor Life Extension Foundation, where they still exist today. Of course, it has to be said that there's no existing scientific evidence to suggest that cryopreservation can even be successful. The practice is often regarded as pseudoscience and a scam. Since clients are required to be legally dead and slammed full of antifreeze, it's impossible to resuscitate them. Like FM, hundreds of people have either had their remains cryopreserved or have made arrangements to do so after death. Even American superstar Jeffrey Epstein wanted his head and wiener frozen for future mischief, but we all know how that turned out. The gamble here is if the companies performing the storage will even be in business long enough to carry out their end of the bargain. Cryopreservation has been a thing since the 60s and 70s, but most of those companies went bankrupt, so their inventory of bodies were gently thawed and respectfully disposed of. Dr. Charles Brown Sequard was highly regarded by his peers in the medical community. He was a pioneer of sensory experiments on the spinal cord, as well as in-depth studies on the nervous system. But he was a bit off in some ways. He often performed radical experiments on himself, which would raise questions about his sanity. For example, when trying to figure out the cure for cholera, he wanted to determine how the disease was spread. When observing a cholera patient violently vomiting, he decided to catch the vomit in his own mouth and swallowed it. As is typical with aging, Charles found himself losing strength and stamina by age 72. Well, he took that personally and tried to find a way to regain his youth. After countless animal experimentations, he came up with a serum, one made from crushed up dog and guinea pig testicles mixed with blood. He injected himself with this serum and noted how he was able to lift heavier weight, and even his pee stream was stronger, which is a pretty great benchmark to measure improvement. When presenting his findings to his colleagues, they were all, Are you serious, dude? His reputation was thrown into the toilet, and he quickly became a laughingstock of the medical community. Looking back, it is likely that the serum that Charles injected contained a small amount of testosterone, which is why he experienced some positive results. Even though he was dismissed by his peers, he still offered the therapy to aging men wishing to regain and retain youth. Thousands of men were reported to have tried the serum, with some claiming the same effect as Charles, though it is now likely to have simply been a placebo effect. Charles died 4 years later at age 76.
that was quite the entrance you've made, but you couldn't have picked a worse time to fall out of the sky. Looks like you've landed in Salem, Massachusetts. You know, the place with all of the witches and whatnot? Yeah, that one. Now don't be fooled. It may seem like a simple, peaceful, and wholesome village. Tread carefully, because one wrong move could have you swinging from a rope. So, do you think you could survive this Puritan hellhole? Let's find out. Welcome to Salem, Massachusetts. Founded in 1626, the settlement of Salem quickly established itself as a bastion for English Puritans. They were a group of religious nutjobs who sailed over from across the pond after facing religious persecution. Basically, their religion was a tad too crazy, even for the Church of England. You see, Puritans wholly believed that they were God's chosen few, that only they would be allowed through the cloud-covered pearly gates and everyone else could kick rocks. In hell. They also believed that Big Red Spirit Halloween Satan himself roamed the earth, wreaking havoc as a full-time job. Anything odd or inexplicable was the devil's doing, and any acts of the devil were met with swift punishment. Excuse me, what are you doing? Oh, just having a whistle. Oh. Not in this village, you're not. Pardon me, what are you doing? Oh, for fuck. Being a Puritan society, religious figures were the ones that ruled, and the biblical texts were the rules. Whatever the book says goes, with no room for improvisation. The church itself controlled everything, from the way you walked to the way you talked, from how you were dressed to what you'd ingest. But the church often stressed how you should feel blessed, so if you've ever felt repressed, you must confess or be placed under arrest. Gotta love a concentrated society of religious fanatics. What could go wrong? Right? Fast forward several decades, and here we are in a cold January in 1692, the start of a new year for the town. Well, you've got to get to fitting in, so best introduce yourself.
Good morrow.
Hello.
Pardon?
Bad move. The word hello won't be used as a greeting for another 100 years.
Thou art not from around hither, art thou?
No.
Methought so.
Try again.
Good morrow.
Good morrow. That's better. Remember, the great thing about a small village like this is that everyone knows each other. The worst thing is that everyone knows each other. But it looks like you're about to run into someone familiar? Dude! Ron? Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Where the hell did you come from?
Well, I saw this cool little green portal thingy and jumped right on through. Heck of a ride. Wouldn't do it again, though. It inverted my belly button and made me piss myself. Anyway, look who I found.
Who's that?
This loose slab of butter right here is my great something or other Uncle Jimothy, Salem's finest blacksmith, so I've been told.
Oi, how'd you figure that out?
Well, I asked him. Anyways, where were we?
I think we were just talking about... The hell was that?
Let's check it out.
Oh boy, the two girls pitching a fit on the ground are none other than 12-year-old Abigail Williams and 9-year-old Betty Paris. Their actions are about to set forth quite a series of unfortunate events, and they won't even star Jim Carrey. Looks like this calls for a doctor's opinion. Aye, this be a case of witchcraft.
No way.
If there's one place you don't want to be in this world, it's being in the middle of a religion-obsessed community that's been given the news that the devil himself may be walking amongst them. The news of the girl's possible bewitchment set the entire village of Salem completely on edge. Despite a solid month of good old homemade remedies like fasting, burning herbs, Jorkin crystals, or that iconic prayer mumbo-jumbo, nothing seemed to work. Were the girls just joshing? Or was something more malevolent lurking in the shadows? Samuel Paris, the town's minister and father to Itty Bitty Betty, was desperate for answers. Finally, someone offered a more creative approach. Entering stage left is Samuel's neighbor, Mary Sibley. Entering stage right are Sam Paris's personal servants, John Indian and Tituba.
They're slaves.
Together, the three concocted a plan to fight fire with fire. Since desperate times call for desperate measures, this brought the concept of counter magic to the table. Although a potential solution, however a bunch of baloney it may be, the act of performing counter magic was just as offensive in the eyes of Puritans as black magic, and just as dangerous.
Shoo-ba-da-boo!
But what are you gonna do? Just let your daughter or niece scream and flail about on the ground like they were told no at a toy store? Didn't think so. So Reverend Parris did what he had to do. The proposed solution? Just bake a cake. Now, it's easy to bake a pretty cake, but you gotta do the cooking by the book. And this is the book. So this is the cake. Made from a mix of rye flour and, I shit you not, a cup of the afflicted's own urine, this disgusting dessert was then offered to the Parris' dog as a way to ward off these sinister symptoms and, in turn, cause physical harm to the witch responsible for casting the curse. Shockingly, it didn't work. And to make matters worse, 2 more young girls were getting down with the sickness. The girls claimed that they were being constantly tormented by evil spirits, but none of the other villagers ever witnessed these supposed spooky specters.
My sweet spazzing children, who did this to you?
Oh, hell no!
The girls named 3 women as witches: Tituba, Sarah Good, and Sarah Osborne. The 3 were arrested and brought before a court to confess their crimes. Both Sarahs maintained their innocence, but Tituba caved. She confessed that she, along with Sarah 1 and Sarah 2, were wicked witches. Now, why in the frickin' heck would she do this, you might ask, scratching your itchy kneecaps? Because Sam Parris, her master, told her to. After being formally accused, Tituba was threatened to admit guilt or be smashed KO'd off screen with 0 stock. So which do you choose? Death at the hands of a single man, or by a jury of your peers? She chose the latter. But to throw a wrench into things, Tituba offered one more tidbit of information. There were more witches in the village. She just didn't know who. It could be anybody. Little Ann could have an evil plan, Big James could be casting flames, could it be Johnny with his golden fiddle, or Tom whose last name is Riddle? No one knew, and that was the problem. In one fell swoop, Tituba used history's greatest weapon: fear. And this wasn't just the run up my basement steps really fast so the demons don't get me type of fear. This was full-blown paranoia. And paranoia is an unlubed shaft just aching to cause some damage. Fear was at an all-time high, and trust was at an all-time low. With neighbors now turning on each other at the slightest inconvenience, this led to an overwhelming increase in accusations. So let's take a look at what it took to be accused of witchcraft. When paranoia goes full tilt, no one is safe. No man, woman, child, or even the village dog is free from suspicion. Between February of 1692 and May of 1693, it's believed that over 200 people in and around Salem were accused of witchcraft. The main character in a lot of these allegations was 12-year-old Ann Putnam Jr., who was personally responsible for putting over 60 innocent people on trial, some of whom were executed. But you didn't have to be caught red-handed smearing toad blood in a pentagram of candles to be considered an evil witch. Even simple, everyday tasks or coincidences were viewed as the devil's work to a bunch of cuckoo crazy people. If you found yourself strong enough to lift a heavy gun, it's because the devil helped you, so now your days are done. If you can kill off crops with just a single glance, there's not much I can say. You don't stand a chance. If you brewed a bit of food that a rude dude chewed and subsequently spewed, your years of life accrued were about to conclude. Even petting a black cat without giving a dang, each one of these reasons was enough for you to hang. Now, if you think that these were just dope rhymes with no reason, you're wrong. These were very real claims by the people of Salem. George Burroughs, one of Salem's ex-ministers, was a beefy boy. He lifted a really heavy musket when no one else could. Very impressive, but a bit too impressive. He was tried and executed. Martha Carrier faced the gallows after apparently hexing and killing a neighbor's entire livestock by just looking at them. It was pure mayhem. But not everyone agreed with what was going on. Luckily, some sound-minded villagers were not buying the bullshit, and many protested the imprisonment of obviously innocent people. Unluckily, those who called the trials a bunch of baloney were also thrown in the clink.
This is a bunch of baloney, this ain't witchcraft.
Ron? Oh no, looks like Ron's about to face a fate worse than death. The legal system. Well, time for a trial. Here we are, the trials of the century. Well, I guess multiple centuries since we're still talking about them. News of witchcraft allegations reached far and wide, prompting intervention from the Massachusetts government to sort it all out. Thus, the Salem witch trials commenced, fancy powdered wigs and all. You know, English things. Thankfully, since the trials happened only a few hundred years ago, there's still lots of surviving documents from Salem. Lots of them. So we can still get a pretty clear picture of how everything went down, or at least the version that was written. The court structure was very similar to what it is today. A judge, a jury, witnesses, testimonies, all that. But sprinkling in the complete paranoia that infested the village, things got interesting. The main accusers, the teenage girls Abigail Williams and Ann Putnam Jr., were present at pretty much every trial, much to the dismay of anyone whom they accused. If the defendants gave any attempt at denying the allegations, then the show would start. For poor Bridget Bishop, the girls claimed that they were being tortured by her evil spooky ghost. The girls would break out into fits and convincing seizures in court to make it seem like Bishop was cursing them from afar, like a witch would.
That's not how that works.
Bridget Bishop was convicted and hanged on June 10, 1692. Miss Martha Corey's testimony saw some real creativity. After publicly calling out the girls on their bullshit, Martha put herself in the crosshairs and was forced to defend her own innocence in court shortly after. While giving her testimony, the girls began to mimic her movements. When Martha raised her hand, so did the girls. If she turned her head, they followed. The girls cried out, claiming that they were being puppeted by the devil, and Martha was the one pulling the strings.
Art thou fucking serious?
72-year-old Martha Corey was convicted and hanged on September 22nd, 1692. Martha's husband, Giles, is probably the most famous death of these Salem witch trials. But the guy was a certified asshole, having turned on his own wife after she was accused, ultimately testifying against her and giving examples of her witchcraft, like reading too much or nagging him too often. He did later attempt to rescind these allegations, but it was a bit too late as she was already doomed to hang. Now, with Giles being on trial himself, he refused to plead guilty or not guilty. He knew that regardless of his plea, he would still end up being converted to a human wind chime. Boy, was he wrong. Instead, he was given more pressing matters. Literally. As punishment for his supposed crimes, Giles was forced to endure peine forte Dieu. That's French for strong and hard pain. What this meant was being laid on the ground under a board. Big, beautiful boulders were added to the board, distributing their weight across his body. Hundreds of pounds of stone pressed down on Corey across 3 whole days. His final words? More weight. He was 81, but now it looks like it's Ron's turn to defend himself. Let's see how that goes.
Ronald J. Fartknocker, thou hast been accused of witchcraft. What say you in your defense?
I didn't do shit.
He's innocent!
Huh? What's all this?
Your Honor, I've known Ron for years. We've been through so much together.
That's right. We sort of survived a whole nuclear apocalypse together. He knows what a real witch is. She's been using powerful magic to torment him for years, sending him all across time. Greece, Japan, Egypt, you name it.
It's true. Wait a minute. I only ever told you about the nuclear apocalypse. How did you know about the others?
You just couldn't go along with it, could you? And here I thought you were a smart fella, not a fart smeller.
You're not Ron. You're...
No. Took you long enough.
That's a witch. Well, we've never really burned a witch before, but we'll take your word for it. Yeah, it'll work. There's nothing more embarrassing than talking at a family dinner about your favorite historical subjects, only to be corrected by your sibling going,
actually, Napoleon was above average height for his time.
You contemplate what to do with the rest of your night since you just got absolutely destroyed. You quickly fact-check this verbal beatdown, but realize, oh my god, they were right. How could I have been so wrong? If you don't want this to be you, then listen up, because here's some historical facts that you're probably wrong about. Number 1, the majority of American colonists wanted independence from Great Britain. Since we know that history is written by the winners, it is often thought that the overwhelming majority of American colonists hated the filthy stinking redcoats, an attitude that served as the catalyst for the American Revolution. But that's not entirely true. Sure, there were revolutionaries, but in fact, the colonists who wanted revolution were never even in the majority. Less than 45% of American colonists wanted independence, while the other 55% were either rich loyalists who didn't really want to risk losing their comfy fish and chips way of life, or neutral fence sitters who were just along for the ride, throwing caution to the wind and living their simple peasant lives. Once the revolution did start, however, many loyalists either fled to Canada, cowards, or fought against their own people, only to lose horribly. Number 2. The Declaration of Independence was signed on the 4th of July, 1776. American Independence Day on the 4th of July is a time for Americans to let loose by relaxing by the pool, detonating explosives, and having 1 or 10 beers with friends, family, and whatever remaining fingers they have. Surely a day called Independence Day means that the Declaration of Independence was signed on that day, right? Not exactly. Independence from Britain was actually declared on July 2nd, but the head honchos at the time were like, oh, maybe we should write this down and make it official or something. So after 2 days of figuring out Microsoft Word, they came back with an actual declaration, which was officially adopted on the 4th of July. But since everyone was way too busy celebrating in their pools with some brewskis, it wasn't fully signed until August 2nd, 1776. Number 3. George Washington was the first president of the United States of America. Yeah, a lot of these were a little bit more United States themed than I thought, so I'm either biased or the rest of world history is pretty boring. Probably both. One of the first things American youngins are taught in school is how to lock a door and avoid gunfire. And also that George Washington was the first president. But guess what? Not true. Okay, technically he was the first president elected by the people, but there were several other rich white dudes who held the title of president before him. The first being John Hanson, with the title of President of the United States in Congress assembled. Although he only served for just 1 year, he did help structure the growing baby government we all know and know today. Number 4, Benjamin Franklin discovered electricity. Yeah, no, the concept of electricity was known, though not well understood, for thousands of years back when Egyptians were getting shocked by electric eels and not learning their lessons. The Greeks discovered the concept of static electricity as well by rubbing fur on amber and attracting a few light objects. Benjamin Franklin was chilling on his porch watching a storm when he pondered, that's probably that electricity stuff everyone keeps talking about. So, he got his handy-dandy, trusty, dusty kite to test his theory. He strapped a small metal key to the string to act as a conductor for the electricity. After the key gave him a small jolt, he was like, nice. So while he didn't discover electricity as a whole, he did prove that lightning was electrical. That's kind of cool too. Not being on the $100 bill cool, but cool. Number 5. People in New York threw themselves out of buildings during the 1929 stock market crash. Good times don't last forever, and the United States learned this very quickly when in 1929 the stock market saw the worst crash in history, dropping over 50% in value thanks to irresponsible consumer and bank behavior like predatory loans and purchasing on credit. Who does that? Billions of dollars were wiped out practically overnight. Now, when your wealth and living standard gets Thanos snapped out of existence, you might think that a quick leap and a hard drill into the pavement would solve your problem since you can't be poor if you're dead. Well, maybe some people did think that, but apparently no one's intrusive thoughts won because there was no reported uptick in self-unaliving in the wake of the stock market crash. It would actually be another 72 years before jumping from buildings became a short-lived fad in New York. Number 6. Germany invaded Russia in the winter during World War II. Finally made it out of the United States. Yeah, there's a common misconception that Germans decided to pull a pro-gamer move and invade their barren, tundra, wasteland ally Russia in the dead of winter, prompting the Germans to be like, fuck! And turn back home. Not the case. Germans pushed into Russian territory on June 22nd, 1941, and actually made considerable progress on their way to Moscow, since Russia was not expecting such a top 10 anime betrayal. But tough territory challenges, low morale, and overall exhaustion caused German progress to slow down while new, fresh Russian troops were being spawned in. Once winter set in, things only got worse. Since Russia was hosting, Germans were susceptible to extreme lag and their ping was trash. Germans eventually were driven out of Russia after failing to defeat the Red Army. Number 7. Life expectancy in the Middle Ages was only in the 30s. This is a mathematical misconception here. You love math, right? Right. So the way an average lifespan is calculated is you take the ages across all people and divide by the number of people to get your average. Thing is, babies weren't really resilient. So when you start chucking a bunch of zeros and ones into the data pool, you get a strongly skewed average. In reality, it was common for people in the Middle Ages to live into their 50s and 60s.
I'm 37. What? I'm 37, I'm not old.
Leaving plenty of time for them to do fun things like farming and... So, if you made it to 25 in the Middle Ages, you were expected to live another 25 years on average. Sure, it's shorter than today's expected lifespan of 73 years, but hey, beggars can't be choosers. Number 8. Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. Although he is credited with inventions like the phonograph and absolutely terrifying talking nightmare dolls, you probably know Thomas Edison is most famous for inventing the light bulb. Well, that's a lie. Before Edison's design in 1879, electric lighting was used as far back as 1802 with the electric arc lamp. Operating under the same general principle as a light bulb today, the arc lamp generated an electric arc that would light up whatever room it was in. Problem was, these things were loud, expensive, inefficient, and funny enough, way too bright. The design went through multiple improvements in the following decades, making them much more practical for uses like street lamps or lighting large buildings. To his credit, Edison did improve the design further to allow light bulbs to last longer and be more practical in a household setting, but his light bulbs were not the first. Number 9. Cars were invented in the United States by Henry Ford. Well, look at Americans trying to take credit for things yet again. While Henry Ford never invented the automobile, he did revolutionize the mass production of them with the invention of the assembly line. Oh wait, he didn't invent that either. Ransom Olds of the Oldsmobile brand did. But Henry did take that model and improve upon it by making it a moving assembly line, dropping the assembly time of a single car from 12 hours to just 1.5. Oh yeah, and the first gas-powered automobile was invented by Carl Benz, one half of the famous Mercedes-Benz brand, back in 1886, 17 years before Ford's first car was produced. Also, it looks stupid. Number 10. You should subscribe to the channel. Oh wait, this one's true. How'd that get in there? Number 10-2. The Greeks tricked the Trojans with a giant wooden horse. Well, this one's a classic. We've all heard the story of the Trojan horse, proved that people used to pull off good pranks before cameras and ad revenue. The story goes that during the Trojan War in 1183 BC, sneaky Greekies wanted to gain the upper hand in sieging the city of Troy. In order to do so, they built a large wooden horse and left it at the city gate. The Trojans were like, huh, neat, a present. Don't mind if I do, ha ha ha, and wheeled it inside of the city. In the middle of the night, when the Trojans were honk-shoeing, Greek soldiers snuck out of the hollow wooden horse and slaughtered the Trojans, leading to the fall of Troy. Yeah, never happened. In fact, it's debated if the Trojan War itself even happened. The story about the Trojan War was written by the Greek poet Homer, who, funny enough, might not have even existed himself. Historians really need to get their act together because it's getting kinda hard to fact-check all of this. Well, there you go. Be sure to bring up whatever you learned today to your next family or friend gathering so they could be like, that's neat. Leading to a dead-end conversation where you just go back to scrolling through your phone. Oh boy, looks like the witch got you again. This time, you gracefully land in Independence, Missouri in the mid-1800s. Everyone's packing up and moving out west to seek their fortune in greener pastures, and you don't want to get left behind. Think you have what it takes to blaze the trail? Let's find out. Since you've just been thrown into this reality, you're only as good as the skills that you can provide. As we all know, there's only 3 kinds of people in this world: bankers, farmers, and carpenters. Nothing else. And thanks to good old democracy, you are now, a crafty carpenter. You enjoy getting hammered and occasionally nailed. You've got some solid survival stats and decent savings. Good choice. Not that it was yours anyway. Here's your complimentary wife and 2 adorable little cherubs to help you on the trail. Look how cute they are. Your mission is to travel down the soon-to-be-famous Oregon Trail. Over 2,000 miserable miles of dirt, disease, and death, formally established in 1836 to help pioneers move out west. But why would I move out west, you might ask? Because you want to. But more importantly, the US government wants you to. Look, the eastern states are getting all congested, industrial, and smoggy. So the United States needs to do some good old expansion. Thanks to the Louisiana Purchase in 1803 and the Oregon Treaty in 1846, there's a lot of fresh open land to settle. Why live in the economic decline of disgusting cities in the East when you could manifest that destiny and fill up those lungs with fresh air on the fertile plains? That's good air. If the opportunity of prosperity wasn't enough to convince you, how does free land sound? Thanks to the Oregon Land Donation Claim Act of 1850, pioneers can claim up to 640 acres, 2.6 square kilometers, of land completely free. Time to get supplies.
Look, if you're going to be slogging down a few thousand miles of rocky trail, you're going to need to be well supplied if you want to stand any chance of surviving. Pioneers stocked up their supplies in trailhead towns just like Independence, Missouri. Things like food, clothes, tools, livestock, and perhaps the most critical American asset, guns. Because when you're out on a seemingly endless sand ocean, anything's fair game. What's to stop a desperate thief from stealing your precious supplies and/or daughter? Your gun. So be sure that you're well equipped to donate a few lead slugs to their cause. And of course, you could also hunt for food if you need to. When it came to food, a family of 4 would need about 1,000 pounds of the stuff. This was usually beans, rice, flour, sugar, coffee, and dried meats and veggies. Don't forget your pots and pans and your fresh water barrel, or else you'll be washing down your salty deer jerky with a cup of dried rice. For tools, you're gonna need to be making repairs when stuff breaks, and stuff will break. Since you're a carpenter and know how to carpent properly, you're set with a hammer, a saw, and an axe. And of course, you'll need some spare clothes, otherwise you'll be walking around with some breezy cheeks. In order to haul all of your stuff down the trail, you're gonna need a big ol' wagon. This sucker right here is a prairie schooner. Not as beefy as the heavy Conestoga wagons used for shipping freight, but you can still fit so many supplies and family members in this bad boy. With 4 ox power, tricked out wooden wheels, and a non-existent suspension, the kids will be uncomfortably wobbling down a trail at a spine-shattering 15 miles per day. You and your wife, however, will be getting your steps in the entire way. Every day is leg day on the Oregon Trail. So with a modest $800 to your name, you talk to the general store owner and place your order. Yes sir, what can I do you for? Well, about 20 bucks, but I'm kind of looking for some supplies. Sure thing, take a look around. Yeah, can I get, So can I just get one of everything? Yeah, I'll ring you up. You better get used to that wagon, because you're about to spend about 6 months in it. You've got almost 2,200 miles of trail ahead of you, but you're not alone. In fact, over 400,000 other pioneers are also making the trek. Just don't make too many friends, because you'll end up burying some of them along the way. About 10% of those who hit the trail ended up really hitting the trail. For better survival stats, many families opted to form traveling caravan groups consisting of dozens of wagons to support each other, but having so many people around inevitably led to disagreement. Hey, can you pass the beans? I don't know, can I? The fuck's your problem? So in order to avoid descending into complete chaos, leaders and officers were elected to direct the caravans, laying out agreed upon ground rules dictating what to do in certain events. So if grandma slips and takes a wheeler 50 to the spine, we all know who gets all of her stuff. Enjoy those dentures. Proper planning gave you those. These concrete rules were designed to prevent arguments down the line. But, of course, humans will be humans.
I just wanted some beans.
But you're a simple fella who makes simple decisions, so you're probably fine, right? What could go wrong? Being on the road for about a month now, you've passed through a few forts and landmarks, and besides a few snakes and your son hucking some stuff off of the wagon for fun, things have been going pretty well. Huh. Well, time to put the carpenter skills to use and make repairs. While there's some downtime, the family has an opportunity to catch up on some chores. Just remember to keep your guard up and avoid any, you know. Since your wagon conveniently broke down next to a freshwater spring, your wife is able to replenish the water supply before washing the farts out of your family's clothes. Meanwhile, your daughter feeds the oxen and your son laps up water from a brown puddle. Look at him go. Oh wait, that's not good. Your son is gonna quickly learn about a little thing called cholera. You see, there were plenty of diseases that plagued the dusty trail, like mumps, measles, and the dreaded dysentery, but cholera was by far the worst. Contracted mainly from contaminated water sources where fellow pioneers expelled their evils, cholera could kill within hours and spread just as fast across an entire caravan. Symptoms included extreme nausea, vomiting out your front, vomiting out your back, dehydration from all the vomiting, leg cramps, restlessness, irregular heartbeat, glassy eyes, and perhaps the worst symptom of all, death. Oh my god, he's dead! No, he could just have cholera. Disease alone was the biggest killer on the trail, with estimates of over 30,000 deaths. So, best to avoid slurping down brown puddles. Sorry, son. Not only were diseases a guaranteed add to the death count, but so were injuries. Even something as simple as a small cut could easily be infected, with the extent of medical treatment being no more than, put some whiskey on it. Your prognosis wasn't too promising. So when little Jimothy falls off the wagon and shatters both tibias, he's now the trail's newest speed bump.
If you were afflicted by something, the best you could do was rest. Resting was crucial for pioneers. If they didn't stop to rest frequently, they ended up taking a dirt nap from crippling exhaustion. But not only was physical health a concern, but mental health as well. There were quite a few reports of people throwing themselves off the wagon of life when their mental health deteriorated from not only the monotonous and seemingly unending voyage, but seeing the constant line of rotting bodies of fallen pioneers. It was pretty common to pass several dead travelers every day on the trail, so you gotta think that that's pretty demoralizing, especially if some of those travelers were your friends and family. Even today, some of these graves still mark the end of many pioneers' journeys. Mental health really was no joke. Take for example the famous story of Elizabeth Markham, who was pushed to the brink of insanity while on the trail. In the middle of their trek, she hit a point of exhaustion where she simply refused to travel any further, and nothing could convince her to carry on. After hours of failed encouragement, her husband and children were forced to abandon her and move on. After a while, her son was sent back to get her after she had rested. Bad move. Elizabeth eventually caught back up with the rest of the family, but left her son in the dirt with a rock lodged in his skull. When her husband raced back to find his son still barely alive, Elizabeth set fire to the family's wagon for good measure. Can't continue down the trail if everything you own is reduced to a cinder, can you? Not only were humans a danger to themselves, but so was almost everything else, especially nature. High winds, strong storms, blazing heat, freezing nights, they all did what they do best. They happened. You also had to watch out for wildlife. Wolves, bears, snakes, coyotes, and buffalo. They were all out to get you and your family. But thanks to firearms, humans were able to get them back, especially the buffalo. That's gonna piss off some Native Americans. Speaking of which, there's often a misconception that Native Americans were a constant threat. Not true. In fact, quite the opposite. Native outposts were extremely useful trading sites to replenish food and other supplies. Natives also served as experienced tour guides, escorting some pioneers through rougher terrain like forests and rivers. Granted, there were a few deadly altercations between pioneers and natives, usually a result of pioneers being paranoid and shooting at natives unprovoked. About 800 natives and pioneers were killed thanks to sheer stupidity. Oh well, the wagon's repaired, so time to get back to it. You continued traveling on for a few more months, passing by more forts and giant rocks, but things have been pretty quiet. Wait, why is everything so quiet? They're probably fine. You then break out of your reminiscing when something catches your eye in the distance. There it is! The end of the line and a ticket to a new life. Oregon City. That's in Oregon. All that's left between you and salvation is a huge freaking river. The Columbia River. You can't exactly cross it, so you're gonna need to ford it. You waterproof your wagon, but you still need a raft to hold everything. Oh, but building a sturdy enough raft is just gonna be impossible, is what a non-carpenter would say. It's river time. Embarrassing royal deaths. At just 6 years old, itty-bitty Jimmy II of Scotland was an excited little prince eager to one day inherit the throne from his dear old dad, King James I. And it looks like that day is today.
Dad?
James I was a victim of a coup conducted by his power-hungry uncle who sought to seize the throne. His wife, the Queen, was injured but managed to survive despite being an intended target. Although certainly shaken, she stirred up quite the outcry from her Scottish subjects by putting her now very dead husband's corpse on display, and seeing the sheer brutality that had occurred, an all-out manhunt began for the men responsible. And these men were captured and brutally executed. With the old king gone, it was time to crown a new one. Being only 6 at the time of his dad's dastardly demise, Slimmy Jimmy Jr. was crowned on March 27, 1437. But since he couldn't make any sound decisions as a drooling youth, his still-alive mom took power as regent, acting as ruler on James's behalf. But therein lies the problem. See, the people of Scotland are what we call Scottish. The Queen, now ruling over Scotland, hailed from England. You see the problem here. She was promptly pushed from power in favor of someone a bit more Scottish. Bursting through the door is Archibald Douglas. He's the king's much older first cousin. He took the job but died a few years later from a fever since there wasn't a cowbell in sight. Power was then passed to these two fine fellows, Lord William Crichton and Sir Alexander Livingston. Their goal was to keep King James safe and in power, But in such a hostile political environment, with all of these seemingly random people trying to do their best to position themselves into more power, sometimes it takes a bit of violence to achieve those goals. The best example of said violence being the infamous Black Dinner. In 1440, Lord Crichton and Sir Livingston held a royal dinner at Edinburgh Castle, where the king resided. At the top of the invite list were 16-year-old William Douglas and his 10-year-old brother, David Douglas. They were the sons of former fever haver Archibald Douglas and a threat to the crown. While downing a hock of ham and a bushel of apples, or whatever they ate in those times, the brothers would soon learn that this dinner would come with a show. In the middle of the meal, a decapitated black bull's head was aggressively slammed onto the table in front of them. Ooh, dessert. Now, apparently having a black bull's bulbous block brutally bashed onto your beautiful buffet was a Scottish nobleman's friendly gesture of impending doom. Despite the young King James's pleas, the two boys were captured and beheaded right in front of him. Hardly appetizing. This historical power move was the direct inspiration for that red wedding scene in the Game of Thrones. Fast forward through a few years of childhood trauma to 1449, and the now 19-year-old James marries a nice lady named Mary, and she shoots out 7 kids. One of them dies. Very sad, but very typical. With his marriage and coming of age, James's kingship switched from free trial to premium access. However, what was left of those dang Douglases are still fighting to retain power. If only there was a way for a king to take care of such an annoyance. Yeah, that works. James eventually wiped the Douglases from power and yoinked their land, and he was now in full control of his kingdom. Despite looking super spooky with his villainous vermilion birthmark covering half of his face like that one Avatar guy, I don't know his name, I never watched it, James was a very successful king. He was super social with commoners and advocated for advances in education, helping found the University of Glasgow in 1451. James was also a huge proponent of modern war technology, which, at the time, happened to be war cannons. These engineering marvels of bronze and iron were critical in besieging forts and castles, as cannonballs would just chew right through them things. While attempting to capture Roxburgh Castle, one of the last Scottish castles still under smelly English control after the Scottish Independence Wars, King James II positioned himself next to one of his prized cannons, and after a few words of encouragement to his bombardment buddy, the king gave the order. Artillery! The mounted metal menace exploded, killing King James II instantly at the age of 29. This rather unfortunate death was cemented in Scottish lore on August 3rd, 1460, and is officially, well, canon. In the middle of the Capetian dynasty, the Kingdom of France was ruled by this guy, Louis VI, also known as Louis the Fat. Oh, which is just mean. He should be called Louis the Body Positive. Anyway, this big fat asshole had 8 kids, and this chapter is all about his eldest son, Philip.
Call me Phil.
As was tradition in the Capetian dynasty to establish a clear lineage to the throne, young Philip was crowned as co-king of the Franks at the tender age of 13, right about the time when teen angst starts kicking in. Although reportedly Louis's favorite child, Philip was a bit of a stinker. He would refuse to listen to his father's authority, fail to pay attention to any of the king's lectures and set standards for being a king, and devolved into being a disobedient little shithead, as kids tend to be. According to Walter Mapp, a historic writer during that time period, the continued arrogance and insubordination of the spry little king made him, quote, a burden to all. You know, like when you see a small child convulsing on the floor of your local Target because a 36-year-old man-child snatched the last Pokemon Prismatic Evolutions booster pack out of their clammy little ham hands while the parent just looked on in a dead stare? Hang in there, man. Even though a troublesome youth, the problem would soon fix itself. In October of 1131, at age 15, young King Philip was chilling with the bros, racing through the streets on their 1-horsepower tricked-out Mustangs, when everything was turned on its head. A small sable swine scuttled into the street, right in the path of the oncoming prince and his gang. Philip, who was leading the group, was catapulted off of his horse after it had tripped over the surprise pig. Prince Philip slammed into the ground in a devastating crack and crunch of bone, fracturing all of his limbs and being rendered unconscious. Tragically, the young king had succumbed to his wounds the very next day. King Louis and his family were stricken with immense grief over the loss of their son. The little piggy went to market, but it should have stayed home. George II, King of Great Britain, began life as a tiny little bratwurst in Hanover, Germany in 1683. His father, also George, was the first king of the Hanoverian era and a rather combative parent. Neither George liked the other and would always get into very heated and very public arguments over stuff like politics and other king things. But to be a little more specific, small George despised his dad's advisor, Robert Walpole, the guy considered to be the first British Prime Minister and the one who was really pulling all of the political strings behind the scenes. Think Wizard of Oz, but with a smaller head and worse teeth. But one day, enough was enough. Big George banished Little George from the king's palace after a falling out. The prince was pretty okay with this. He and his wife lived in peace and quiet for quite a few years until, well, the king died. Time to go be a king. Prince George achieved his kingship in 1727 at the age of 43. Views of his reign as king were mixed. Despite squashing political uprisings, expanding the arts, laying the foundations for the Industrial Revolution, and overseeing many successful military conflicts, including leading his troops into battle himself at the age of 60, his English subjects just couldn't get over the fact that he was German, so, you know, they were biased. Growing into his golden years, age started to really take a toll on the king. By 1760, King George II was 76, blind in one eye and hard of hearing. In the wee hours of October 25th, the rather fermented monarch rose from his bed, drank his iconic 6 a.m. hot chocolate, and excused himself to the loo to force out his own hot chocolate. But it was here on his cushy secondary throne that things took a turn for the worse. A servant stationed outside of the royal chambers heard a loud crash and comedically tore the door open to find the root of the commotion. What he found was the king on the floor, seemingly having just finished his business. George was lifted onto his bed and tended to by his physician, but his body crapped out on him. The king was dead. An autopsy of the royal remains indicated that the king had died as a result of a thoracic aortic dissection, the first reported case in history. See that tear right there in the aorta, the big artery leading into his artery? Yeah, that's not supposed to be there, but how it happened is the question. And it is believed that the blood pressure required to cause such a rupture on an old man's already weakened heart came from a rather forceful push of the pelvic floor muscles. So, in an attempt to relieve himself of his intestinal burden, the king relieved himself of his mortal coil. Remember to stay hydrated. In a time where kings were given rather displeasing titles such as the Terrible or the Bad or the Slobberer, Martin of Aragon was granted the title of Martin the Humane. The gracious nickname was a testament to his kind and caring nature. He basically earned it by being a bit less murdery than any other kings at the time. I mean, all the guy did was reconquer Sardinia, suppress revolts, and led crusades against the Moors in northern Africa. But other than that, he was a perfect little angel, focusing on internal stability within his own kingdom of Aragon. But times of peace make for soft men. With little to no conflict to tend to in his later years, Martin grew older and wider. By 1410, at age 53, the king was rather rotund, wrinkled, and in a risky state of health, both physically and mentally. You see, his wife and his 4 children had died, leaving him all alone on his throne. He had married his distant and much younger cousin as a last-ditch effort to produce an heir, but with no success. The depressed and obese king had little more to live for, and would instead gorge himself in solitude. On one fateful night, the king had just downed a whole roasted goose by himself. Where does he put it all? If you've ever slammed down a large meal too quickly, you usually get some pretty bad indigestion, or as I like to call it, the ERP. Since this was the land before Tums, the king had to sleep off his discomfort. He lumbered up to his royal chambers and shimmied himself into his rather strong bed. To cheer himself up a bit, Martin clapped his greasy meat hooks together, summoning his court jester for some late-night entertainment so he could hop aboard the train to Sleepytime Junction with a smile, even though he had no idea what a train even was. The jester apparently took his sweet time while being summoned, as he was asked about where he was the moment he entered the king's chambers. And this was when all hell broke loose. What the heck took you so long? Well, now hold on. I can't in good conscience let this play out with at least putting up a disclaimer. What you're about to hear is the joke that supposedly ended a nearly 300-year medieval dynasty. This is not for the faint of heart. You were warned. I was in the next vineyard, where I saw a young deer hanging by his tail from a tree, as if someone had so punished him for stealing figs. The king lost his absolute shit, reportedly slapping his belly in laughter for 3 hours straight, eventually falling out of his bed and collapsing on the ground where he lay dead from an apparent heart attack.
With no heirs to assume the throne, the House of Barcelona, after ruling the Crown of Aragon for 273 years, fell after the delivery of a single joke. Now, of course, historians debate if this story is even true, as some accounts have Martin dying of the plague, food poisoning, or complications from his weight. But those aren't nearly as funny. Archduke Alexander Leopold of Austria was a big dumb nerd. While the world of royalty focused on politics, land grabbing, and who could kill who more effectively, Alex instead played with his chemistry set in the corner, scribbling notes in a language called mathematics. It's no surprise that young Alex took a liking to the sciences, as his dad, Holy Roman Emperor Guy Leopold II, was a strong advocate for Enlightenment principles and the study of natural sciences.
Today's lesson is called gravity.
Whoa, gravity. But since he was still an emperor's son, involvement in politics was inevitable. Take, for instance, the Kingdom of Hungary. It wasn't officially part of the Holy Roman Empire, but it was somehow still ruled by it. There were governors in charge, but Emperor Leopold was all, here's my son. Make him do something. And thus, little Alex was elected into a lordship position known as a palatine. He had a pretty good time in that position, until the Jacobin conspiracy. A group of rebels were trying to have the Kingdom of Hungary break free from all Holy Roman Empire control, instead giving the royal crown to Alex. He very firmly said no, and the rebels were punished severely. With all of this political nonsense, Alex yearned for the simpler times of just mixing chemicals together to see what blows up. So in 1795, at the age of 22, Alex left Hungary for Vienna, Austria, and took up residence in Laxenburg Palace. But one summer, the young Archduke decided to turn up the heat and dabble in homemade pyrotechnics, a hobby that is famous for its safe and non-destructive nature. Expecting a visit from his cousin, Alex decided to rig up an extravagant fireworks display inside the palace. Hey, just cause you're educated doesn't mean you're smart. To be fair, he, along with a few servants, set up the show within a fortified armory called a casemate, with the intent of firing the rockets towards the outside. So it's not like he decided to just shove firecrackers into a kitchen cabinet for shits and gigs. He was a man of science after all. Nevertheless, all gunpowder and makeshift explosives were stored inside the fortified walls. When his cousin arrived, he attempted to fire off the first rocket, but since Mother Nature has great comedic timing, a rogue gust of wind blew the rocket over, launching itself into other explosives and gunpowder reserves. Everything exploded, engulfing the Archduke and his servants in a goodness gracious great ball of fire. Talk about going out with a bang, am I right? The title of king kinda just fell into the lap of old Adolf Frederick of Sweden in 1751. During the Age of Liberty, a time in history when the Swedish parliament was all... Adolf's rule as king was essentially worthless. He was no more than a political figurehead while all the real guys in fancy wigs did the ruling. But apparently not very well, because by the end of the Age of Liberty in 1772, Sweden was kind of worse for the wear. Its land ownership had diminished, trade had evaporated, and technological advancements were lagging. So Sweden was forced to sit back and watch its neighbors and rivals proudly wave around their large, throbbing economies. During King Adolf's lavishly lackadaisical leadership, nothing extraordinary happened.
The substandard sovereign did attempt to regain power, but failed to do so, because he sucked.
In fact, his entire reign is seen as a dull but peaceful lull in Swedish history with not much to show for it. And unfortunately for the king, the only exciting point in his life, at least from a historical perspective, was his death. According to some historical records, the rather indulgent king had overindulged himself on some food. On February 12, 1771, the king's last supper reportedly consisted of lobster, caviar, sauerkraut, smoked herring, and champagne. Oh, and a few of these bad boys. This is a semla, a traditional Swedish sweet roll stuffed with almond paste and whipped cream, and hot damn does it look tasty. And that's exactly what the king thought as he inhaled 14 of them. Not surprisingly, all of that food did not sit well in the king's tummy, and all that internal stress is believed to have caused heart failure. The poor guy straight up ate himself to death. Now, before the actually crowd starts pounding away on their greasy keyboards, this tale of his death is regarded as propaganda and is highly discredited by modern historians. The official autopsy report for the king has survived all of these years and has concluded, based on all the evidence that they could gather from sleuthing around the king's insides, that his royal majesty had a stroke. Now, suffering from a stroke is rough, but for a king that wasn't up to par, it's a fair way to go. That's some golf humor for you.
Ridiculous jobs that no longer exist. In this day and age, we really take for granted just how quick and easy it is to be able to communicate. Back in the days of yore, not everyone was rolling around at the speed of sound. It could take several weeks to be able to relay critical information to your buddies, and a lot can change in just a few weeks. Nevertheless, delayed information was better than no information at all, and that's why highly trained long-distance messengers could make or break empires. First used thousands of years ago in ancient times, couriers were the best and fastest form of communication pretty much up until the invention of the telegraph in 1837. Sure, boats and trains made things a tad bit faster, but the principle was pretty much unchanged, physically transporting documents from point A to point B. The earliest and most sophisticated courier system of its time was that of the massive and girthy Achaemenid Empire, also known as, or at least considered to be, the First Persian Empire. They constructed the Angarium, a series of relay stations littered across the Royal Road, the main vein of the empire. This connected two major cities within the empire, Susa and Sardes. Can you deliver this message to Sardes? Yeah, no problem at all. Sardes, no. The Royal Road stretched across 1,700 miles of the empire's western half, with patrolling guards and security stations at regular intervals, making it heavily secured. I mean, it kind of had to be. Messengers traveling down the road were carrying the orders from the Great King himself, so they were pretty important. Anyone severing or intercepting that line of communication could cause devastating effects. Also at regular intervals were checkpoints. These were relay stations that housed freshly charged horses as well as other messengers ready to pass things along down the line. This system of stations dropped delivery time from roughly 90 days on foot to just 7 to 9 days on horseback. But what if you didn't have horses? Well, we'd have to ask the Inca. Jump forward 2,000 years to the 1500s, and not much has changed in the ways of communication. In fact, one could argue that it was way worse. With no horses around, Incan runners instead relied on their piggies. Messengers of the king, called the Chasquis, were slim, fit, and ready to rip, carrying messages across the vast mountainsides of the Inca Empire. Unlike their Persian counterparts, the Inca didn't carry the messages in their pockets, but rather their noggins. And that's because the Inca did not have any formal written language. Wild, right? Instead, apart from some complex numerical systems involving tied knots of string, everything was spoken, so a strong memory was the key to getting the right message across. The Chasquis were tasked with relaying the king's orders to nearby provinces and military commanders. Tell the soldiers that they're doing a solid job and to keep up the great work. Yes, my king. The Inca, though, did rely on relay stations to always have a fresh pair of legs ready to deliver a message. According to Spanish chroniclers, that's a fun word to say, each station was about a half a league apart, but could be as far as a league and a half. That's over 5 miles, or for you metric fellas, over 832,000 centimeters. The stations were more or less weather-resistant small huts with other Chasquis standing about, ready to get a move on. Upon arriving, the first messenger would give the oral performance for his buddies, and then repeat the message that he came with. After memorizing the information, the next Chasqui sprinted up to 5 miles to the next station. Now keep in mind, this was the Inca Empire. It wasn't easily traversed flat road. It was pretty much uphill both ways, wobbly, cobbly stone roads 10,000 feet above sea level, on par with how our parents walk to and from school every day, or so they claim. The king said to slob his knob, and that Greg's a jerk. The fuck did I do? It's unfortunate that sometimes things get lost in translation, but remember the first rule of exchanging information. Never shoot the messenger. Leave it to the English to come up with some spooky dooky hocus pocus type stuff. If you're extremely poor and a social outcast with no lucrative or meaningful skills whatsoever, then the profession of Sin Eater might have been on the menu for you. Blimey. Historically, the job was performed throughout the early 17th century up until the 19th century, mostly in England, Scotland, and Wales. So just this area. As a Sin Eater, you were always on call for your services, as people have a tendency of kicking the bucket at any given time. So while you sat slapping mud around all day outside your thatched roof cottage, you could receive the news of a local death at the drop of a hat. Oh, he's dead. A relative or loved one would seek out your services almost immediately after the passing had passed. Once you were summoned, you'd pull up your britches and tween off screen to convene with the spiritually unclean. Arriving at the door, you politely knock before entering. You waddle inside to see your new customer and get to work. So your job as the local sin eater was to, as you could probably guess, eat the sins of the deceased, as praying and repentance apparently wasn't good enough. Now, the eating of the sins was of course symbolic in nature, but it was conducted in a literal fashion. The family of the dearly departed presented the sin eater with food, usually bread and beer. The food was placed on the chest or face of the individual right as they had passed away, supposedly sucking up all the bad juju as the soul floated to regions beyond. So, now with the food being properly seasoned with a pinch of immorality and a dash of transgression, it was time to chow down. The basic idea of the whole ceremony was that you would effectively absolve the dead of any wrongdoings committed in life, allowing them a clean slate departure for the heavens as a certified good boy. Now, you're probably not surprised to learn that this was far from a Michelin star dining experience. The bread was all stale and the beer was warm with a bunch of gross floaties in it, perfect for the hipsters, but less than ideal for normal people. So after munching and crunching and glugging and chugging, you'd say a quick yet emotionally packed prayer. Rub-dub-dub, thanks for the grub. Yay, God. Where's the shitter? Now with a proper sense of closure, you'd receive your paltry fee and be promptly vacated from the premises. So while your work of purifying one's soul was well appreciated, you were looked down upon, even outcasted. The belief was that you'd retain all of these absorbed sins, polluting your own soul in the process. That being the case, sin eaters were forced to live reclusive and isolated lives, being hated, ridiculed, and shunned by the locals. Until it was time to deep throat a sin or 12. It's not exactly clear how the tradition of sin eating was started. Some believe that it derives from the Jewish tradition of the scapegoat, a literal goat that was imbued with all of the local sins and troubles, sent out into the wilderness and actively prodded off a cliff, taking all of the town's trials and tribulations with it. Atonement complete. Thanks, Mr. Goat. As for sin eating, it seems that the tradition was finally laid to rest in the beginning of the 20th century with the death of Richard Munslow, the last known sin eater in England. He reportedly was a humble and well-loved farmer who took on the job after the premature deaths of his children. Very sad. All in all, sin eating really was a self-sacrifice when you look at it, trading in any sense of social standing for a few pence. But hey, free bread and beer. If you thought your childhood was rough, imagine dipping, diving, ducking, and dodging your way through cannon fire while slugging a heavy sack of gunpowder on a ship in the middle of the ocean. That's what powder monkeys had to deal with almost on a daily basis. So while you may have been pissed at your mom for taking your Game Boy away for a few days, powder monkeys were grateful if they even saw tomorrow. Back during the Age of Sail, naval warfare was a pretty common occurrence, ships just blasting big metal balls at each other in hopes of sinking the other guy faster or causing enough damage to warrant a surrender. In order to give yourself a fighting chance, you needed a well-trained, well-supplied crew who knew their way around cannons. Besides ammunition, the cannons needed a propellant to send those cannonballs barreling at the faces of the enemy. That propellant, of course, was gunpowder. In the heat of battle, every trained sailor needed to man their stations and execute their responsibilities in order to have a decent shot at survival. But one responsibility that didn't need much training outside of carry this shit and run over there was that of supplying powder to the cannoneers. Since there wasn't much to the job description, the task was given to young boys, usually between the ages of 12 and 14. You see, back in this time, between the 16th and 19th centuries, people were just cranking out kids, especially the poor. Simultaneously, nature was just cranking out infectious and deadly diseases, and industry was cranking out fatal working conditions, both of which were promptly streamlining children into the orphanage pipeline. This, of course, caused orphanages to become overburdened, and they needed some relief. And where's the best place to put able-bodied youngsters just looking for any kind of future? The military, of course. European and eventually American navies were scooping up hundreds of impoverished chaps each year and dumping them on ships to take on the role of powder monkey, more often than not against their will. But the young lads were quicker, more agile, and physically smaller than their adult counterparts, making them perfect candidates for the job. During a battle, each boy would quickly carry at least 2 leather cases housing powder cartridges from the ship's powder magazine deep down in the hull, all the way up to the cannons. A dangerous job for sure, but a critical one for the success of the skirmish. Oi lad, bring me that very explosive powder, eh? And be quick about it. Yes sir, right away sir. That's a good lad. In exchange, the young fellows were clothed, fed, and given beds, even a little bit of education to fill their heads. The plan was to have the boys eventually become official, full-time members of the Navy, assuming that they survived to adulthood. Yet despite the fact that they were a key part of the crew, they held no formal naval rank on the ships which they served. Now, while it was nice to have a place to call home, clothes on your back, and food in your belly, it of course came with the steep price of witnessing the horrors of war. Just to clarify, I said that powder monkeys were usually between the ages of 12 and 14, but in reality, some were much younger, with some documentation showing cases of children as young as 7 years old. These little guys were subjected to watching their fellow crewmen being blown to smithereens, impaled by split bits of ship, blinded by shrapnel, or having limbs ripped from rogue cannon fire. None of which they were immune to themselves, mind you. It wasn't until the end of the War of 1812 that formal regulations were put in place, preventing any recruitment of powder monkeys under the age of 12 from serving on ships in the United States. The British followed in suit with an age limit of 13 for the role, though these age restrictions were still often ignored. The practice did, however, fully die out in the mid-1800s once child labor laws were put in place and technology made the role obsolete. Sorry kids, looks like it's a big old box of PTSD for Christmas this year. Medieval medicine was wild. Physicians back then were really just throwing anything at the wall to see what stuck, which led to a bunch of strange medical practices that would, luckily, fall out of favor once modern medicine emerged. One such practice was that of uroscopy, the art and science of checking out your pee to determine your health. Now I know what you're thinking. Isn't this still used in the modern day? Yes, but no. Urinalysis, as it's practiced today, uses chemical, physical, and microscopic analysis of urine samples to generate quantitative data for diagnosis. Uroscopy, on the other hand, well, it had dudes snooping, sniffing, and sipping your pee. Well, Doc? I need a second opinion. Now, you might be surprised to know that the practice of uroscopy has been around for thousands and thousands of years. The earliest known evidence that historians have dates all the way back to the 4th millennium BC, where some ancient Sumerian physicians took note of urinary color. Perhaps the most profound early evidence that we have comes from the ancient Egyptians around 1550 BC. This is the Ebers Papyrus, a 65-foot-long medical scroll from ancient Egypt's New Kingdom era. This single document details over 800 diagnoses and remedies for all kinds of conditions ranging from skin problems, eye problems, burns, tumors, a limp, broken bones, backwards teeth, brown parasites, and of course, urinary conditions. The study and examination of urine continued for a while, but the formal occupation of uroscopist is believed to have been introduced between the 4th and 7th centuries in the Byzantine Empire, hitting its peak in the Middle Ages. According to medieval Welsh medical texts, it was believed that urine was the filtrate of the 4 humors: black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. Of course, we now know that your pee is the product of your kidneys filtering your blood and excess water, but hey, medical science was still a baby back then. Because of this theory, uroscopists believed that urine was the end-all be-all for determining a person's health status, and thus, it was the most important substance to study. The most telling quality of the urine was its color, so after collecting a fresh sample, a real fresh sample, the color was immediately observed. But a problem with qualitative analysis is that it's completely subjective, whereas quantitative is objective. When it comes to subjectivity, one PP doctor may interpret the same color differently than another. For objectivity, numbers are numbers, there's no argument there. In order to mitigate subjectivity and establish some sort of consistency, the piss percipients often constructed quick reference guides to use as a standard for diagnosis, sharing their knowledge across heavily detailed manuscripts. As an example, if your urine was clear, you might have some spleen issues. If it was dark red, your liver's too hot. Green, you've got jaundice. Black, well, wait, is black urine a thing? Oh God. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be doing too well if you're inking out your dink. While you had the visual aspect, Euroscopus also ventured down the avenues of smell and taste to solidify the reasonings if a diagnosis couldn't be immediately deciphered from color alone. Urine that tasted sweet was evidence of diabetes, whereas stinky pee-pee usually meant infection. Now, while this may seem silly looking at it through a modern lens, there was some validity to the practice. Euroscopists were able to properly diagnose conditions like diabetes and jaundice through their practices. Diagnosis was great and all, but without proper and effective treatment, you're not going to be making much progress, except just being closer to the grave. It's like if someone tells you, hey, your car is broken, and then proceeds to offer no meaningful solution. At that point, they're just taking the piss. The ultra wealthy really love spending their money on stupid shit. They love it, in fact. When you've got more money than you could spend in 50 lifetimes, why not? Dumping the most expensive champagne on luxury watches, a fifth mansion on the beach, rigging elections, whatever tickles their sacks. But ostentatious spending is nothing new. You see, back in the 1700s, wealthy estate owners in England, Ireland, and Scotland were bored out of their skulls. I mean, think about it. The extent of dopamine rushes back then were what? Attending yet another opulent ball, hunting some wildlife, racing a horse or two, then putting them down when they don't win. And when you felt like a real degenerate, you had excessive gambling. But these frivolous activities got stale real quick. There needed to be something fresh, something grand, something right in your own backyard. That's when the idea of the English landscape gardens started to bloom, transforming sprawling grounds of estates into picturesque and serene scenes. Replacing the clear-cut and formal gardens of their French counterparts, English landscapes were to appear engineered by nature itself, with natural slopes, ponds, groupings of trees and flowers, a nice boulder or two, and organic decoration. These established wonderful getaways for owners and guests alike to retreat and get in touch with nature. But for some, all the stone and trees and grass just wasn't cutting it. Something was missing, something human, like a person. Believe it or not, some wealthy fellas sought out to hire real-life people as decorations for their gardens. Take, for example, one Joseph Pocklington. Born into a wealthy banking family and receiving his inheritance at just 26 years old, his priority was to just spend the shit out of it. After all, what's the point of having money if you don't spend it? As my dad always tells me, you only live once, son. Enjoy it. Well, Mr. Pocklington over here made damn sure he was going to enjoy the life he was given. After purchasing his own private island on a lake, he commissioned the construction of his own armed fortress, a druid temple, and several natural grottos. In order to make the estate seem more lively, he advertised employment for a man to live in his garden, demanding that the man, quote, live for 7 years without washing or cutting his hair or nails. The man was to never speak or interact with any guests and would spend his lonely days in an artificial cave. The basic idea was for guests to observe a man in his most natural state, untouched by societal influence. If the man was able to carry out these conditions, he would be paid the equivalent of about $100,000 in today's money. Now that's spread over the whole 7 years, so it's not really that much. But the position was dubbed the Ornamental Garden Hermit. Now get this, Pocklington was not the only fella to come up with this idea. Others employed their own hermits with much more lenient rules. Perhaps the most well-known example was the Hill family from Shropshire. Their botanical bro was dubbed Father Francis, and he fully interacted with guests, told stories, and dispensed his own wisdom, all while maintaining a mysterious yet comforting presence.
I want to see the hermit, mummy. I want to see the hermit.
The trend of the ornamental garden hermit lasted just over a century, finally being uprooted in the 1830s in favor of living statues. And to answer your question, no, garden gnomes were not inspired by the garden hermit. Those came from Germanic folklore, hundreds of years prior, but they'll still guard your garden as best they can.
Hey guys, today we're gonna see how some small mistakes in history led to some pretty big consequences, so strap in with your favorite toothpaste and orange juice, cause here we go. King of Scots Alexander III was revered by his subjects as a kind and noble king, so he was a pretty cool guy. He put an end to an ongoing war with Norway with the signing of the Treaty of Perth. This stopped the invading Vikings from doing their stereotypical graping and pillaging and made them frig off back to Norway. The treaty also let Scotland gain possession of the Western Isles and the Isle of Man. With all this land expansion going on, as well as increased exports and cash flow, Scotland entered a bit of a golden age. Everything was pretty good until it wasn't. After all, no story is complete without some good old-fashioned character development from a Disney Pixar family tragedy. In the mid-1280s, King Alexander's wife, Queen Margaret, bit the dust, which was pretty devastating since they were married since childhood. Well, at least he had his own children to care for. Except for the fact that they all died too. Little Margaret Jr., who hilariously became Queen of Norway, expired at the age of 22 while pooping out her only child, a daughter named Margaret. We'll get to her later. Alex Jr. died on his 20th birthday at the age of 20. Don't know how he died either, sources just say he just died. The youngest child, David, also kicked an uneventful bucket at age 19. With his family tree essentially trimmed down to the trunk, Alex was desperate to generate new successors, so he married a French countess, Yolande of Dreux. She moved in with the king, but like in a different town for some reason. Well, one night the king was acting pretty eager to perform, so he set out to do the deed of sowing his seed, and nothing was going to block his urge to splurge. Nope, not even that. Despite pleads and warnings from bro-code breaking advisors, the king set out to get his dunk sunked. He had a few of his servants accompany him as guides, and they made it to the queen, but the king, on the other hand, got separated in the harsh storm and was subsequently yeeted off of his horse over a cliff where he was found the next morning, dead as a doornail. With no other heir, it was Margaret Jr.'s time to shine. But since she was only 3 years old and with the attention span of a goldfish, the political landscape of Scotland fell into ruin, ending the short-lived golden age, all because the king needed to slam some sweet queen skush. As I'm sure you know, the luxurious ocean liner Titanic was the ship of dreams that ended up becoming a complete nightmare. The ship died in 1912 after Leonardo DiCaprio and Kate Winslet distracted the two lookouts in the crow's nest from observing the giant fucking iceberg floating several hundred feet in front of them. Despite the crew's best efforts, the ship collided with the iceberg and got flushed into the North Atlantic a few hours later. Joking aside, it is believed that the entire disaster could have been prevented, or at least significantly reduced, if it weren't for one key mistake: an actual missing key. Lookouts Frederick Fleet and Reginald Lee were tasked with the important task of making sure that no icebergs were in the ship's path. In the crow's nest, the two men were equipped with a warning bell and a telephone to alert crew of any potential dangers in the chilled waters ahead. They also had one more tool: a pair of binoculars which were secured in a box. A locked box with a missing key. Apparently, this key was accidentally taken off of the ship before it set sail by a second officer, David Blair. What's this here in my pocket? Huh. I'm sure that's not a big deal. With no binoculars, the lookouts had to rely on eyesight alone. And that wouldn't be so terrible if it weren't for the fact that the night was extremely dark, cold, and calm, making it very hard to see icebergs. Luckily, there were almost none all night. Almost. Both lookouts miraculously survived the sinking and, when interviewed, agreed that if they had binoculars, they could have seen the iceberg and reacted more quickly, avoiding the unnecessary loss of over 1,500 lives, but dooming James Cameron's film career. The key, donated to the British Sailor Society by Officer Blair's daughter, was eventually sold at auction for 90,000 British pounds. If you've ever dealt with the trouble of remembering how many tablespoons are in a gallon, or that there's 660 feet in a furlong, you probably long for the ease of the metric system. Being an American myself, I'm genetically inclined to detest the anti-freedom units, but getting an engineering degree made me appreciate the simplicity of the metric system. I mean, guys, it's really great. Everything is just a multiplicative of 10. Kilogram, it's 1,000 grams. A meter, it's 100 centimeters. Like, wow, amazing. Anyway, that convenience was stolen from us by a band of scallywag pirates during America's infancy. In 1793, Secretary of State Thomas Mother Effin Jefferson recognized that the United States needed to standardize their units of measure as multiple systems were being used, making commercial trading a logistical nightmare. Luckily, the French of all people had an answer. Scientist Joseph Dombey was dispatched to the United States with a special gift, a carefully crafted copper cylinder which would serve as the revolutionary new standard in weight measurement, the kilogram. Just one component of France's newly developing metric system. While sailing to the States with his cylinder in one hand and the kilogram in the other, Dombey's ship was blown off course by a storm. Now headed for the 1700s Caribbean. British pirates at the time usually attacked non-British ships to impede their trade, and unfortunately Dombey was one of those victims. He was held hostage for ransom but died in captivity. Dombey's death meant that Jefferson never got the metric standard, meaning it was never adopted. So the United States stuck with the English units as their standard. While it is possible that we could all be measuring our all-beef francs using centimeters, it's doubtful, as multiple attempts over the years to implement the metric system have been defeated at the greasy hand of American pride. Ethiopia and Italy typically aren't two countries that you would hear about in the same sentence, but during the late 1800s when Africa was getting absolutely reamed by colonization, Italy had its sights set on some potential land expansion candidates, one of them being, you guessed it, Eritrea, Ethiopia's northern neighbor. This led to a bit of an unofficial scuffle called the Italo-Ethiopian War of 1887, which lasted for 2 years and ended with Italy formally occupying Eritrea and the signing of the Treaty of Wuchal. Among other rules, the treaty basically stated that peace was to remain between Italy and Ethiopia. However, one article had two different meanings between languages. In Italian, the article stated that Ethiopia must act through Italy if they wish to do business with other governments. The Amharic or Ethiopian version stated that Ethiopia can act through Italy for external business, which suggested that it wasn't mandatory. Very different things. The treaty was nonetheless signed, and eventually the two countries clashed again. Italy claimed that it had full control over Ethiopia's external affairs, but Ethiopia claimed, "Nuh-uh, dude." Italy then invaded Ethiopia in 1895, starting the official First Italo-Ethiopian War. With Italy's army of 44,000 against Ethiopia's 125,000, the Italians ended up getting their spaghetti-eating teeth kicked in, securing Ethiopia's independence in 1896. Until Italy invaded again in 1935. Italy won that time. All in all, around 25,000 lives were lost during the First Italo-Ethiopian War, all because Italy decided to skip its daily Duolingo sessions. When you're a power-hungry dictator to millions of food-hungry citizens, your people will probably hate you, which is something that Joseph Stalin was shocked to find out when leading the Soviet Union from 1924 until his death in 1953. Although he came into power with some strong initial support, it quickly dried up as his first few years sucked eggs. He went balls deep into national industrialization and uprooted the agricultural system. No food means famine, and famine means people die. So, people died. Millions of them. Stalin was now officially an asshole, and assholes need to be wiped clean. His political rivals demanded his removal, prompting Stalin to switch to defense mode. In doing so, he began stringent investigations of the government for anyone who might even toy with the idea of questioning his policies. Yes, hello, I have question. No one was safe. During what came to be known as the Great Purge between 1936 and 1938, Stalin expanded his investigations to anyone he deemed a threat to the Soviet Union. By the end, there were over 700,000 documented executions of workers, artists, teachers, whoever, while in reality it is estimated to be about 1.2 million. Even his own Red Army saw 37,000 soldiers executed or sentenced to labor camps. And these weren't just lowly foot soldiers either, I'm talking like commanders and generals, his top guys. Stalin was absolutely unhinged, with his paranoia destroying his mental and physical health. He ended up surviving a severe heart attack and a stroke in 1945, with his health never fully recovering. On the night of February 28, 1953, Stalin was chilling with some bros, watching movies and having dinner. After a long night of joking and smooches, Stalin retired to his private quarters, specifically instructing not to be disturbed until he woke up the next morning. Well, the next morning came and nothing. Afternoon, nothing. Remember that even his closest friends were terrified of defying him lest they be sent to the gulag. Night came, still nothing. And by now, they're pretty worried. It wasn't until 11 p.m. that a housekeeper dared to check on Stalin. He was found on the ground unconscious and unresponsive. Still terrified to call the doctor, it took another 8 hours for Stalin to receive medical attention. With an extremely high blood pressure of 190/110, Stalin had suffered another intense stroke. He received around-the-clock care for 3 days before he ultimately despawned on March 5th, 1953. Had he been kinder to his bros and not such a complete butthole, he may have been treated sooner and survived his ailment, even if it was short-lived. The Soviet Union eventually collapsed in 1991. And there we have it. You can clearly see how small itty-bitty mistakes can lead to some severe consequences. So be sure to never make another mistake in your life.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? We're gonna have a lot of fun today building a bang for the buck AMD gaming rig. And when I say bang for the buck, I don't mean that it's gonna cost like 20 bucks. What I mean is that it's gonna be a reasonably priced machine that is all about getting the best value for the dollar. And we're doing this stream in partnership with Micro Center. Micro Center has 25 brick and mortar locations across the US, and they've got an online store, and it's an absolutely great place to go to build anything from a tricked out gaming rig all the way down to something more reasonable, like what we're gonna be doing today. And if you check out the link below, they've actually got a sweet promo where you can get a 32 gig flash drive and 32 gig micro SD card for free in store. No purchase necessary. That's right, it's crazy, but limit of one per customer. So the build starts today with the case, because that was the only thing that I couldn't really go shopping for at Micro Center. Now you might have noticed, I don't have anything else. That's because today is all about the in-store experience. Starting with something we don't have footage for. Hit me with that CPU. If you don't hit my hand, I won't catch. Wow, what a good throw. You know what? I take back what I said before. I feel like you are qualified to play this part today. We're gonna be starting with a Ryzen 3 3100. This is basically the way to go, assuming you can actually find one in stock, basically the way to go for a value for the dollar brand new gaming rig today. It uses AMD's Zen 2 architecture, so that means that it's quite a bit faster than their, well, how do we put this? Then their first attempt at Ryzen, and it's got 4 processing cores, meaning that basically any gaming application is going to have all that it really needs, and that's going to be true probably for at least the next few years. In terms of cooling, we're going with a stock cooler. Hit me with that. Oh yeah! Because the reality of it is, guys, as much as we love to show off, you know, fancy, sexy coolers and, you know, talk about like the lowest possible temps, when you're running at stock speed or you're running like a quad-core CPU these days, you don't really need any of that. And AMD in particular has done an absolutely fantastic job of their stock cooler design for their Ryzen processors. Like, these things are quiet, they keep them cool, they are super easy to install thanks to AMD's clip-based mounting system, and some of them even have like RGB lighting and stuff, which is pretty sick. All right, so that's it for the things we don't have footage of me shopping for. Let's have me go shopping for a motherboard. Woo! Is there audio in these clips, or do I just talk over them? What should I get? Maybe, how about this A520M DS3H motherboard? Oops, I dropped it. Right, okay, so there's a global pandemic, you know, small matter, and if I were to actually go shopping at Micro Center, I would have to quarantine for 2 weeks when I get there, go shopping, get on a plane, quarantine for 2 weeks, and then film this video. So we actually had one of our friends at Micro Center do the footage of actually walking around in the store picking the parts. So I promise you that these are going to be very amusing, because that one was hilarious. What did they film that on, a potato? It looks so bad. Like, we're coming to you guys live, and I think it still looks better than their pre-recorded footage. That's okay. Micro Center's specialty is really like computers and electronics and stuff like that. It's not, you know, creating the world's greatest work of cinema. So let's run through why we went with an A520 board. Compared to AMD's even budget, hold on, let me get this. Sorry, 1 second here. There we go. Compared even to AMD's budget B550 chipset, the A520 is even lower end, meaning that you do give up support for PCI Express Gen 4. But if there's anything that we've learned over the last little bit, actually, have you guys seen that video yet? Shoot, I don't think that video's out yet. So Anthony put together a really great video that's going to be uploaded to the channel soon about the performance of PCI Express Gen 3 versus PCI Express Gen 4. And what we found was that it actually doesn't make that big of a difference, even going all the way up to something like an RTX 3090 or a Radeon 6900 XT. So, people are like, spoilers, spoilers, spoilers. There are some interesting things in that video, even knowing that though. It's really worth a watch. But the point is, if we know that the CPU is going to be at the heart of this system basically for the foreseeable future, I have no problem going for something like a budget A520 board. So we're not going to be doing like a ton of overclocking or anything like that. But in terms of expansion, we've got PCI Express 16X for our graphics card. We can add a couple more add-in cards. You've got an M.2 slot for high-speed storage. And
Imagine your family was wrestling royalty. Then one night, you watched everything fall apart in the middle of the ring. Years later, you're desperate to bring your family's name back to where it belongs. But nobody wants anything to do with you because of that very same name. Then out of nowhere, someone offers you the opportunity you've been waiting your whole life for. There's just one catch. This isn't normal wrestling. It's the deadliest wrestling tournament in the universe. And this time, none of it is scripted.
Dynamo escaped.
Win,
no one caught it.
and you'll get the one thing you've wanted ever since that night. The only question is, how much are you willing to sacrifice? Buckle the fuck up. It's almost time, John. The moment we've all been waiting for. You're not wrong, Lucy. We've had an amazing show so far, and a powerhouse of a main event coming up right now. That's right, tonight only. For the Tokyo Grand World Heavyweight title, the champion, Yua Steel Rose, versus the challenger, Cobra Sun. These two have been rivals since their arrival here in Tokyo Grand Pro Wrestling. Some amazing matches have happened between these two, Lucy, but they've never fought for the championship. It's all on the line now, between the two of the best wrestlers on the planet. And if I'm honest, Lucy, I'm rooting for Yua. She's up there with some of the most talented wrestlers I've ever seen. In the locker room, Yua and her husband embrace, while their daughter comes rushing over. This is her first time being there live. She can see some worry on her mom's face, but she just says she's doing this for her. A guy she calls Uncle Blood has tickets for her at ringside. Her dad can't bring her as he's going to be working late tonight. She begins to argue but is interrupted. She's on in 30 seconds. Her husband and her tell one another that they love each other, as he wishes her a great match. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for your main event of the evening. Introducing first, from Tokyo, Japan, the Iron Flower, the Unbreakable Blossom, the Tokyo Grand Heavyweight Champion of the world, Yua Steel Rose!
We love you, Yua!
She begins getting interviewed in the ring. What's going through her mind right now? She tells everyone of the journey she took to get here. She lived it. It consumed her. Wrestling was her life. This belt was her life. She wanted fame and glory. But then she became a mother. And now, she doesn't fight for the belt. She fights for her family, her daughter, her lover. But they're not the only members of her family. Everyone in the audience is too. Uncle Blood begins tearing up. It's such a beautiful scene. Then they announce the challenger. From Calgary, Alberta, the poisonous powerhouse, the high-flying scorcher, Cobra Sun! Everyone in the stadium begins booing him. He says, cut the music. Boo him. He doesn't care. Unlike his opponent, he's not going to call them family. She has forgotten what it means to be a pro wrestler. It's not about family. It's about the power, the status, the money. And tonight, he's taking that belt. Kick his ass, Mom, her daughter shouts from the side. And it begins. She rushes him, catching him off guard with a swift kick to the neck. But he counters immediately, grabbing her, lifting her into the sky, and flinging her into the crowd behind him. Uncle Blood assures her mom is okay. But wait, Cobra Sun is going to the top ropes. By God, don't do it! Don't do it, Jeff! Oh my God, he just hit a whisper in the wind, dragging Yua back to the ring, picking her up once more, setting up his finisher, the setting sun. But he's going to the top ropes. We've never seen this before. Lona looks on in shock below. He seems to be struggling though. His legs look shaky. But that's when he suddenly slips, letting Yua go.
Mom?
Lona is frozen in place. The referee checks on her. As Cobra Sun apologizes, he didn't mean it, he says. They have to get emergency services in there now. Lona breaks from her trance and rushes in the ring, screaming for her mom to wake up. The paramedics strap her up and take her away. This doesn't look good. Accidents happen in the ring, folks. It's an awful truth. But a real one. At the emergency room, she's thinking back to spending time in her room with her mom. She misses that time. And unfortunately, as her dad exits the room, it looks like she's never going to get that time ever again. She's gone, baby. Another brutal strike to Lona Steel Rose. She is taking a beating right now. She grabs her by the hair, nearly snapping her neck in half. Raising her into the air, a falcon arrow by the Steam Queen Diamond Rain. 1, 2, 3. But she kicks out, showing tremendous heart. Is that all you got? Steel Rose is going for the last-ditch submission attempt with the Pillars of Golgotha. It looks like it might be having some effect, but no! Rain is climbing to the top. 1, 2, 3. Later in the locker room, her Uncle Blood hands her a payment for the night. She asks if she can come back next week and maybe fight someone different on the roster. But he says, I don't think so. But she can sense something is up. He says, she's too green. He can tell she hasn't done it professionally yet. She can't take the real deal yet. She's been looking for a trainer, but can't find one. Of course not, he replies. She's Yua Steel Rose's daughter. Nobody wants to touch you. But why can't he? He's family. he wishes he could. So her mom dying means she can never wrestle? But it's not that. He just made a promise a long time ago. Later her dad is chasing after her. She told him not to come to her matches, but he just wants to talk. But she has no interest. She doesn't want to hear it. She's not quitting. She hasn't even found a trainer yet, he replies. Because you kept Uncle Blood from taking me on. How could he? It's her dream. But you can't blame him, he says. He just wants her to be safe. But it's not just wrestling. Ever since Mom died, you've been different. Isolated. The only time they talk is when he's jumping down her throat. This is her choice, and she's going all the way. She'll show everybody. She's a steel rose, just like her mom, and she's going to be just like her. Then he screams in her face, and if you keep going, you'll end up like her too. Too far, man. Too far. She storms off. But that's when she's approached by a mysterious glowing man. She's busy right now, she says. But he replies saying he's been watching her for a long time. Okay, not creepy at all. She swings on him, but he dodges, grabbing her wrist, saying maybe it would be easier if I just show you. What the fuck? They just teleported. His name is Willard Necroton. Welcome to the Baron Bastion, his castle and home. He's a necromancer. He's running a tournament of sorts. But a belt isn't the only prize. I'd like to talk to you about bringing your mom back to life. He tells her of a war. A big one. One he may or may not have started. He just loves power. He had the armies, the magic, the weapons. Everything basically. But fate had other plans. Everyone on the planet unified against him. But they couldn't kill him. So they exiled him here. He's been stuck here ever since. But how did he come to Earth then? He says it's just apparitions. He can communicate and bring beings here, but he cannot actually leave. He's trapped forever. And right now, he's over all that world-conquering stuff anyways. He got bored one day and started playing with whatever tech he had lying around in this dump. That's how he discovered the television. She cuts him off saying, will you cut to the chase already? Why is she here? The reason you're here is because he absolutely loves pro wrestling. TV saved him. There's only so many times you can hear someone play the harp before you commit game over. He watched every show he could, but what captured him the most was pro wrestling. The action, the drama, the intensity. And then he saw her mother's last match. The one with Cobra's son. He saw her run into the ring. It got him thinking. The best part of wrestling is not knowing who's going to win. The stakes are high. How could one raise those stakes even higher without winning?
Number 10. Agathocles of Syracuse. He was born in 361 BC in Sicily, the son of a potter named Carcinus. Legend says, an oracle warned his father the child would bring ruin to Syracuse, and Carcinus had the newborn abandoned in the street to die. A local aristocrat rescued him instead. By his 20s, Agathocles had joined the army, married rich, and started climbing the corpse-strewn ladder of Syracusan politics. By 317 BC, he had used a private army of mercenaries to overthrow the ruling oligarchy and installed himself as tyrant. He proclaimed himself king of Sicily in 304 BC. For 2 decades, he waged relentless war against Carthage. He did what no Greek before him had dared. He landed an army in North Africa and marched on the walls of Carthage itself, forcing the greatest trading empire of the Western Mediterranean to sacrifice 500 of its own noble children to Baal Hammon in a panicked attempt to buy divine protection. Agathocles was 72 years old in 289 BC, still plotting a second African campaign, still assembling ships in the harbor of Syracuse. And that is when a young man named Menon killed him with a piece of bird. The details, preserved by Diodorus, are unpleasantly specific. His grandson, Archigathus, wanted the throne, Menon was a war captive Agathocles had spared and then favored, promoted, kept close. The king had assumed the boy would be grateful. He was wrong. Archigathus and Menon knew that Agathocles' food was inspected constantly. Every dish, every cup had a taster. So they went around the taster. Agathocles had a habit after dinner. He cleaned his teeth with a quill, one of those thin, hollow feathers used in the ancient world as toothpicks. It was the one object that touched the inside of his mouth that no servant ever bothered to check. Menon smeared the quill with what Diodorus calls a putrefactive drug. When Agathocles finished his wine and asked for the quill, Menon handed it over. Agathocles cleaned his teeth. The poison entered his gums. Within days, his mouth was rotting. His face swelled. He lost the ability to speak, to eat, to drink. The most feared warlord in the Western Mediterranean. The man who had frightened Carthage into child sacrifice was reduced to a paralyzed old man drooling in a bed while his family circled him like sharks. Modern historians offer a gentler theory. Some think Agathocles was suffering from oral cancer and that the toothpick story is later embroidery, but Diodorus stuck by the poison quill. And there is one final humiliation nobody disputes. When Agathocles was placed on the funeral pyre, according to Diodorus, he was still breathing. The man tasked with lighting the fire saw the king's chest move, and he set the pyre alight anyway. The king of Sicily, ruler for a quarter of a century, was burned alive because it was less inconvenient than admitting he was still alive. After his death, the Syracusans held a public assembly, canceled his dynasty, and voted a damnatio memoriae, erasing his name from official records. A man defeated in life by a hollow feather, defeated in death by his own fire, and defeated in memory by the deliberate silence of the people he had ruled. Not the worst on this list, just the beginning. Number 9, Cambyses
A wild esper appears
II,
captured using
the son of
Poke
Cyrus
Catch,
the Great,
winners revealed in
the
90s.
conqueror of Egypt, the king of kings of the Achaemenid Empire, and a man who died from his own sword before he could even get on his horse. Cambyses II inherited the greatest empire the ancient world had ever seen when his father Cyrus died on campaign. Around 530 BC, he was an experienced administrator who had run Babylonian affairs for his father. Cambyses set his sights on the one great kingdom his father had failed to conquer, Egypt. In 525 BC, he crossed the Sinai with a massive multi-ethnic army, defeated the pharaoh Psamtik III at the Battle of Pelusium, and became the first foreign ruler in centuries to sit on the throne of the two lands. He took the pharaonic name Mesutier. He honored local priesthoods and even oversaw the burial of an Apis bull. Then the Greek historian Herodotus got hold of the story, and everything changed. Herodotus, writing decades later from Egyptian sources with an obvious axe to grind, painted Cambyses as a mad tyrant. According to Herodotus, Cambyses stabbed a sacred Apis bull in the thigh. He desecrated Egyptian temples. He murdered his own brother Bardia out of paranoid jealousy. He married his own sister and then killed her too. He sent 50,000 men into the western desert to attack the Oracle of Ammon at Siwa, and every single one of them vanished in a
Esper
sandstorm
escaped. No one
and was
caught it.
never seen again. What is not debated is what happened in the spring of 522 BC. Word reached Cambyses in Egypt that a rebellion had broken out back home. A Median priest named Gomada had seized the Persian throne, claiming to be Bardia, the brother Cambyses had allegedly murdered. Cambyses had to move fast. He assembled his household, mounted up, and prepared to ride north through Syria back to the heart of the empire. And that is where his own sword killed him. Herodotus tells the story with unmistakable relish. Cambyses swung himself up into the saddle. As he did, the cap on the top of his scabbard, a small decorative fitting, slipped loose. The blade of his own sword slid out and stabbed him in the thigh. Herodotus makes sure you notice the detail that follows. The wound was in the exact spot where Cambyses had supposedly stabbed the sacred Apis bull. The god Apis, in Herodotus' telling, was collecting a debt. The wound did not kill Cambyses immediately. It festered, it went septic, gangrene set in. The king of kings, ruler of everything from the Aegean to the Indus, was reduced to a stinking, blackening thigh and a fever he could not shake. According to Herodotus, in his final moments, he came to his senses, confessed to the murder of his brother, warned the Persian nobles that the man on the throne was an impostor, and begged them to fight for Persian freedom. Then he died. Modern historians tend to think Cambyses died of some illness on the road, and that the sword tale is Greek moral commentary dressed up as history. But the story stuck because it worked. The most powerful king in the world killed by the tip of his own sword, because his scabbard's decorative fitting was a fraction of a millimeter loose. The impostor Gaumata was killed by Darius the Great in September 522 BC, and Darius built the whole empire around the memory of Cambyses as an unstable tyrant whose reign was best forgotten. The Egyptian campaign, the coronation, the Apis bull, all of it erased into a single humiliating punchline. King of Kings, killed by his own sword, in the saddle. Before he could even leave the courtyard, number 8, Duke Jing of Jin. Here's where the countdown begins to abandon dignity entirely. Duke Jing of Jin, ruler of one of the most powerful states in spring and autumn period China, died by falling into his own toilet and drowning in it. The Zhu Zhuan, the earliest narrative history in Chinese literature, records the death in only 8 characters. The Duke was about to eat, felt the call, went to the latrine, fell in, and died. Duke Jing was not some minor lord. He ruled the state of Jin from roughly 599 to 581 BC. Jin was one of the great powers of the era, locked in constant war with the southern state of Chu for hegemony over the Chinese heartland. His personal name was Jiju. He was a man of consequence, and in his final year, he went insane with fear. According to the Zhu Zhuan, Duke Jing was tormented by a nightmare. In it, a huge demon with hair reaching to the ground broke through the palace gate, beat its chest, and screamed that the Duke had unjustly killed its descendants. The commentary identifies the demon as the vengeful ghost of the Zhao clan, a noble family Duke Jing had exterminated years earlier. He woke drenched in sweat and summoned a shaman from a place called Sangtian. She looked at him and delivered a single terrifying line. "You will not taste the new wheat." In a society where the first harvest of new wheat marked the turning of the agricultural year, this was a death sentence. Duke Jing was being told he would not live long enough to see the summer. He fell into a deep sickness almost immediately. His court sent to the neighboring state of Qin for the most famous physician in the world, a doctor named Yi Huan. Yi Huan examined the Duke and delivered his own verdict. The disease has entered between the diaphragm and the heart. It cannot be reached by acupuncture. It cannot be touched by medicine. He refused to treat him. And then, against every expectation, Duke Jing did not die. Spring turned to summer. The wheat ripened. The harvest came in, and Duke Jing was still alive. He was thin, he was weak, he was pale, but he was breathing. He decided to punish the shaman for lying. He had a bowl of newly harvested wheat prepared. He summoned the shaman to the palace and made her watch as the servants set the food in front of him. He gloated. He told her she had been wrong. Then he had her executed on the spot. He lifted his chopsticks to eat the wheat. Something in his gut tightened. He needed to relieve himself first. He excused himself to the palace latrine. The palace latrines of the Zhou dynasty were engineered for one thing: depth. Slaves dug enormous pits, and when the pit filled up, it was covered over, and a new one was dug. Some of these pits were more than 3 meters deep, filled with the accumulated waste of the palace, sealed under a wooden platform that a nobleman would squat over. There were no railings, there were no safety features, there was only the platform and the abyss. Duke Jing stepped up onto the platform, he lost his balance, he fell in, he drowned in the pit of feces and urine and rotting waste. Under his own palace, moments before he could take his first bite of the new wheat harvest. The shaman had not been wrong. He never tasted it. And the humiliation was not yet finished. The Zhuo Zhuan preserves another detail. That same morning, before dawn, a young eunuch of the palace had a strange dream. In it, he carried the Duke on his back all the way up to heaven. When servants realized what had happened in the latrine, they climbed down into the pit and hauled the Duke's corpse out, sopping and reeking. The eunuch who had dreamed of carrying his lord to heaven was called forward and made to carry the body out on his back. He was the closest anyone came to fulfilling the prophecy. Then, per one Chinese tradition, the eunuch was buried alive as a human sacrifice to accompany the duke into the afterlife. His dream was his death warrant. Duke Jing of Jin ruled a great state, won battles, negotiated treaties, and fought demons in his sleep. He is remembered for none of it. He is remembered because he drowned in his own toilet minutes before he could have proved a shaman wrong. Number 7, Sigurd the Mighty, 2nd Earl of Orkney, warlord of the Northern Seas, conqueror of the northern Scottish mainland, killed by the mouth of a man he had already killed. Sigurd Eysteinsson took the earldom of Orkney around 875 AD, inheriting the title from his brother Ragnvald, who had been given the islands by King Harald Fairhair of Norway. Sigurd was not a subtle man. He ran the Viking conquest of what is now northern Scotland with a brutality that scared even other Vikings. He raided, he burned, he extorted tribute, and he pushed the Norse frontier south into Sutherland and Caithness. His main problem was a native Pictish or Scots ruler named Maelbrigti, nicknamed Maelbrigti the Buck-Toothed because of a single prominent tooth that jutted forward from his upper jaw. Maelbrigti was a Mormaer, a local warlord of Moray, and he refused to pay tribute. In roughly 892 AD, Sigurd and Maelbrigti agreed to settle their dispute in a controlled battle. 40 men on each side. Sigurd showed up with 80. According to the Orkneyinga saga, the great 13th century Icelandic chronicle of the Earls of Orkney, Sigurd hid extra warriors along the road and doubled his numbers before the fight even began. Maelbrigti saw the treachery, understood he was going to die, and fought anyway. His outnumbered band was cut to pieces. Maelbrigti himself was cornered and beheaded on the field. And then Sigurd made a very Viking decision. He collected the heads. All 40 of Maelbrigti's men, decapitated their heads, distributed among the victorious Norsemen, and strapped to their saddle bows as trophies. Sigurd took the biggest prize for himself. Maelbrigti's head, complete with the famous bucktooth, was tied to Sigurd's saddle so that it hung against his leg as he rode north through the Scottish hills to celebrate. It was a display of dominance in the language every Viking understood. The problem is that Sigurd was riding hard, over rough country, and the head was bouncing against his calf, somewhere on the ride home. Maelbrigti's bucktooth scratched Sigurd through the wool of his trousers. Just a scratch. In the 9th century, without any antibiotics, without any real understanding of infection, without even soap in the modern sense, that scratch was enough. The human mouth is a bacterial sewer even in a living person. In a severed head that has spent hours in the sun tied to a leather strap jouncing against sweaty skin, it is essentially a biological weapon. The wound turned red, then hot, then swollen. Sigurd's calf inflamed, sepsis set in, fever, delirium, organ failure. Within days, the mightiest Norseman in the Northern Isles was dying in a bed, screaming and hallucinating, killed by the tooth of a man he had murdered on a plain in Moray. He was buried in a mound near modern Dornoch that is still called Sigurd's Howe. The Orkneyinga saga records the death without a single word of embellishment. It simply tells the story. Sigurd broke his word, brought too many men, killed a man whose only distinguishing feature was a jutting tooth, and got killed by that same tooth on the ride home. Some historians think the tooth detail is later embellishment, but the story spread and stuck because it was too perfect to lose. A treacherous Viking conquered by the mouth of his own trophy. And Sigurd's son Guderim died within a winter, leaving the earldom vacant and destabilizing Norse rule in the Isles for years. One man's greed for extra heads collapsed the dynasty. Karma, the Vikings might have said, does not need a hand. Sometimes it only needs a mouth. Number 6. Attila the Hun, the Scourge of God. The man who terrorized 2 Roman empires forced the Eastern Emperor to pay him 700 pounds of gold every year in tribute, invaded Gaul, marched on Italy, and forced Pope Leo the Great to ride out to negotiate for the city of Rome itself, killed by a nosebleed on his wedding night. Attila was born around 406 AD. He and his older brother Bleda became joint kings of the Huns In 434 AD, Attila spent the next decade waging a slow, grinding war of extortion against the Eastern Roman Empire. Then he murdered his brother Bleda and became sole king. In 451 AD, he invaded Gaul with an army of maybe 200,000 men. He sacked Metz, Reims, and half a dozen other Roman cities before being checked at the Battle of the Catalaunian Plains by the Roman general Aetius. In 452, he invaded Italy, sacked Aquileia so completely that the survivors fled to the marshes and founded what would eventually become Venice. Pope Leo I met him near the Mincio River, and in one of the most famous unwitnessed conversations in history, somehow talked him out of continuing. Attila turned around and went home. In early 453 AD, he decided to get married. This was not his first wedding. According to Priscus, the Roman diplomat who had actually met and dined with Attila the Hun king had already accumulated countless wives. His new bride was a young woman named Ildiko. She was startlingly beautiful. Attila was in his late 40s and preparing yet another campaign against the Eastern Roman Empire. The wedding feast was spectacular. The Huns feasted on horseback and on their feet, drinking mare's milk and heavy wine deep into the night. Attila ate and drank more than any of them. At some point in the small hours he took Ildiko to his bedchamber, closed the doors, and slept. Nobody heard from him again. When the sun climbed high the next morning and the king still had not emerged, his personal guards grew nervous. They shouted at the door. No answer. Finally, they forced the doors and burst inside. What they found is described by the Gothic historian Jordanus, drawing on Priscus. Attila lay on his back on the bed. His face was drenched in blood. His throat was thick with it. There were no wounds anywhere on his body. Beside him on the bed sat Ildiko, still in her bridal veil, weeping silently.
A wild dugong appears
Jordanese
catch it
wrote
using
that
poke
Attila,
catch, winners
heavy with
revealed in
wine
90s.
and sleep, had suffered a massive nosebleed while lying flat on his back. Instead of flowing down and out of his nose, the blood had drained backwards into his throat and choked him to death. Modern doctors point out this is medically plausible. The most likely cause is a ruptured esophageal varix, a dilated vein in the esophagus, common in heavy drinkers with liver damage which can rupture and bleed fatally without warning. Combined with a supine position and severe intoxication, it would explain the amount of blood and the absence of wounds. Attila was, by every account, a heavy drinker. His last meal accelerated a fatal internal bleed. The Hun warriors gathered around the tent and mourned in the Hunnic way, cutting their own faces with knives, because it was written that a great warrior should be mourned by men's blood, not by women's tears. They buried him in a trickle coffin of gold, silver, and iron, filled with the treasure of half the Western world. According to legend, they diverted a river, buried him in its bed, then let the water flow back to hide the grave forever. Then they murdered every servant who had done the burying. The scourge of God, killed in his sleep by a nosebleed on his wedding night, next to a teenage bride he had barely met. Within a single generation, his empire fractured, his sons fought each other, and the name Attila was reduced to a European boogeyman for mothers to use to frighten their children. Some later Norse and
Dugong
German
escaped.
sagas
No one
claim
caught it.
Ildiko murdered him either alone or in the pay of the Emperor Marcian. It is possible, but it is not necessary. History requires no assassin to explain a violent drunk with liver damage lying on his back in a wine coma. History only requires the wedding. Number 5. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China. The man who conquered 6 warring states, standardized the Chinese script, built the earliest Great Wall, buried the Terracotta Army, and terrified death itself. Killed by the very substance he thought would make him immortal, driven around China for 2 months as a corpse in a covered wagon escorted by carts of rotting fish. Ying Zheng, later Qin Shi Huang, was born in 259 BC. By 221 BC, he had crushed every other kingdom in the Chinese heartland and unified the country under one throne for the first time in centuries. He proclaimed himself Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of Qin, and declared that his dynasty would rule for 10,000 generations. He was 38 years old and terrified of dying. He built palaces connected by walled roads and elevated walkways so he could travel from building to building without ever being visible to assassins. He had already survived at least 3 confirmed attempts, one by a musician who tried to bludgeon him with a lute, weighted with lead. He refused to write a will. And so his court gathered around him men who told him what he wanted to hear. They were called Fangxi, wandering scholar magicians who claimed access to the immortal islands of the Eastern Sea and to the elixirs that could keep a man alive forever. Qin Shi Huang sent expeditions across the ocean. In 219 BC, he sent an alchemist named Xu Fu with a fleet full of young men and women to search for the elixir of life. Xu Fu never came back. Legend says he found Japan, declared himself king, and never returned. What Qin Shi Huang did not know was that his Fangxi were feeding him mercury. The pills they made for the emperor contained cinnabar powdered lead, arsenic compounds, and other minerals. Modern toxicology has a clear description of what happens when you eat this every day for years. Your hands tremble, your gums bleed, you become paranoid, prone to sudden rages, cognitive function decays, your kidneys and liver fail. If you die between 40 and 55, it is a mercy. Qin Shi Huang died at 49. In 211 BC, a meteor had fallen in the lower Yellow River region with an inscription carved into it that read, "The first emperor will die and his land will be divided." He had every person in the surrounding region executed and had the meteor pulverized. When he heard a rumor that the alchemists were tricking him, he had 460 scholars dragged to the capital, dug a huge pit, and buried them alive. And still, he took the pills. He was on his 5th great imperial tour in the summer of 210 BC, traveling through the eastern reaches of his empire, when his body finally quit. He collapsed at a place called Shakyu. His son Hu Hai was with him. His chief eunuch Zhao Gao was with him. His chancellor Li Si was with him, and these 3 men had a problem. The emperor had never named a formal heir. His eldest son, Fusu, the natural successor, was hundreds of miles away on the northern frontier with the general Meng Tian. If news of the emperor's death reached the empire before Fusu could be neutralized, the entire succession would go to Fusu, and Zhao Gao, Li Si, and Hu Hai would all lose their positions and probably their lives. So they hid the body, they loaded the emperor's corpse into his covered carriage, they continued the imperial tour as if nothing had happened. Officials at every stop bowed to a wagon, ministers reported to a wagon, food was brought to a wagon, clothes were changed inside the wagon. The illusion had to hold for the 2 months it would take to reach the capital at Xianyang. There was only one problem. It was summer. It was hot. The emperor was rotting. Within days, the smell coming from the wagon was overwhelming. So Li Si issued one of the most famous orders in Chinese imperial history. He instructed 2 additional carts to be loaded with rotting fish and driven directly in front of and behind the emperor's covered carriage. The stench of decomposing fish would blanket everything. Anyone approaching would think the smell came from the fish carts, not from the man they were bowing to. For the entire 2-month journey to Xianyang, the first emperor of China rolled home as a decomposing corpse hidden inside a rolling wagon between 2 wagons of rotting fish. During the journey, Zhao Gao and Li Si forged a letter in the emperor's name ordering Fuso to commit suicide along with the general Meng Tian. Both men obeyed. Hu Hai became the 2nd emperor of the Qin dynasty. Within 3 years, he was dead too, murdered in a coup led by Zhao Gao. Within a year after that, the Qin dynasty had collapsed entirely, ending after just 15 years. The empire Qin Shi Huang had proclaimed would last 10,000 generations. Meanwhile, in his massive tomb near Xi'an, the historian Sima Qian reported that rivers of liquid mercury ran through channels shaped like the great rivers of China. Soil samples taken from the tomb mound in the 20th century have shown mercury concentrations up to 100 times the background level. The man had drunk mercury to live forever, and he was buried in a chamber flowing with rivers of it. Number 4, Pyrrhus of Epirus. One of the greatest generals of the ancient world, the man Hannibal himself ranked second only to Alexander the Great among all commanders in history. The man who invented the phrase, Pyrrhic victory. The man who beat Rome twice on the battlefield and gave his own name to the concept of winning at ruinous cost. Killed by a housewife with a roof tile. In 272 BC, Pyrrhus was born around 319 BC into the royal Aeacid family of Epirus. He became an obsessive campaigner. In 280 BC, he answered a call from the Greek city of Tarentum in southern Italy, under pressure from the expanding Roman Republic. He crossed the Adriatic with 25,000 men and 20 elephant animals no Italian had ever seen before. At the Battle of Heraclea, he crushed a Roman army with the elephants at heavy cost to his own veterans. At the Battle of Asculum, in 279 BC, he crushed another one at even heavier cost. It was after this battle, according to Plutarch, that Pyrrhus is supposed to have said, "One more such victory and we shall be utterly ruined." He gave us the phrase. He also gave us the lesson. Pyrrhus could beat any Roman general who took the field against him, but he could not replace his dead veterans as fast as Rome could. In 275 BC, he gave up on Italy and sailed home. Then he attacked Macedonia, seized the throne, lost it, and in 272 BC, unable to sit still, he was invited to intervene in a civic dispute in the city of Argos. His war elephants and his hardened Epirote veterans were, on paper, more than enough to walk into a Greek city and take it. He entered Argos by stealth, at night, through gates opened by his local allies. It went wrong immediately. The narrow, twisting streets of Argos were the worst possible battlefield for elephants. The Argive citizens climbed onto their own rooftops and rained down tiles, stones, and pots. Pyrrhus' son Ptolemy had already been killed in the retreat from Sparta days earlier, which had left the king in a black rage. His army got tangled with itself. He tried to order his other son Helenus to break down part of the city wall to widen an escape route. The messenger got the order backwards and delivered instructions telling Helenus to reinforce his father inside the city instead. Helenus marched in with fresh troops. They collided with the retreating men in the alleys. Elephants panicked. One elephant blocked a gateway completely and made escape impossible. Pyrrhus was fighting on horseback in the middle of a screaming, collapsing scrum, and he found himself pursued by a single ordinary Argive soldier, a poor man armed with a spear. This is the moment Plutarch preserved. The poor man thrust at Pyrrhus and wounded him through his breastplate. Enraged, the king turned to kill him, and that is when the man's mother saw what was about to happen. She was watching the battle from the flat roof of her house, along with every other woman in Argos who had climbed up to defend her home with the only weapons available, roof tiles. Heavy, flat, terracotta plates, each of them the size of a dinner platter, weighing several pounds. In a Greek city, an unlimited supply of them was stacked on every roof. She grabbed a tile, she hurled it. It struck Pyrrhus in the head or the neck, depending on which ancient source you read. It knocked him off his horse. Some accounts say it fractured his spine on the way down. He lay in the street, stunned, possibly dying, possibly already dead. And an ordinary enemy soldier walked up to the greatest tactical mind of the age, put a sword to his neck, and beheaded him. The commander Hannibal, considered the equal of Alexander, was killed by an anonymous housewife with a piece of baked clay. His army surrendered almost immediately after seeing his corpse. And the man who had given us Pyrrhic victory taught the ancient world one final lesson. There is no such thing as a general so brilliant he cannot be killed by a woman defending her home with the roof over her son's head. Number 3, Mithridates VI of Pontus, the Poison King, the man who spent 50 years making himself immune to every toxin known to the ancient world so that no assassin could ever kill him, and then, in the final moment when he needed to die, he could not. Mithridates was born around 135 BC. in Sinope, capital of the small Hellenistic kingdom of Pontus on the southern shore of the Black Sea. His father, Mithridates V, was assassinated by poison when he was about 13. His mother took the regency and reportedly preferred his younger brother. According to legend, Mithridates fled into the wild forests and mountains of Pontus and spent his teenage years developing two obsessions: Rome, which he identified as the enemy of his kingdom's independence, and poison, which he identified as the enemy of his personal survival. He returned around age 20, deposed his mother, and took the throne, and he began experimenting. Pontus was geographically overloaded with toxic substances: aconite, hellebore, deadly nightshade, hemlock, dozens of venomous snakes. Mithridates gathered scholars, doctors, and poisoners from across the Mediterranean and began cataloging every poison in existence. Then he began ingesting them. Every day, in tiny increasing doses, he took each poison in turn: aconite, arsenic, snake venom. He tested new preparations on prisoners condemned to death. Over decades, he developed a compound called the Mithridatium, an antidote of over 50 ingredients, and he took it daily. He was, by any reasonable modern definition, the first experimental toxicologist in history. He was also becoming the greatest threat to Rome in the Eastern Mediterranean. In 88 BC, he ordered a coordinated massacre known as the Asiatic Vespers, in which 80,000 Roman and Italian settlers across the province of Asia Minor were slaughtered on a single prearranged day that started the First Mithridatic War. For 25 years, through 3 wars, Mithridates was the man Rome could not finish. Pompey finally broke him. By 63 BC, Mithridates had lost his armies, lost his cities, and lost his allies. He fled to the Crimea and began plotting an insane final campaign to march up the Danube, cross the Alps, and invade Italy from the north the way Hannibal had. He was 68 years old. His own son, Pharnaces II, rebelled against him, raised the army, marched on his father's citadel, and demanded his surrender. Mithridates saw the game was over. He locked himself in a high tower with 2 of his daughters and refused to be taken alive. He would not be paraded in a Roman triumph. He would not be a trophy in Pompey's parade through the streets of Rome. He had spent his life making sure it would not happen to him. He had the poison ready. He gave a small, measured cup to each of his daughters and watched them drink. They collapsed and
But
died
while
at
the
his
villain,
feet.
son,
He raised
appears
his own
captured
cup.
using
He
poke
drank the
catch,
same dose.
winners revealed in
He drank a
90s.
second. He drank a third. Nothing happened. His body, saturated with decades of daily poison exposure, refused to accept any lethal quantity of any substance. He drank more. Still nothing. According to the account preserved by Appian of Alexandria, Mithridates paced the room and understood the joke fate was playing on him. He looked at his own bodyguard, a Gallic officer named Bituitus, and delivered one of the most memorable speeches in ancient literature. He told Bituitus that his right arm had served him well against many enemies, and that it would serve him best of all now if it would kill him. He explained that after ruling for so many years as an autocrat, he could not die by his own poison because, like a fool, he had fortified himself against the poisons of others. He had guarded against every toxin taken with food, he said, but he had not guarded against the domestic poison always most dangerous to kings, the treachery of army, children, and friends. Then he presented his throat. Bituitus drew his sword. He ran the king through. The Poison King, immune to every substance nature could produce, died the way a slave would die in a back alley, on a sword, held by a hired soldier because his own preparations had rendered him invincible against the one death he actually wanted. His son
The villain's
Pharnaces
son
sent the body
escaped.
back to
No one
Pompey,
caught
who
it.
ordered a formal royal burial. His antidote recipe, the Mithridatium, was carried in triumph to Rome and translated into Latin. The Roman Empire took a version of Mithridates' antidote every morning for 300 years to guard against poisoning. The king, who could not poison himself accidentally, gave the empire that broke him the best defense it ever had, against every death but his own. Number 2, Marcus Licinius Crassus, the richest man in Rome, member of the First Triumvirate, alongside Julius Caesar and Pompey the Great, the general who crushed the slave rebellion of Spartacus and crucified 6,000 slaves along the Appian Way, killed at the Battle of Carrhae, decapitated, and his severed head used as a stage prop in a Greek tragedy at the court of the Parthian king. Crassus was born around 115 BC. He made himself the richest man in the Republic in a way that appalled even his contemporaries. Plutarch says he acquired his fortune by fire and rapine. In practical terms, Crassus owned a private fire brigade. When a Roman house caught fire, his men would arrive and refuse to put it out until the terrified owner sold the burning building to him at a fraction of its value. Then his crew would extinguish the fire, and Crassus would keep the property. In 71 BC, he defeated Spartacus at the Battle of the Salarius River. Then he crucified 6,000 captured slaves along the Via Appia 1 every 30 meters or so for 200 kilometers and left the corpses there to rot. In 60 BC, he formed the first triumvirate with Pompey and Caesar. Pompey had military glory. Caesar had political charisma. Crassus had money, and then Crassus, an old man in his 60s, decided he wanted glory of his own. He wanted a triumph. So he took command in Syria, raised an army of 7 legions, and marched east across the Euphrates to attack the Parthian Empire. Every advisor, he had told him not to do it. He crossed into Mesopotamia in 53 billion C with 40,000 men, mostly heavy infantry. He was met on the plains near Carrhae by a Parthian force of 10,000 horse archers and 1,000 heavy cavalry under a young nobleman named Sharina. The Parthians circled the Roman formation and shot it to pieces from horseback. Every Roman assumed the enemy would run out of arrows. They did not. Sharina had organized a camel supply train packed with fresh quivers. The arrows never stopped. Crassus's own son, Publius, led a desperate cavalry counterattack with 1,000 Gallic horsemen and was cut off and killed. The Parthians brought back Publius's severed head on a spear and paraded it in front of the main Roman army so his father could see. Ancient sources describe Crassus standing motionless, staring at the head of his son, unable to give orders while his army disintegrated. By nightfall, 20,000 Romans were dead in the sand. Another 10,000 were captured. Crassus was still alive. He tried to negotiate a parley with Sharina. The negotiations turned into a scuffle. In the confusion, Crassus was killed. And this is where the story becomes literature. Crassus was decapitated. His head and his right hand were cut off and sent by fast courier to the Parthian king Orodes II at his court in Armenia. And Orodes, at that exact moment, was watching a performance of Euripides' great tragedy, The Bacchae, put on by Greek actors touring the Eastern courts. In the play, the maddened Theban princess Agave, in a religious trance, has torn apart her own son Pentheus and paraded his severed head through the streets, believing it to be a lion. The scene calls for her to enter the stage carrying the head as a prop. A famous Greek actor, named Jason of Tralles, was on stage at the moment the messenger burst into the hall with a real severed human head in a bag. Jason improvised. He put down the theatrical prop head, walked to the messenger, picked up the head of Marcus Licinius Crassus, and returned to the stage. He recited the lines, "We bring from the mountain this branch fresh cut to the palace, a wonderful prey." The Parthian court exploded in applause. They thought the head was a spectacular new stage effect. That is the version Plutarch preserves. There is a second tradition that circulated for centuries afterward, and the script must be honest with you here. According to this later version, before the head was sent to the court, molten gold was poured down Crassus's throat as a symbolic execution for a man who had loved money too much. About 30 years earlier, Mithridates VI of Pontus had executed a captured Roman official named Manius Aquilius by pouring molten gold down his throat as a mockery of Roman greed. Modern scholars increasingly suspect that later Roman writers, hearing that Crassus had been killed by a barbarian Eastern king, simply assumed the same execution had been repeated. The molten gold is very likely later legend borrowed from Mithridates and attached to Crassus. The severed head at the theater, on the other hand, is preserved by Plutarch with confident detail. The richest man in Rome. His head became a stage prop in a play about a mother killing her son. There has never been a more literary death. And when Crassus fell, the first triumvirate collapsed with him. Pompey and Caesar had nothing to balance them anymore. Within 4 years, they were fighting each other. Within 15 years, the Roman Republic itself was dead, all because an old man wanted to triumph and marched into a desert full of arrows. And now, number 1, the most humiliating death in the ancient world, the only Roman emperor ever taken alive by a foreign enemy, the man who became a piece of furniture, Emperor Valerian. Publius Licinius Valerianus was born around 200 AD into a wealthy Etrusco-Roman senatorial family. He rose through the imperial administration during the crisis of the 3rd century, when Rome burned through more than 20 emperors in 50 years. In 253 AD, Valerian was declared emperor by the Rhine legions. He was already in his 50s. His first act was to elevate his adult son Gallienus to co-emperor and divide the empire's defense. Gallienus would hold the west against Germanic invasions. Valerian himself would ride east to face the growing threat of the Sasanian Persian Empire under a young and dangerous king named Shapur I. Valerian is best known in Christian tradition for one thing. In 257 and 258 AD, he issued 2 major edicts of persecution against the Christians. He killed Pope Sixtus II and the deacon Lawrence of Rome, whose martyrdoms became foundational Christian stories. When Christian writers later got the chance to describe Valerian's fate, they described it in maximum detail. In 260 AD, Shapur I invaded the Roman East, sacked Antioch, and captured 37 cities across Syria and Anatolia. Valerian marched to meet him with an army whose size ancient sources place at 70,000 men. They met near Edessa, in what is now southeastern Turkey. The Roman army was defeated, and according to some accounts, most of it was struck down by plague before the battle was even joined. Valerian attempted to negotiate a truce with Shapur directly. He was invited to a personal parley under a flag of truce. He rode out with his personal guard, and Shapur seized him. It was a stunning breach of ancient diplomatic norms. A Roman emperor on Roman soil at a negotiating meeting was taken prisoner in violation of the truce. He was chained, stripped of imperial regalia, and carried east into the heart of Persia, along with much of his surviving officer corps. What happened to him next is preserved in 2 fundamentally different traditions. Both must be flagged because the historical record is genuinely divided. The Persian tradition, preserved in the great trilingual rock inscription of Shapur at Naqsh-e-Rostam near Persepolis, is triumphal but restrained. It boasts that Shapur captured Valerian with his own hand and that Roman engineers and soldiers were resettled in Persian cities to build infrastructure. One surviving monument, the Bandi Kaiser, near Shushtar, is a genuine Roman engineering work built during the Sasanian period by these captive Roman engineers. According to some Persian sources and the modern historian Touraj Derier Valerian was sent to the city of Bishapur and lived there in relative comfort until his death from natural causes. The Christian tradition, preserved by the church father Lactantius in the early 4th century, is another beast entirely. Lactantius wrote with obvious relish because Valerian had persecuted his people. According to Lactantius, Valerian was subjected to systematic public degradation for years. Whenever Shapur wanted to mount his horse, he did not use a mounting block or a stirrup. He walked out to where his captive Roman emperor was kept in chains, and he ordered Valerian to kneel. Then Shapur placed one boot squarely on the back of the man who had commanded 30 legions, pressed down, and swung himself into the saddle. Whenever Shapur wanted to ride, Valerian became a stepping stool, the Augustus of the Roman world. Bent over on his hands and knees in the Persian court, a footprint on his back, Persian courtiers laughed. Roman envoys sent to plead for their emperor's ransom saw it and reported it home. Valerian, per Lactantius, offered Shapur a huge ransom for his release. Shapur refused. According to some traditions, Shapur had molten gold poured down Valerian's throat as a symbolic mockery for the ransom offered. It is very likely, as many modern historians have noted, that this detail is borrowed from the deaths of Manius Aquilius under Mithridates and of Crassus at Carrhae, and inserted into Valerian's story as an extra layer of humiliation. Then comes the final Lactantius detail, and it is the one that has haunted Roman memory for 1,700 years. When Valerian finally died, whether by execution or by exhaustion and abuse, Lactantius reports that Shapur ordered his corpse flayed. The skin was carefully stripped from the muscle. It was dyed a deep vermilion red. It was stuffed with straw, and it was placed on permanent display in the main Persian temple. For centuries afterward, according to Lactantius, whenever a Roman ambassador arrived to negotiate with a Persian king, they were led through the main temple and shown the flayed, dyed, stuffed skin of a Roman emperor hanging on the wall as a reminder of what could happen to their masters. This is the account that ended up in most Roman histories, in most medieval European chronicles, and in the imaginations of every European artist who has ever painted the scene. It may not be true. Modern historians are cautious. Lactantius had strong theological reasons to want Valerian humiliated. He was writing decades later. And the Persian rock reliefs, while they show a defeated Roman emperor kneeling and being seized by the wrist, do not show a footstool or a flaying. It is possible that Valerian died peacefully in a Persian city and was buried with reasonable respect. It is also possible that Lactantius was telling substantially the truth. The evidence does not permit a definitive answer, and this script